Good morning. And welcome to the Town of Townshend. Can you hear me? Good morning and welcome to the Town of Townshend 2026 Annual Town Meeting. Yay! 2026. Who would have ever thought? Right? We're supposed to be flying around in space cars or something in 2026, if I remember correctly. Popular Science magazine, right? First of all, I'd like to start with having everybody stand. We have a flag this year. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. As soon as we're done, please remain standing for a moment. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, stay standing. Sorry, stay standing. I would also like everybody to just join me for a moment of silence and reflection and remembrance to honor those towns and residents and other loved ones for which we lost this past year. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Warning for the Town of Townshend 2026 annual meeting corrected January 27, 2026. The legal voters of the Town of Townshend are hereby notified and warned to meet at Dutton Gymnasium, located at 2030 Vermont Route 30 on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026 at 9 a.m. to act on the following articles. I am supposed to read the entire warning at this point. If there are no objections, I'll refrain from doing so.
So moved. No objections.
Hearing no objections, before we start, I'm going to lay some rules out on how this meeting is run. Everything goes around in a circle. History. I was asked at one point to put out a sheet of paper that kind of explained this. We used to do that in the distant past, but it was determined the town did not want to spend the money to create such a sheet. So it kind of goes around in a circle. If you would like a sheet, please talk to me later and I can be more than happy, but I'm going to explain the rules verbally. Again, welcome to the 2026 Townshend Town Meeting. Town meeting is a special tradition with precedent, and I'm honored to be a part of it with you. I'd like to extend a special welcome to those that are new to Townshend or have never attended a town meeting before, and it's going to be quite a ride. My name is David Lebo. It has been my pleasure to serve as town moderator for the last year. And let me review some information and rules for the meeting. The role of the moderator is to keep the meeting organized and explain procedural questions. Please ask any questions before we vote. You have the right to challenge any decisions I make. If you feel any of my rulings are improper, you just need to raise your hand and say, I challenge the moderator's decision. Everybody, please feel comfortable to speak up. We are family. Nobody will think poorly of you if you have a question. Voters should check in at the entrance. Please, if you are a town resident, state your name and you will get a ribbon. The ribbon signifies that you are a town resident, that you can speak and vote during articles. Non-residents are not allowed to vote or participate in any discussion unless the town votes to give permission by suspending the rules, which requires a 2/3 vote. That's just to speak. They are still not allowed to vote. When making a motion or seconding a motion, please state your name loud and clear. This is for the minutes. For example, Lebo, I second the motion. And they know how to record that. When a motion is on the floor for discussion, I will try to call on hands as they are raised. When called upon, again, please state your name. We know what town you're from, so you don't have to state your town. Please speak loud and clear, and theoretically, we would like you to come up front and talk. If we have an extra microphone, we might be able to pass it around, but I don't know if we do. Oh yes, maybe we can take one of these from up front, okay? But try to come up and talk. A motion may be amended, and amendments amended once, with voting to proceed from the last proposed amendment in reverse order. It sounds confusing, I'll help you. All motions and remarks should be made to the moderator. There will be no discussion between residents. Decorum is the word of the day. There will be no personal attacks. We are here to discuss and vote on the warned articles. You will be ruled out of order and can be removed from the meeting by the constable. There can be a $200 fine by district court if you are deemed disruptive. After you've spoken once on a particular article, that's going to be mentioned at the end. After you've spoken once on a particular article, unless there's a direct question, you are not allowed to speak twice until everybody else has spoken once, and then you are only allowed to speak twice on any given motion or amendment, unless we suspend the rule. Debate may be cut off by calling the question, which requires a 2/3 majority, and then no other amendments may be brought forward. Calling the question without having the floor will be ruled out of order. So you can't just scream, call the question. Raise your hand, and when I get to you, then you can do it. Again, you have the right to challenge any decision I made. Just raise your hand, and that one you can call out because it's a privileged motion. I challenge the moderator's decision. During elections, if there is no objection, only the person nominated will be allowed to give a brief introduction and background information on their qualifications. Visions, goals, and objectives will be ruled out of order. When voting by paper ballot, please come up through the center aisle and exit through the sides. If you cannot get to the ballot box, let somebody know, and we'd be happy to bring the ballot box to you. Please silence all cell phones and pagers. It's an amazing thing because this is the fact that cell phones work in Townsend. I have something written here, I don't know why. We will not be taking a break for lunch. There's grab and go in the back. Thank you to all those that have donated their money, time, and effort to make such a beautiful spread. If I wasn't so nervous, I'd try. This meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community Television. You can watch it later this week on channel 1079 and online at brattleboro.tv.org. Again, for anyone speaking at the meeting, please stand and state your name. Speak directly into the microphone so the viewers at home can hear you. Introductions. Up front here, we have Selectboard. In no particular order, we have Bob Wright, Steve Frisk, Katie Moreau, Nick Suarez, and Allie Evans. On the other, I have gavels. On the other table, we have Justice of the Peaces and road foreman, town clerk. Thank you for the job you do. That's what we're doing. Our state representative, Emily Long, and I've seen our state senator, Nader Hashim. They are going to ask to take up some of our time and speak. We're going to allow that early on this morning. I will ask you if you allow that early on in the meeting. They'd like to speak earlier. They've been caught up in the elections in the past, and so they'd like to do it kind of before the elections. Papers in the back or the front. You have information from the Selectboard on, and the Town Social Services Committee. There's a historical view on the Town Social Services. There's information about the treasurer structure, which is Article 3. And then there's information on the compactor structure, which is Article something later on. But if you like that information, those papers are in the back, the front. And then up front here, there's more information on the social services article. I don't have any other announcements. Lastly, restrooms. I believe we're going to use the ones back here. If you need to use the restroom, you can head back there through the door on the right-hand side. I have no other information, and if there are no objections, let's get ready to rumble. Have the gavel. We'll move on to Article 1. Any questions about rules? Article 1. To choose a moderator for the ensuing year. I will now entertain nominations. Yes, sir.
Nominate David Lebo.
David Lebo's been nominated.
Second.
I should have said that. You're right. Thank you. There are no seconds needed for nominations. Okay? This is voter support, and I appreciate it. But when we get to the other elections, you don't necessarily have to second a nomination. But thank you. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for David Lebo for the one-year term of moderator. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Thank you, no clapping, I'm not. First of all, let's not go there, okay? Just, for me, it doesn't matter per se, but let's not go there. Let's just have the meeting, okay? Thank you very much. This will be my 20th year. And nobody should be married to a job, but thank you for your support. Article 2, to act upon the July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025 independent auditors, wait a second. Before I finish this, can I stop this? Okay. The representatives are here. Do we want to go there now and do this? Okay, so I'm going to ask, if there's no objections, before we start Article 2, I didn't finish reading it, before we reach Article 2, would we like to suspend the rules and allow, we just have Emily and Hashim, just those two, would you like them to come up and talk? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe that's 2/3. We've suspended the rules. Come on up front. We're going to give them, how much time? 5 minutes each? Okay, 5 minutes each, 10 minutes. You guys want to speak to this one? Testing.
I'm going to leave it up here for me, but I also don't dare to change it. Welcome. Thank you for allowing us to speak here. Boy, 20 years is a long time to be sitting in that position. I'll just say I was just reminded, this is my 12th year standing in front of the residents of Townsend. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Oh, all right. It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
I'll talk.
There we go. Yeah.
Talk later. This is one of those. Ooh, I got it. This is one of those directional ones. I can stand back. Okay. So first of all, I just want to say what a winter we've had. I'm going to say this in Newfane too. When I hit the town, I said it in Marlboro. Thank you to the road crews in our communities. And I'm actually a little concerned about what mud season might look like. Frosties haven't been this bad in a long time. So make sure you're thanking the folks who are taking care of our roads. As you all know, transportation's a challenge in this state and all over the country, and we're facing budget deficits in transportation as well. Before I get to any of our, and before I certainly allow Nader to have the microphone, I just wanted to say a couple things about the way we work in Montpelier and the way we operate in this state. You folks all know I grew up here, born over right at the hospital up the street. And I am extremely grateful for the community that I live in and the state I live in. And I just wanted to share, as things shift in the country and become so much more political and politically divided, I have seen evidence nonstop almost every day in the committee I serve in and in the community I live in the State House across the board, the collaboration and the manner in which we serve with each other. And I just wanted to share that first because the needs of Vermonters are coming first in the State House. And I can say that across the board, doesn't matter what party we're from. We sit in committee side by side and we work hard together every single day to try to make sure the needs of Vermonters are being met. And I just wanted you all to know that that is happening here in Vermont and in the State House, and it's really important to me. I don't think I'd keep doing this job if it weren't true. So I can call all 180 legislators friends and colleagues, and I'm grateful to work with them. So I just wanted to share that first. Vermont is facing challenges, as you all know, just like every other state. Loss of federal revenue has been a significant challenge for us. I'm not going to go into too many detail around legislation, but I do want to speak briefly. I think I told you all last year, I stepped down from my leadership positions in the State House, and I'm now back on the Education Committee, which has been, sometimes I've questioned the wisdom of going on the Education Committee. This year has been extremely challenging as it was last year. We are trying to find a path forward to lower the costs of education, lower our property tax rates, and at the same time, increase opportunities for kids, because that's really the core of what we're doing. And the bill passed last year, Act 73. I didn't share with you last year at town meeting that I didn't vote for the bill, but I did not vote for the bill in the end of the session. I felt like it needed more time, that Vermonters' voices needed to be heard in a much better way. But the bill did pass, and we are struggling right now to find a path forward to fully implement the bill. There is a lot of work that still needs to be done on the legislation. So stay tuned on that. We, in the Education Committee in the House, Nader serves on the Education Committee in the Senate, so he'll have his perspective from the Senate. In the House, we have some legislation that was put on the table for us that has met with quite a bit of resistance, not just in our committee, but across the state. The chair put it on the table, and he said to us, this is incomplete, flawed work, but I want you to work on making it better. And when we left for town meeting break, he said, I'm pretty sure if we were to vote on this bill today, it would be 1, meaning him, in favor, and 10 against, because there's 11 of us. And so it's pretty clear we haven't come to agreement yet on what our next steps are, but it's also really clear that we need to do something. We need to make sure the education of our kids is first, and we need to recognize the impact on our communities as we make those changes. So stay tuned on that. I just want to quickly say housing, healthcare, and education, and government accountability, those are all top of our plates right now. Healthcare remains a huge issue for us, for all of you. Access to it. We're focused on trying to do what we can to lower costs. We've made some steps. We've taken steps. We did last year. Primary care is certainly a central focus for us, trying to make sure that we have not only quality primary care across the state, but affordable and accessible primary care. So anyway, I don't want to take the time away from Nader, so I want to let you have your...
All right, so I'm a little vertically challenged, so you're all able to hear me? Oh, thanks. All right, that's fine, it's all good. Anyways, good morning, everybody. My name is Nader Hashim. I'm one of the senators for Wendy County. And, in the interest of keeping this short, I'm scrapping the pre-written speech and just going on the fly here, so hopefully that all works out for the best. But, I did just want to reflect on something, over the last couple of days as I was trying to get all my thoughts together for what I would be sharing at town meeting. It felt very surreal to be, on the one hand, looking up what the changes to the transfer taxes for second homes, and then on the other hand, getting all these notifications about all these different bombings that are happening in different parts of the world, and trying to balance where my focus is. And in situations like that, I remind myself that there's some things that are within my control that I can deal with, and then there are other things that are out of my control that while I can still pay attention to, there's not much that I can do. And so, and I think that applies really not just to anybody in a leadership position, but just anybody in daily life. And so I'm going to talk about a few of the things that I can do and that I have been doing as a senator up in the State House. So in the Senate, we serve on two committees. I serve in the morning as the chair of Senate Judiciary, and in the afternoon, I serve on the Education Committee. And I'll start with education. We, as we just heard, there was Act 73. I also voted against it last year, but we are in the second phase of Act 73, and the bill originally created the school redistricting task force. And I'm paraphrasing in a big way, but the task force essentially concluded that forcing mergers between different districts is not going to yield the cost savings that we hope to see, and it's also extremely disruptive. Despite that, it seems as if both chambers are moving in that direction anyway, and it's my position on the regular that we should be following the data, we should be following the evidence, and the evidence shows that when districts voluntarily merge, because the folks in that community know what's best generally for their communities, when different districts merge voluntarily, that's when you start seeing more efficiency and more cost savings. And so at least the proposal in the Senate right now is to reduce the number of unions and reduce the number of districts by combining them, but having a voluntary 2-year period, and then after that, it becomes involuntary and you get merged. So that's the very broad overview of what the position is right now. I know that one of the more frustrating aspects about all of this, and I heard this from a superintendent just 2 weeks ago, is that this process is creating so much uncertainty and anxiety. And this one particular superintendent said that he's seen teachers who are in the hiring process, after they get a few steps along, they start doing more of the research of where they've applied to, and they see all these articles and all this news about the different possibilities of what might happen to education in Vermont, and some of them have withdrawn their applications. And which is very troubling to hear, but frankly, I can't blame them, because if you're worried about whether or not you're going to have a job, or if where you set up roots, if things are going to be changing dramatically in the near future, that's a lot of uncertainty for somebody who's trying to start a new profession. So that is the short summary of Senate education. Senate Judiciary, one of the big tasks that I've been hearing a lot about over the last year especially over the last year, is how we respond to the federal government. And we have recently passed S208 and S209. These are informally known as the masking bill and the sensitive places bill. The masking bill, as we could all safely assume, has to do with law enforcement wearing masks, operating anonymously, and arresting people. We've done a lot of work to make sure that both 208 and 209 are constitutional. Unfortunately for California, fortunately for us, California made a few mistakes, and we were able to learn from what they failed to do, and we made sure that we did not make those same mistakes in our legislation with those bills. And so both 208 and 209 are now in the House Judiciary Committee. The governor has signaled his support for these bills, and my hope is that they continue moving forward in the process. Other aspects of judiciary are generally, they're not going to catch headlines, but they are aspects that get to technical fixes for our judiciary, our court system, that are meant to increase efficiency and fairness in the courtroom. So something as mundane as changing the word violation with the word conviction actually makes a big difference in certain plea agreements and the flow of the courtroom. Obviously not something you're going to see any headlines about, but I see it as my responsibility to make sure that our judiciary is operating in a fair and efficient manner, and it's like taking a pickaxe slowly to making these changes moving forward. So that's Senate Judiciary, and I will say that it's this is the first town meeting that I'm stopping at for the day today, and so it's a good warm up. Thanks for being my test subject for my first speech of the day. I do love coming out to towns, and I do often have office hours at the library. I haven't had any this month, but hoping to get some next month. I've also left some legislative updates over on the table over there. There's more information about some of the bills that we're working on in other areas that I know are important, like healthcare, Act 250 regulations, and transportation. And it also has my contact information. So if you want more detailed specifics about some of the things I talked about, or just anything else in general, don't hesitate to reach out. And again, thank you all for having both of us.
Do you want to move on to the articles of the day, or do you want to spend more time asking questions? Move on? Move on? Everybody okay with that? Okay, thank you very much for coming. We appreciate your time. Wait, please, can you tell us how to contact you if we do have questions, please? How's that?
Quickest way to say it is to check the legislative website, the Vermont House General Assembly, and just search for both of us. Y'all know I live in Newfane. I am going to be at the Townsend Library on the 21st at 9 a.m. So that's my.
So they are very accessible. That's just, you can ask questions here, but they are always available to answer questions. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it. We'll see you around 4 or 5, maybe. Okay. Back to business. Article 2. Can you hear me? That was sounding so loud before. You okay in the back? Okay. Article 2. To act upon the July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025 independent auditor's report. I will now entertain a motion.
Suarez.
So moved by Suarez and seconded by Marat. Any discussion?
We have been doing some work with the auditor.
Wait, there needs to be a microphone.
Hello? Yes. All right, we've been doing some work with the auditor's report. Some of the work has been things that were under the purview of the select board. So some of those changes, if you want to add some here, but we've been working on making sure that we are keeping up with our employee performance. Let's see. We've been working with fire department and the library to kind of firm up some formalized agreements. That was something that was highlighted in the auditor's report. Under the general fund committee, Christine Hay, she has taken a lot of work on really tracking down these solar credits and what that work looks like, as it was kind of confusing and complicated and not well documented over the years. Much of this work, after we've consulted with the LCT, has been identified as being under the purview of the finance department. So there's some things in here that maybe haven't been updated, but those are unfortunately not under the direct control of the board. But that is just kind of some off the top. I don't entertain any other questions.
Any other discussion? Yes, in the back.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Wait, we need this is going to be a problem. I'm not running the microphone.
Back in the day, we had your kids running the microphone around. Okay, I'll leave this one back here. When people back here want to speak, please. And yes, I see your hand. We'll get there in a second.
Hello, hello? Is that on?
Now.
Oh, is that on?
It was a second ago.
I got late.
There you go.
So you'd like to make an amendment to the motion?
I'd like to make an amendment to take the orders of the day, the agenda, out of order. So in Article 4, to elect the select board officials, 1 3-year term.
You missed one. We're on Article 2. Go back to that one.
Sorry. I have an amendment to have the town select board report each month at a select board meeting on the status of the auditor's report. Sullivan Powers and Company PC dated October 28, 2025, on each of the individual findings, and there were 15 findings.
Okay. Is there a second for that amendment to the motion? Hang on. Here, let me have that piece of paper again, Bob.
That way I can repeat it. Sorry, guys.
Okay, so an amendment is being made to this motion that says to have, so it's going to say to act upon the auditor's report and have the town select board report each month at select board meetings on the status of the auditor's report on each of the individual 15 findings.
Second.
Second? Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. We will now discuss only the amendment. We're not discussing the auditor's report. Okay, for right now. We'll get back to that. But we're going to discuss tacking this on. Is there any discussion on that? It's been moved and seconded. Yes, maker of the amendment can speak first. Go right ahead, sir.
The rationale behind the amendment is so that we actually get action. This auditor's report is a duplicate of what we saw and heard last year. It's identical. Everything is exactly the same. And we heard from the select board chair last year that they were working on it, just as we heard from Nick a moment ago. We need actual accountability here. That's what the town residents need. Some of these things are important. We're talking about fraud. We're talking about things that really could have an impact on town. So we need accountability from the select board.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Yes, sir. Dale.
I'm Dale West. I feel that where this amendment is pointed at the select board, and the select board only has limited duties that are in this auditor's report. The primary portions of this auditor's report recommendations is the finance office, which is managed by the town treasurer. The town treasurer is responsible for most of all these duties in collaboration with the select board. Yes, I feel that if you look at the statute on the responsibilities and duties of a treasurer, the managing of the financial office is there. And the select board are only responsible to approve the warrants that are created out of the financial office and sign those checks and release those funds.
Any other,
Hi, I'm Shiloh. This is mainly just a question. This amendment is pretty much just asking for the select board to give us an update once per month at a meeting. Nothing more, just an update. Okay.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Yes, Bob, your second time, this will be your last one.
With all respect to Dale, the auditor's letter was addressed to the select board and the select board for a reason. They're the ones that are accountable.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion on the amendment. Yes, sir.
I have a question. Is there any validity to that? I'm just curious, like, anybody on the select board want to address this? Is this letter asking select board to do certain duties? Or is this in the purview of the town treasurer? Does anybody have any other
Your
thoughts
name?
on that? I'm Tyler Burns.
Tyler, thank you.
Okay, just to answer your question, Tyler, the select board, I believe we entered into the contract with the auditor, so therefore we are kind of that point of contact for the auditor. The finance department does not do that. So for those reasons, presumably, we are being addressed. We have consulted with the LCT, with the auditors. Again, as Dale mentioned, a lot of this is directly under the purview of the finance department, not necessarily the select board. We do not control what the finance department does. But there are some pieces in here that we do help facilitate. For example, working with the fire department, with the library, some mention of cemetery funds, and other things of that nature. But some things such as internal controls around finances, are going to be directly under the finance department. So it is a mix.
Did you want to speak?
I think I'll have to watch them.
Okay. Remember, we're just talking about the amendment. We're not talking about the auditor's report. We'll come back to that again.
It seems as if,
Name,
my name's Laura.
Yeah, thank you.
It seems like because it's been directed at the select board, even though it's the treasurer's responsibility, I don't understand why there couldn't be a communication between the treasurer and the select board so that they could give us an update on what's going on. That's all.
I mean, certainly if somebody attended the select board meeting and questioned at the select board meeting during the public portion, could be a question. How have you performed on the auditor's report? That's what you're saying. Go ahead. More, there's another hand. I saw. Yep, Craig.
I'm Craig Hunt, and a number of these things are on the select board's watch list. The fraud risk assessment, the fraud policy, the conflict of interest policy, among others, are select board duties, non-treasurer duties. And many of these have been ignored. The procurement policy, the purchasing policy that we have in place, or should have in place, which has been called by the auditors as being out of date, more or less, when you're doing federal contracts and other state contracts. There are issues with that procurement policy. That having been said, there are a number of them: the conflict of interest policy, the travel cost policy, uniform guidance procurement, which has to do with purchasing and has to do with keeping the accounting for the town straight and proper. Some of these are in play, and some of them are being ignored. There is a conflict of interest policy in the books. It's been signed by the select board. It is being ignored. There have been complaints. There have been misconduct complaints.
But that's out of order.
Okay.
We're talking about the amendment to the meeting. You are speaking of other things.
Okay, there's compensation policy, financial management policy is all part of select board duties to set the town for the town.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you. Sorry. Any other discussion? Yeah, oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Snelling, the select board is the executive officer collectively of the town. And that is why they are the recipients of the auditor's report. The auditor's report does not go to the treasurer, it goes to the executive, which is the select board in this case. The amendment is asking that there be ongoing reporting on these issues so that there is some tracking that we are making progress on them. That may very well be identifying which items are going to be handled by the treasurer's office, or by the select board. And as we're getting later into our agenda, we are going to be talking about some changes in the treasurer's office, which could also affect how this reporting might be done. So I think it's important that we get ongoing reporting on these issues so that we can address them. And part of that is identifying who's going to be tackling the various issues. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Okay, up in the back. Andy, thank you very much for running around right now. I apologize.
Hi, I'm Allie Nicoli. I wonder why this can't happen quarterly instead of monthly. Boards meeting twice a month. That means every other meeting they're gonna have to report. So why not quarterly? Why is it gotta be monthly? Just curious.
You can make an amendment to the amendment.
Just thinking about it.
Any other discussion? We have an amendment in front of us that will add to approve the July 1st to July 2024 to June 30, 25 independent audit report. And what we're going to be voting on is to have the town select board report each month at the select board meeting on the status of the auditor's report on each of the individual findings. A yes vote will add that to the main motion. A no vote will defeat that, and the main motion remains the same. Does everybody understand? Ask any questions. Yes vote passes the amendment. A no vote defeats that. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those against, please say no.
No.
I heard a paper ballot. I need 7 people for a paper ballot.
Paper ballot. Seconded.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 7 people. Okay, hang on. We're gonna have a paper ballot for this amendment, just for the amendment. So on the piece of paper, you're going to either put yes, which is voting for the amendment, right? A yes vote votes to add this piece of information to the article. A no vote defeats it. You write no on the paper. You're going to come up to the middle. The ballot box will be right here. Any questions? I now declare the ballot box open. We have the results of the election. We were voting on an amendment to the motion. The amendment read to have the town select board report each month at select board meetings on the status of the auditor's report on each individual findings. Yes votes were 94, no votes were 40. So the amendment passes. We now have a motion before us that reads to approve the July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025 independent auditor's report and have the select board report each month at the select board meeting on the status of the auditor's report on each of the individual findings. Further discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion on the motion, are we ready to actually vote on the motion? And I'd just like to put a little blurb in here. For voting purposes, if it's close, we don't have to go to a paper ballot. I'm just letting you know, there's division of the House that we could do first, where we raise hands or have people stand. Yes, people stand, then no people stand. So then we can vote that way as well. So we don't have to necessarily take the time for a paper ballot. I'm not against paper ballots. It keeps your opinion hidden a little bit, and there's nothing wrong with that in democracy. However, your pleasure might be first to do a division of the House. That would be the first call if you chose, and you didn't want a paper ballot next, okay? So any further discussion on the motion before us? Seeing no further discussion, everybody understands a yes vote will pass the motion to approve the auditor's report, July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025, independent auditor's report, and to have the select board report each month at the select board meeting on the status of the auditor's report on each of the individual findings. A no vote defeats that motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Great job, everybody. That was a little bit of a tough one, but we made it through. Okay. I'd like to inform you that our other state senator, Wendy Harris, is now here and was wondering whether or not you would like to suspend the rules to allow her to speak. She does have a informational sheet in the back now, if you'd like to pick one of those up as well. What's your pleasure? We would have to suspend the rules. It would be a 2/3 vote. Anybody? Yes? Okay, so all those in favor of having Senator Harrison speak, please suspend the rules to allow her to speak. Please say aye. Opposed, no. I believe you have the floor, Ms. Harrison. 5 minutes, please. Go ahead, not to rush you, but no, this one.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, everyone. And I won't take 5 minutes. Thank you all first for being here. I'm a democracy fan, and democracy is always it can be messy, but thanks for being here and being part of it. I serve in the Senate. I serve on 2 committees. I'm chair of institutions and clerk on the Transportation Committee. And I just want to let you know we are working on revenue for towns. Towns are pretty strapped, especially with roadways, and that can comprise half of your budget. So we're looking at a local option tax for roadway purposes. That is not enacted yet, but I do want you to know that there are local option taxes that the town can implement much easier than it could previously, because previously you had to have a charter change to implement a local option tax, but now it can be done with the select board and town meeting, and there are different types of local option taxes. One of them is a sales tax, and now the sales tax includes internet sales, so you might want to consider that, because that's a relatively easy way to get more revenue. And just wanted you to know about one item. There's a lot of things going on with Act 250 and other zoning issues, but something that people don't know as much as I wish they did is that now if you have a single family home that is permitted, or you're in an area of a single family home, you can have a duplex. We have duplexes by right now in Vermont, and that's something that Maine did a couple of years ago to increase housing, and it worked really well. And when we were doing this, what we wanted was a way for Vermonters to have an additional area space for maybe their adult kids, or be able to rent it. So it's a way that you can improve your property relatively simply, and I just want you to know about it because it's important. And I can talk about education and all sorts of other things, but you have a meeting to finish, and I think I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, Senator Harris. Thank you. Okay, back to the business at hand. And again, she did leave quite a few informational sheets in the back. Okay, we're going to be moving on to Article 3. I'm sorry, we've passed. we passed. Yes, there were. I called for any further questions. There were no questions, and we voted on the main motion. Did you vote yes or did you vote no?
I voted yes on the amendment.
Okay. Wait, what? That was for the amendment, and then we did the main motion on a voice vote. Okay? However, okay, hang on. This is going to be something that I gotta. If you give me a second here, let me look at this right here. I'm sorry. Do we want to? Are you sure? Because there is a mechanism to reconsider the previous vote. If you do it before another motion, before I read the next thing, and you're right there if you wanted to. I didn't want to ignore that. Excuse me, sir? No, there was not an amendment to the amendment. No. So we voted on the main motion. We passed it. It's over. However, there is a mechanism to reconsider your vote if a person on the prevailing side asks to reconsider it before the next article is read.
I'll ask at select board meeting. It's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Ignore everything I just said. Okay, moving on. We will not, as soon as I'm done reading this, there can't be a motion that's been passed or defeated cannot be reconsidered. Hurry. Thank you. Sorry. I talk a lot. Article 3, shall the voters vote to restructure the finance department to create a part-time treasurer and part-time bookkeeper to fulfill the duties of the treasurer and tax collector duties?
Suarez, so moved.
It's been moved. Second by Moreau. Discussion. Discussion. The motion maker like to?
Yes, I would just like to open with a little bit of rationale for why we're presenting this to the voters. This would give us, for example, as the auditor's report recommendations discussion, it would just give a little bit more direct communication between the board and the finance department by having a bookkeeper that would be hired by the town and therefore is actually meant to report to the board. So when we need certain reportings for our bi-monthly meetings or semi-monthly meetings, when we need certain reports, when we're requesting certain things, when we're requesting certain updates to procedures in the finance department, those are then things that are part of their job duties. Whereas as the current elected treasurer system, we don't really have any say over how the treasurer runs. That's not to say that anything about the current treasurer, but just it gives a little bit more control over how we get information from the finance department. There would still be an elected town treasurer that is fulfilling the statutory obligations, and then there would be a hired bookkeeper.
Any further discussion? Yes, sir. Oh.
The current bookkeeper is hired by the board.
Currently, the structure, we have an elected town treasurer who has an assistant in the finance office that is hired by the town treasurer. And so they split some of those duties in tax collection and reconciliation.
And the new system would be?
The new system would be having a elected town treasurer that is fulfilling just the statutory obligations. So just kind of having oversight over the finances of the town, signing checks, and then a bookkeeper. Sorry.
Banking.
And banking. And then the bookkeeper that is doing the reconciliation.
And the bookkeeper is still hired?
And the bookkeeper would be hired.
Okay. How does this change? How does this change how the treasurer is paid?
Well, since the treasurer's duties would be substantially reduced, the pay would be a much smaller stipend of the $5,000, which we have included in that little informational box. And then we would split out some
of the pay currently to the treasurer's salary to then $20,000 for the bookkeeper. There would also be some increased monies allocated towards Nemrick, our accounting contractor, and they would also be taking over some other responsibilities that they do for other towns.
Sorry, I should have pointed that out. There is a little informational box on the warning there. I'm not reading that because that's not part of the article per se. But that gives you an idea of how much they're being paid. Yes, Craig, sir, go right ahead.
I know that the treasurer transition team worked hard on this. This goes back, however, a number of years. We had a bookkeeper in the office and a figurehead treasurer in Joe Dano for over 10 years. When Mickey Wasong left, we had 9 bookkeepers in 10 years. 4 of them got fired, 4 of them quit. They worked directly for the select board. I was one of those bookkeepers. Elaine was a bookkeeper. Chris Cook was a bookkeeper. There is massive turnover. There's a long learning curve. It is under the bookkeeper is under the direct employ of the select board. And there are all kinds of opportunities to move accounts around because the bookkeeper works directly for the select board. The treasurer, however, has statutory duties, and one of those duties is to oversee the bookkeeper. I don't think it's going to happen for the $5,000 a year and no benefits that this board is projecting. I would have hoped that the treasurer transition team would have talked to people who were there for those 10 years. It was, as Steve may tell you, or as Rob may tell you, or as Allie, who was there at the beginning, may tell you, there were some issues and there were some problems with that arrangement. Going back to that arrangement, I don't see any benefit to the town. I think that a treasurer who is accountable to the taxpayer and to the voters is far more important than having someone that's basically doing what the select board wants. Part of the problem that we have right now is that the treasurer has been changing things around on behalf of the select boards for the last 6 or 7 years. Accounts were pretty straight and pretty clean with the independent auditors for those 10 years. Subsequently, with the pandemic and with the elected treasurer and no bookkeeper, there were a lot of changes made in the accounts. A lot of that was due to the select board. A lot of the confusions in trying to read the budgets and the budget numbers are because accounts have been changed. Some of it's due to Nemrick, some of it's due to reorganization by the boards, which happens all the time. But when you have a treasurer that's accountable for the accounts, directly answerable to the state and the feds and the taxpayer, it's different than accountable to the whims of a changing select board every 3 years or every 5 years or 6 years.
Why don't you go ahead, Andy? You had your hand, Andy, yeah.
Okay, Andy Snelling. This is an important change in the way we operate the town. And by statute, there is a reason why the treasurer is elected and the select board elected. The select board serves as both the judiciary and the executive branch of our town government. The treasurer acts independently, and hopefully the two are able to work together and function together as equally elected officials, but they each owe their duty of responsibility to us, the town. And the current situation has been is that there's been disagreements on how to operate the finances. And that is the statutory responsibility of the treasurer. And we heard that the reason why this is being proposed is to give the select board greater control. And we don't want it to be all in one part. It serves the citizens well to have it divided, where we have two groups that are looking after our interests and keeping each other in check. Craig Hunt made mention of rearranging the accounts. What he's talking about is the chart of accounts. If you start off with a list of accounts of where things are going to be charged, and you change that from year to year, then comparisons from one year to the next get to be very difficult. If you put it in pencils one year and you put it in office supplies the next, how do you know and track the changes? So the idea really is that to have a strong treasurer, and we need to do that, we need to pay this treasurer. We also got into the questions earlier about the auditor's report, and there was comments that those were responsibilities of the finance department, which is the office of the treasurer. If this were to pass, then those all become select board responsibilities, or many of them. I shouldn't say all, many. So I guess I'd urge everybody to continue with the system that we have that has worked well and works well in many other small towns, is to have a strong independent treasurer that is elected by the people. Thank you.
Further discussion? Amen?
Moderator?
Oh,
wait, he had his
Eamon
hand up.
DeWitt, Townsend.
Okay, yeah.
Will the treasurer's office still be open to the public to come in and do business as it is now, or will that be closed half the time?
The treasurer's office would still be open to the public. It would be dependent on kind of what the hours would be, assuming this passes.
We're almost here tomorrow.
Hello, hello.
We're almost here tomorrow. Yes, keep going.
We're back? Okay. So office hours would still be available. I cannot promise you exactly what those times would be. That may be something for negotiation, right, once this new structure, if approved, is taken effect. But that would still be definitely something that is available for residents. And if I may also just...
Wait, yes, hang on one sec. So, Amy, do you get that? So, yes, the office, I saw your face, you were a little... yeah, the office would remain open as long as the town clerk was there, right? Because the town clerk can collect the information and somebody there to answer questions.
The town clerk currently sometimes takes tax payments as people come in, right? That is still always a thing, Alenka is a very wonderful person welcoming to people who walk in. So as long as the town clerk is there, that is still always an option. But specifically for the treasurer or the bookkeeper, they will have time in office.
They're going to be, they're post office hours for it. Okay. Simple answer. Sorry. Yes. And then Nick, you wanted to comment. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. And I just wanted to just clarify, this is not to take control of treasurer responsibilities. We're not eliminating a treasurer. This is a structure that does exist in other towns. This is also not something that we just kind of came up with out of thin air. This is just a way to be a little bit more efficient in how we're getting collaboration between the finance department and the select board, because that has been a bit strained at times. And I will just very quickly, Craig, as you had brought up a mention about the stipend for the treasurer, that is, of course, a very valid point. And that is something that can be amended from the floor when we get to the general fund article. So I just wanted to point that out. That is not what is being voted on right here, though.
Right. And, keep going.
Part of this, my concern is a lot of people, I feel there was a strain in the treasurer's office prior in the last few years, because a lot of people, I just realized being involved in the highway budget committee that we changed systems and went to the cash system versus the accrued that this town ran on probably for the last 50, 60 years. And it created accounts changes and stuff like that I feel has been difficult. And yeah, you probably did move money around, but I still feel that system isn't quite what we should have, but there would need to be those controls and explaining those things so we can actually see the process as taxpayers. We should be able to go in to the treasurer's office and see the manual on how it's done and explain. So I don't have either way on this. I have just concerns that there needs to be collaboration and that this does seem to kind of fill the gap, but I don't know.
Bob, behind you. Yeah, yep, there you go.
Bob DeServo. I think Andy Snelling said it very well. We've got a system, it works. I've asked the treasurer for certain reports. She's provided them, no problems. Maybe not when I walked in the door, but I got it later. It's a good system, and the treasurer is accountable to us. That's key. As far as what Craig said about moving the accounts around, I'm sure there are many other people in the room that, like me, looked at town report and tried to compare things from one year to the next. Impossible. Accounts changed so frequently, you can't follow from one year to the next. And again, I think Craig said it well. Much of that is because of the select board saying, we want to move the 100 account to this, there, and the next place. Nemrick may have suggested some things, but it's the select board that's been massaging the accounts.
Okay. I rule that out of order. That is inappropriate. You are, that's out of order. Please refrain from attacking. This is about the articles of the day, and we have a motion in front of us. Yes. Yeah. He wants to clarify some of the movement of the accounts. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Some of the movement of accounts, as you just mentioned, Bob, were recommended by our accounting company, by the auditors themselves. So there is rationale for that. There is definitely no massaging going on. I appreciate ruling that out of order because that is just a really mischaracterization of what we're doing here. And a lot of it, too, is around the point of transparency. Some things sit in a certain line item that doesn't have a well-defined name, and therefore it's even harder to track what that is for. So yes, it is difficult to then track over years as we're moving things, but it is also for the sake of improving transparency and making it such that over time we will be able to better understand what the budgets are accounting for. Thank you.
Okay, let's continue to focus on the information before us. Luke's hang on. And again, if you want to speak again, let everybody speak first. Go right ahead, sir.
Yep, Lucas Farrell. I appreciate the discussion, and but I'm not also hearing an amendment.
No, there's no amendment. Why? What do you want?
Well, so two comments. One is that I think it would be appropriate to hear from the treasurer's office to see what their thoughts on this, because they have the experience, of course, of being in the position that they're in and how important it is to their job that they have statutory obligation, and what they feel about having the bookkeeper underneath within the purview of the treasurer's office versus select board. So that would be my first ask. And then the second would be to hear the proposal for a new format out of if there is opposition to the amendment as it currently is, or the article as it currently is, that there is a proposed amendment to it.
No,
you just voted down.
Right.
Right, but then...
And then it goes back to the format that it's in now, which is the treasurer with a bookkeeper underneath it. That's the format we have now, is the treasurer with the bookkeeper underneath it. This is expanding the bookkeeper's role and decreasing the treasurer's role. If you are against it, you vote it down, and it stays the way it is now.
Gotcha.
Okay?
Thank you for clarifying that. So the $20,000 for the bookkeeper exists now?
No, that would be a change. That's in the general fund right now.
Okay. All right.
These are good questions. Yeah, you got it?
And maybe. Okay. But let's just go to the treasurers.
As it rolls out, though. Okay, so what the select board is proposing is changing the way the finance system works, right? Such that the treasurer's role decreases, but the bookkeeper role increases. The bookkeeper still works underneath that treasurer. There's still office hours and things like that.
No.
What?
No.
Oh, but the bookkeeper works underneath the select board.
And the new structure would be under the select board, yes.
Would be under the select board, but there is still a treasurer role. If you vote this in. If you don't vote it in, it stays the same with a bookkeeper still, but the treasurer role remains the way it is now. There was a question to the current treasurer bookkeeper to explain what they thought. Right, Lucas? Right? Yep. And if you'd like to respond. Did I get that right? If I'm not making myself clear, ask in a minute.
Hi, Elaine Hill, treasurer. I've been with the town now for quite some time, started as a bookkeeper, then I morphed into being the treasurer. Voted in each year, no issues. With regard to keeping the finance department the way it currently is, I think that you need a full-time treasurer, not a figurehead treasurer for $5,000 a year and having somebody work under them doing the bookkeeping part of it, which is very labor intensive, very, very, very labor intensive, and paying that person $20,000 a year. It, like Craig has said, in years past, we've had the figurehead treasurer signing checks and just, being the figurehead, and then bookkeepers. And we went through bookkeeper after bookkeeper after bookkeeper. So we did away with that through the town, saying, let's put a full-time treasurer in place. And fortunately or unfortunately for me, I have been that person for the last couple of years. Enjoyed it terrifically. But now we're asking the voters, should we get rid of the full-time treasurer, which I think, in my heart, it needs to be in the town, full-time, and let the statutes and answer questions for people to come in. Like you said, we've had people come in. It might not be immediate, but I do answer their questions about the budget. So, my vote is to keep a full-time treasurer in place and not 2 part-time people in place. That's
her hand has been up for a while, and then we'll come back to Christie. Right.
Hi, I'm Alicia Stratford, and have you defined the expectations of this bookkeeper that you're planning on have fill this role? Because it sounds like you need a comptroller. This would be a lot of heavy lifting for a bookkeeper. What you're expecting out of this role should be a comptroller.
A comptroller.
A strong comptroller in this role would also do a lot of the heavy lifting for the remediation of findings in the audit. That would be their job. You want future-facing financials. You want somebody who can analyze the accounting, give you the information you need. That's not a bookkeeper.
Okay, Christine, that's right.
Chris Cook, I've been involved in this for a long time. I was an auditor under Mickey, and then an auditor during some of the bookkeeping, sometimes when we had a bookkeeper and a figurehead treasurer, and then I was the bookkeeper for a while, and then it got passed to somebody else. There's big responsibilities, and it looks to me like you've taken, I don't know where you're putting the responsibility. This budget is huge. There's a lot of money flowing in and out. And whenever there's money flowing in and out, somebody has to be responsible for exactly where every stupid penny winds up. And there are a million details. And it used to take 3 of us to figure out which detail was which back when we had civilian auditors. We now have professional auditors. But the auditors don't actually take responsibility for every penny. They tell us after the fact if money has gone to the wrong place. The reason to have a treasurer or a comptroller or somebody like that is that they ultimately take responsibility for making sure the money is where it's supposed to be. It is a lot of work. It is also a tremendous amount of work for the select board and whoever is doing the money to work together. I have worn out shoes running back and forth between the two. I don't care what the title is, but I think the person with the responsibility ought to have the money. And so I would vote against this particular arrangement.
Further discussion?
I'm Caitlin Mays, and I'm just wondering why it seems like there are people feeling like it's a bad thing for more elected officials to have their eyes on what's going on, because it sounds like the proposed change is that more people that we voted for would be overseeing that, as in the select board would be more involved.
We would still have an elected treasurer. The bookkeeper would be hired, not elected.
Not elected,
Yeah.
okay. And that person would be given more duties than they have previously that used to be under the elected.
Used to be under the hired assistant, finance office assistant.
Okay,
Hired
so
by the finance office.
so none of the responsibilities that were designated under the elected official are changing. That is
They're
staying the
shifting.
same. They are shifting.
They're shifting. So
To-
fewer responsibilities under the elected treasurer.
Okay.
More responsibilities under a hired bookkeeper, and some additional work moved to our accounting contractor, Nemrick.
Okay. So is the third party accounting company, are they assuming some of the responsibilities that were previously for the treasurer?
So yes, some of that being payroll and training. Yeah, payroll, training, technical support, increasing some of that.
Okay, so that's part of the justification of decreasing the salary then, because
Yes.
they're absorbing a lot of that.
Yes.
Okay. Just clear.
Thank you. No, thank you for that clarification. That was good. We got a lot more. We're gonna come over here. You go toward the back there, but I'll let.
Good morning, I'm Al Halman. Couple quick questions. I would have assumed that standard accounting practices are dictated or at least laid out in some kind of a standard format by either the state or the League of Cities and Towns. Is that correct? And if so, are we following that? And would that change under this new proposal?
This is an easy one.
We are following it. We've spoke with Nemrick and the accountants about the change, and
What? Okay, go ahead.
I was asking specifically, the way you lay out the accounts in this book, pencils or office supplies or whatever you want to call it, I presume there's a standard for that, either prescribed by the state or prescribed by general accounting practices that says a town should
Yes.
A, B, C, and D in their accounts. It should be laid out that way. And my question is, are we following that? If not, why not?
I think the treasurer can speak to this, but I believe we are, that Nemrick holds us accountable and the auditors hold us accountable, but Elaine can just...
I think that's a good question for the auditor's report, because they're the ones that would keep that organized. So the answer, I think, is yes. Yes. All right, that's what I hear. More? Yes, sir. In the back. In the back. Okay, right. Yep.
Testing? Okay. Chris Campany, 53 Brookside Drive. For the $20,000 you proposed for the bookkeeper, do you know, did you guys pencil out like how many hours you're expecting to get out of that $20,000? And does that line up with the expectation of need for that position?
So the general expectation that we're proposing, or that we're thinking, right? We're not proposing a certain set of hours here, is around 5 hours weekly for the treasurer, for the elected treasurer under this structure, and 20 hours for the bookkeeper. currently, Elaine, correct me if I'm wrong, it's about 22 hours a week from our elected treasurer. So it's really not terribly different from the current time in office. And we're also moving, as I mentioned, some of that work to NIMRIC around the payroll processing.
Okay. Any further questions? Yes, further discussion? Yes, sir.
Hi, David Barbie. I'm just unclear on what problem this is supposed to fix. Is it sort of a need for better communication between the treasurer's office and the select board? Because it seems like maybe this isn't the answer to fix that problem. Thanks.
We started a transition team meeting. We invited the public to come in and help us to set this situation up. We spent a lot of hours on it. We do need better communication. And when we ask taxpayers to come in and help us figure things out, it's nice when they do come in a friendly, collegial way to work on a situation. We are at a point where the treasurer was retiring. We needed to think about how to go forward. And with our current situation, you don't know who you'll get as a treasurer. So we thought that if we had a figurehead treasurer to do all the statutory work and the banking, and NIMRIC would do the payroll, which is cumbersome, then it would leave 20 hours a week, which is more than we get now for the general bookkeeping. And it would be a better bang for your buck. The other thing is that if we get a treasurer that needs health insurance, then that raises our budget over $20,000 a year in that department. So it was cost savings as well.
I'm going
Roger Jositis. I work for 2 other towns as zoning administrator, and both of them have treasurers. And it's concerning to me that we would be taking responsibility away from the treasurer and giving it to a hired person as opposed to an elected official. And I understand the concern that there needs to be a transition, possibly to a new treasurer. I might be tempted to vote for this change if there was an amendment saying for 1 year while they look for another treasurer. But to say that you want to change the system because you can't find somebody, that just doesn't feel right to me.
Treasurer is an elected position, so they wouldn't necessarily find anybody. You guys would find that person.
To find somebody to fulfill the role.
Right. The town would, because it's an elected position. Unless nobody ran for it, then the select board would be able to appoint. But yes, we understand. Yes, there was some. Oh, I'm sorry. It was Laura. Laura over there.
It's hard for me to stand up. Sorry. Oh, there we go. Thank you. There it is. I'm just curious about how much NIMRIC is costing. I've heard many people talk about during select board meetings about NIMRIC and how exceedingly expensive they are if you go over a certain number of hours. Okay.
She was concerned about the cost of NIMRIC. NIMRIC is the program they use to do the books, and so she was, if they're going to increase NIMRIC, she was wondering about the cost of NIMRIC, correct? Yes.
So one of those things is mentioning, Laura, is going over a certain number of hours for technical support. We did just sign an agreement with NIMRIC for a bulk time purchase agreement, which essentially locks us into a lower rate so that we are getting more bang for our buck, especially if we're having a new treasurer and or a new bookkeeper, agnostic of whatever the results of this vote are. Having that agreement in place allows there to be a lower rate. We did have to make sure that we're locked into a minimum, I believe, is 96 hours a year. But especially with a new person, potentially that would be pretty easy to achieve. And so then we're getting about, I think it's 110 versus 150 per hour, but don't quote me on that because 145.
Laura, did you speak? Is that your second speak? I don't remember on this one. It's been so long. It's okay. Any other first-time speakers? Yes, sir. We got one there and one there.
Hi, I'm Bob. Is there a way, Bob Seahack? Is there a way the new position could be elected?
No.
They have to be hired?
Yeah. The bookkeeper would have to be hired. Okay.
Susan Hunt. Elaine, you were saying when you were speaking that it's a terrific job and you've really enjoyed doing it, and thank you very much for the years you've put in. Is it true that you really do want to retire, or could we prevail upon you to stay?
Okay, Elaine Hill. Elaine Hill, treasurer. Okay.
Loaded question.
Yeah, it is a very loaded question. I am not retiring. I decided to step down, and I decided to step down, and as you guys have pointed out, about communication. And I don't feel like I had good communication skills with the current select board.
Enough said.
So that's why I'm stepping down.
Okay. Well, what was the other part of the question? Could we prevail upon you to stay? That's her decision. She's
The
not gonna
second
answer
part
that
of my
right now.
question.
There will be an election, and you can nominate and go from there. That's not necessary right now. Further discussion. Wait, got all the way in the back before we go to the seconds. Still got firsts.
I'll see if I can do this. Warren Beatty. By statute, we have to vote in the tax collector, which you include in this article as being the treasurer. That's the statute. I'm just trying to lost my train of thought. There's been so much discussion, but I feel it's going to be hard for $5,000 to get somebody to absorb the duties of the treasurer, all the tax collection, and then still be responsible whoever the board appoints to be their bookkeeper. Because in the statute, it also says that the treasurer will be responsible for those duties. So good luck. I don't think it's a wise decision.
Any other first-time speakers? Seeing no other first-time speakers, Bob, you wanted to start your second round. And then first-time speakers can continue to speak. Just wanted to ask.
Bob DeServo. There are many things good questions that people had, and I'd like to address some of them if I may. First, I apologize to the select board if they didn't like the term massage.
Okay.
Move is...
Just move on.
Okay. Standard accounting practices. Someone asked that question. The answer is no. How do I know that? I retired from the Planning Commission last year after 18 years on the Planning Commission, and there was an invoice from the Wyndham Regional Commission that was paid without us, the Planning Commission, approving it. That's standard accounting practices. It should have come to us for approval. There was no way of the people who signed that knowing whether or not that was actual work that was done for the hours that was expended and so forth. That's standard accounting practices. It's not being done. As far as transparency, Nick made the point that the attempt is to have more transparency. The answer is no. How do I know that? Recently, the select board wanted to install new cabinets in our lunchroom, what used to be our lunchroom. There was no discussion at any select board meetings, nothing at all about those cabinets until it was announced that they were going to be installed and how much money there was. That money, we have no idea where it came from.
Okay, we're okay.
I'd go on, but I'm finished.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your apology. I didn't want to gloss over that. I just didn't want to get caught up. But yes, thank you for your apology. Any other discussion? We have a motion before us. Shall the voters vote to restructure the finance department to create a part-time treasurer and part-time bookkeeper to fulfill the duties of the treasurer and tax collector duties? Further discussion? Okay, we have more discussion. Okay, well, that's the second time that I have somebody here, and then we can go back to you.
Eileen Rogers. I'm new to this, but somehow this doesn't seem clear to me. What I'm kind of gathering here is that because there's a communication issue, they want to shift what has been working, the powers to be, instead of just allowing the new position to be voted in. Am I clear on this? Because it doesn't make sense to me. Because bookkeepers have a certain role. You know, all financial positions take on different leadership and different areas of expertise. So can somebody clarify that for me? It doesn't, like I said, it seems like this is kind of a whole internal cat fight.
Meow. There is a cost-saving aspect to it.
Point of order. Let's not go there, please. We're not here for cat fights. We're here for the articles of the day.
There is also a cost savings component to it, but I will say, excuse me, some might say it has been working. Others in other positions may not feel that it has been working in the current structure. And so this is just a brainstorm, an idea to see if we can get a system that works better. If the voters vote it down, we keep the system. But this is just something that the treasurer transition team had come up with, understanding that the treasurer over the last year and a half has been saying that she was not going to continue running. So this was just under that assumption. We figured we had to plan something because this is a big change and we don't want to show up and have an entirely new person and have no idea what to do and how to move forward.
Okay. Yes. We got Dale in the back, and then Warren in the very back.
I like to keep the treasurer, and I like to see that we have a financial office. I'm not saying that we don't have people in this town that are capable of doing the job. But there comes a time when you need to think about it as a town, to when we think about we need a professional controller or something like that, that would fill those duties. Problem is, we may not have them live among us to vote for them, to elect them into those positions. The state recently, and I think it was like 2013, 14, it changed those things where the treasurers, the auditors, and all them could be hired help. But yes, you're right. The select board dictates how they run. They're appointed. But there is ways out of that, in the sense, not out of that, but there is a way if we can't find someone to elect, they would have to appoint somebody. And you would hope that we'd have a process and a procedure on how that hiring would be done that took input from the taxpayer, the auditors, and everyone else besides the select board. And to collaborate that to function. I'm fortunate to be in a place where I came from. They had to do that because their treasurer retired 45 years. And they couldn't find someone to replace them. So they hired him. Yeah, there's been bumps in the roads, but the key thing is they don't have an accounting problem. We don't have people, all of us all came here today thinking there was an issue. There might not be an issue, but it's not spelled out and spoken to very well. So I'm just going to move on.
Yep, that's your second voice. Up. Yeah, Dan in the back, then somebody else up front.
Sorry. Well, Warren Biddy, can we call this to a vote?
Okay. He had the floor. He called the question. That requires a 2/3 vote to close debate. There will be no more debate. We would move right to the vote.
Is there a second on that?
Second. Oh, okay. Okay. Yell your name for a second. Yell your name. Oh, did you get it? I'll say it. I'll move the question. Dale, whatever. Okay, we got it. We got the second name? Okay, good. Sorry about that. 2/3 vote. All those in favor of closing debate and moving right to the vote, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe that's 2/3. We now have a motion before us. Shall the voters vote to restructure the finance department to create a part-time treasurer and part-time bookkeeper to fulfill the duties of the treasurer and tax collector duties? A yes vote passes that motion. A no vote defeats it. One person has asked for a paper ballot. I need 6 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is now 10:52 and we're on Article 3. I just got a warning on my phone that my Tesla batteries are charged for an impending storm. We have a long way to go. A yes vote will pass the motion. A no vote defeats it. Does everybody understand? The ballot box is now open. And thank you for that, correcting me on that second. I appreciate that. I'm an angry man, angry moderator. Attention, attention. We have the results of the vote for Article 3. The motion before us was the voters to restructure the finance department to create a part-time treasurer and part-time bookkeeper to fulfill the duties of the treasurer and tax collector. A yes vote would pass it. A no vote would defeat it. There were 33 yeses and 110 noes. The motion is defeated. Hold on one second. Okay. A no vote triggered something, and we'll get to that eventually. So that motion has failed. What do I want to say? We had a few people show up after I closed the ballot box and wanted to put their ballot in. In today's world of election integrity, we will not be accepting those ballots. Everybody hears me when I'm saying closing the ballot box. Okay? Just yell, I still have one. And we won't close it right then, and we'll get you up here. Okay? But after the ballot box is closed, your ballots will not be accepted. Okay. It's all fake news, right? Okay. Moving on to Article 4. This is the election section. Elections. Vermont law requires paper ballots for select boards, listers, and auditors. All other elections may be handled from the floor if chosen to do so. Any voter may ask for division of the House or a paper ballot. Request for a paper ballot requires 6 other voters unless changed by a 2/3 majority. You just need to raise your hand and change that to a 2, and we have to vote on that to see if you wanted to increase those numbers to 2/3 ballot, 2/3 vote. And remember, we can always do a division of the House first. If the vote is close by voice, we could have everybody stand and raise their hand. But paper ballot, calling a paper ballot at any point is allowed, because hiding your vote in a democracy per se, that's totally okay. Okay? If there's no objection, I will allow a nominee just to introduce them, say their name, what their occupation is, maybe where they live, but please, no objectives of why you're running or political speeches will be allowed to be deemed out of order. A voter may move to close nominations, although generally we allow everybody to trickle in. So, Article 4, I'm going to read it, and then we're going to have a couple amendments. I'm going to warn you right before. They should move quickly, though. Article 4, to elect all town officials for the ensuing year. Town clerk, 1-year term. Town treasurer, 1-year term. Select board, 1 3-year term. Select board, 2 1-year terms. Lister, 1 3-year term. Delinquent tax collector, 1 1-year term. First constable, 1 1-year term. Second constable, 1 1-year term. Library trustee, 1 5-year term. School representative, 1 3-year term. Cemetery commissioner, 1 5-year term. Cemetery commissioner, 1 2 years remaining on a 5-year term. And a cemetery commissioner, 1 year, 1 3 years remaining on a 5-year term. Then it says Planning Commission, 1 3-year term, 1 3 years remaining on a 5-year term, and Planning Commission, 1 5-year term. I will entertain a motion. Yes, out of order. Point of order.
Default of Article 3 in regards to us as a town having a tax collector for the town.
It's a delinquent tax collector. That's
No,
different.
somebody to receive taxes has to be, well, last year we had an article to let the treasurer accept taxes. That has to be done per statute for the state. By defeating Article 3, do we still have last year's article to hold the treasurer's position to be that tax collector?
Yes, when we set that up last year, that was in perpetuity until we rescind that.
And I don't think that's valid right now anyway. We're on elections. That's a question.
If you didn't have anybody collect the taxes, I was just trying to get.
Well, the town treasurer always collects the right. Yeah.
Has to be established, which it was last year.
Right. Okay.
But I want to
Okay.
make sure that article was good.
Okay.
now.
Moving on to continuing elections. I will entertain a motion. Second. It's moved and seconded. First of all, I'd like to. Would somebody like to make an amendment to drop the Planning Commission from this article? Planning Commission is a appointed position, not an elected position. It was placed on by accident. So moved, correct, Hunt? If there's a second? Second. Eugene? Discussion? Okay, yes, sir?
According to statute, it can be an elected position. If it is an elected position, it would go for the.
According to statute, the planning commissioners can be elected from the floor. If they are elected from the floor, the term runs for 5 years. The select board cannot remove that planning commissioner who is elected. If they are appointed, they can be removed by a unanimous vote of the
Okay, so
select
we
board.
could elect.
That is the difference.
We could elect the towning. So the amendment can be defeated, and we can elect planning commission members. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, there's an amendment before us to drop the planning commission from this article. A yes vote will remove the planning commission. A no vote, we will be voting on planning commission members at this meeting. Everybody understand? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Planning commission has been dropped from the article. We have another amendment that, see, so people come up to me before meetings and talk to me about amendments, and everybody's allowed to do that. I'm here to help you guys get done what you want to do. So that's kind of why I know what's kind of happening here. Do we have another amendment for this? You're good? Okay. No other amendments? Seeing no, yes, Eamon, you have an amendment?
No, but I got a question. Are we voting all these people in at one time?
No, we're going to have individual elections.
Okay. That's,
Yeah. But this is an article, and I need to get the article right, and then we can move on to the actual elections. Unfortunately, the article was kind of messed up a little bit. Okay, any other discussion? We will now move on to the actual elections now that we have the article organized. Okay, so I will now entertain nominations for a one-year term as town clerk, currently held by Alenka Wilson. Okay, Alenka Wilson has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? It doesn't need to be seconded if that's what we were doing. It doesn't have to be seconded. Any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, I am going to, and there's no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Alenka Wilson for a one-year term as town clerk. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. I will now entertain a motion. I will now entertain nominations for a one-year term as town treasurer, currently held by Elaine Hill. Elaine Hill has been nominated. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there, I'm sorry, what? Oh, I thought you shook your head yes. You gotta speak up, I can't hear. Elaine Hill has been nominated.
I'm going to respectfully decline the position as treasurer for the
Okay,
town.
she's declined the nominations. Are there any other nominations for town treasurer? Alicia Strafford has been nominated. Okay, hang on, before. Any other nominations? Okay, hearing other nominations, would you like to hear Alicia Stafford. Stratford. I'll get it right eventually. Stratford.
Apologies, I'm aware most of you have no
Okay.
idea who I am. I have lived here 2 years, though I have loved this area my whole life. I went back to school for accounting later in life with the intention of being able to work from home so I could live here. I have my CPA, I have my CIA, which is a certified internal auditor. I am a part-time controller, and I am an advisory in risk and governance. I have the skills, I have the tools, but none of you know me, so I'm happy to go either way. It's nice to meet you all.
Okay, thank you for that. Great introduction. That's what we're looking for. Just a little introduction. Are there any other nominations for a one-year term as town treasurer? Seeing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I will instruct the clerk to cast one vote for Alicia Stratford. I'm terrible with names. For a one-year term as town treasurer. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Thank you very much for your service. Okay, select board. We have one 3-year term and 2 1-year terms. We're going to take the 1 3-year term first, which is Katie Moreau's position. I will entertain nominations for 1 3-year term. Katie Moreau's been nominated. Any other nominations for the 3-year term?
Urban Store, I nominate Rob Wright.
Rob Wright for the 3-year term. Okay. Rob and Katie. Okay, any other nominations for the 3-year term? All the way in the back.
Sean Morrow, I redundantly nominate Katie Morrow.
Okay, redundant. We don't need redundancy. Go ahead, it's okay. Yes, Bob.
I nominate a professional citizen, Laura Richardson.
For the 3-year term, Laura Richardson. Okay. Any other nominations for the 3-year term? Okay. Oh, another hand.
I nominate Steve Frisk.
Steve Frisk has been nominated for the 3-year term. Any other nominations? Okay. Yep.
Clarifying question.
Yes.
Select board members are ending their term.
I'm sorry?
What select board members will be?
Well, this is Katie Moreau's position right now.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Are there any other select board members that are?
Yes, there's 2 1-year terms also up. Yeah, thank you. Page 7. It's on page 7 there. That's okay. Yeah, I mean, I could tell you, but it's on page 7. Let's just move on. Thank you. Any other nominations? Are you gonna withdraw your nomination? Okay, I hear. That's right. We're going to come to the other 2. Yep. Okay, Rob has withdrawn his name from the 3-year term, and that doesn't mean he can't be for one of the other 1-year terms, right? Everybody understand that, but he's withdrawn his name from the 3-year term right now. So now we have nominations of Katie Moreau, Laura Richardson, and Steve Frisk, right? Okay, any other nominations? Yes, sir. Marrow, sorry. Greg Morrow used to live in town. You got Morrow, I get him confused, I'm sorry.
Can we hear from
Marrow. Yeah, we will. I just want to get all the nominations first. And I want to explain what's going to happen. Okay, so there's three. No more nominations? I declare nominate. Yep, in the back. Warren Beatty's been. Okay. Yes. Oh, who made the nomination? Because we do need to record that even though it was declined. Who was that?
State your name.
Got it? Okay, any other nominations? Okay, seeing no other nominations, I declare nominations closed. That's okay. Now I'm going to explain. There's 3 people nominated. This is select board, which means it's going to be a paper ballot. If somebody doesn't get a majority on the first one, we do it 3 times before somebody gets a majority. On the third one, we drop the lowest one, so there's only 2. So hopefully the next one would be a majority. Does everybody understand that? We'll get there when it counts. We'll get there. Somebody needs to win a majority. And if not, we keep going because there's 3 people until somebody gets a majority. Let's hear from the candidates before we vote. Katie Morrow was nominated first. Let's hear from her first. Again, this isn't about political stuff and what you want to accomplish. This is just who you are and your background.
Okay. Hi, I'm Katie Morrow. I've been on the select board for the past years. My first year, I got a 1-year position, and then my second year.
Get your finger off the button. Try again.
Okay, sorry. I did a 1-year term and then a 3. Okay, so I've been happy to serve the town for the past 4 years, and I'd look forward to, I live in West Townsend, and I'd look forward to serving the town for 3 more years.
The next one was Steve, I think, and then Laura.
My name's Stephen Frisk. I live on Acton Hill. I've been a select board member for 7 years. It's been an honor to serve the town, and I look forward to serving in the future.
Hi, I'm Laura Richardson. I've lived here in Townsend for 15, going on 16 years. I've tried to do my best to help serve the town in any way that I could within my abilities and means. And what else was I going to say? I'm kind of caught untoward here. Anyway, I just feel that it might be time for a change.
Yep. Inappropriate? Okay. So, election is going to proceed. We're going to have a ballot vote. You're going to write one of 3 names. Katie, Rob, Katie, Steve, or Laura. Katie, Steve, or Laura. Are there any questions? Okay, Katie, Steve, or Laura. The ballot box is now open. For a one 3-year term on the select board. Katie, Steve, or Laura. And if you need the ballot box brought to you, please yell at me. Please take your seats. We have the results of the vote. Okay. We were voting on a 3-year term for the select board. We had 3 candidates, 3 nominees. There was a total of 147 votes, which I believe requires 74 for a majority. Katie Morrow received 85, Laura Richardson 34, and Steve Frisk 28. So Katie Morrow has won the 3-year position on the select board. We will now move on to the 2. I will now entertain nominations for A one-year term on the select board will start with Steve Frisk's term. That will be his term. Steve Frisk has been nominated. Did I see a hand back here? No? Any other nominations? Yes, in the back. Okay, Shiloh Tedrow has been nominated for a one-year term. Any other nominations for a one-year term? Laura Richardson. Okay, thank you. Yes, in the back. Rob Wright. That was Glenn. I mean, Warren. Sorry. Warren. I know, I do that all the time. I'm so sorry. Warren. Any other nominations? Yes. Glenn. Dale West. There you go. Dale West has been nominated. Good. Any other nominations? I'll go over them in a second. Okay. Right now, we have nominated for a one-year term on the select board Steve Frisk, Shiloh Tedrow, right? Shiloh? Just make sure. Shiloh Tedrow, Laura Richardson, Rob Wright, and Dale West. Any other nominations? Okay, seeing no other nominations, I'll declare the nominations closed and we'll allow people to speak for a moment. If they choose to. You don't have to. Okay, nominations are now closed for this one-year position on the select board. The first nomination was Steve. Would you like to add? Say? Microphone? You good? Okay, Steve is fine. Shiloh, you were next nominated. Do you want a microphone? Wait. People want to hear you. Oh, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Shiloh Tedrow. I ran last year. I'm running again this year, but I've devoted the entire past year to researching and sharing my civics education with everybody else. I founded and I'm the director of a nonprofit down the road here in Townsend. And I really can't say anything else because it'll be out of order, so I won't, but you can look on Front Porch Forum for February 16th and see what I stand for if you want.
Thank you. Thank you for that. That was good. Laura, next would you like to add? Wait, the microphone here. Wait. Oh shoot. What's your name, Chris? What's your name again? Eric. I was going to say Chris. Thank Eric for running the microphone. We appreciate that, Eric.
I kind of dropped the ball last time, and I just wanted to say that I've been going to select board meetings almost every meeting for at least 4 years. And I really have a good feeling about what's going on with town governments and how it operates.
Thank you. Next would be Rob Wright. Anything to say, sir? Rob Wright. Wait, give it a sec. And you press the button and then you give it a second. And I'm knock it. Just knock it. No, press it again and then wait a sec. No, press it.
Rob Wright. I've lived in town for almost 24 years. I've served on the board for 10 out of the last 11 years. I show up every time we have a meeting. I stay available to the members of the board for questions, members of the public for questions, and I'd gladly serve a one-year term.
Thank you. And then Dale, you're in the back there. You want to say something? Microphone. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I'm Dale West. I live in town. I live on Grafton Road. I've been here now, I think it's been good 20, no, just under 20. It's like 18 years. I've been local. I work for the state of Vermont and V-Trans. I've been on different boards over the career. I've been on the planning commissions in both today, here and in Jamaica, school boards. I bring reason.
Okay. Thank you. So we're going to be voting. It has to be by ballot. We're voting on a one-year term for the select board. I wish I had a whiteboard, but names will be Steve Frisk, Shiloh, her last name is Tedrow, but it's Shiloh, Laura Richardson, Laura, Rob Wright, Rob, or Dale West, Dale. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anybody have any questions about what we're doing? Who we're voting for? Okay, good. I like the confident stares. So I will now declare the ballot box open. We have the results of the election. This is for a one-year term on the select board. There was 155 votes, which will require, I believe, 79 for a majority. Steve Frisk received 38. Laura Richardson received 34. Rob Wright received 34. Dale West received 28. And Shiloh Tedrow received 21. There is no majority receiver. Therefore, we vote again. Okay, so the way this works, if we got to this, if there's more than 2, which means somebody is not going to receive the majority, we do this 3 times. At the end of the 3rd vote, we drop the lowest vote getter, and then we do it again. The next time, we would then vote the next lowest vote getter, and so on and so forth, until somebody receives a majority. Okay, so once again, we have an election before us for a one-year term on the select board. Your choices are Steve Frisk. Steve Frisk withdraws his nomination. We have nominated for a one-year term Shiloh Tedrow, Laura Richardson, Rob Wright, and Dale West. Okay, so we're going to have another election. You're going to write down Shiloh Tedrow, Laura Richardson, Rob Wright, or Dale West. Are there any questions? You could just use the first name, please. Right? So it would be Shiloh, Laura, Rob, or Dale. Okay? Any questions? I now declare the ballot box open. We have the results of the election for a one-year term on the select board. We had 147 ballots cast, 2 were spoiled. So that's 74 in order to have a majority, 74 for a majority. Shiloh Tedrow received 20, Laura Richardson received 41, Rob Wright received 59, and Dale West received 25. So nobody received a majority. We will do it again. Okay? Yes, sir. Dale West. This would be the 3rd one. Okay. Okay, you understand why I said that, though. Yeah, okay. Okay, Dale West has withdrawn his name. We now have an election for select board one-year term. We have, I'm sorry, what? Yes. Oh, the numbers again. The numbers again, we had Shiloh Tedrow at 20. Make sure I'm doing this right. Can you just look at the bag? Sorry. Just make sure I copied them down right. Shiloh Tedrow at 20. Laura Richardson at 41. Rob Wright at 59. And Dale West at 25. With 2 spoiled ballots. Okay, so we're going to do it again. We have Shiloh, Laura, and Rob. Shiloh, Laura, and Rob. Any questions? Questions? The ballot box is now, well, it will be open. We have the results of the election for moderator. For a select board for one-year term. So there was a total of 148 votes, which means I believe 75, half plus 1, 75, in order to be elected. Shiloh Tedrow received 19, Laura Richardson 48, and Rob Wright 81. So Rob Wright has won that select board position. Okay, moving on. We have another one-year term that I will now entertain nominations. I heard Steve Frisk here. Steve Frisk has been nominated. Any other nominations for a one-year term on the Select Board? In the back there. Dale West has been nominated. Laura Richardson has been nominated. Shiloh Tedrow has been nominated. Saw a hand over there go up. Okay. No. Yep. Oh, no. Stretching. Any other nominations for a one-year term on the Select Board? So far, I have Steve Frisk, Dale West, Laura Richardson, and Shiloh Tedrow. Any other nominations for one-year term on the Select Board? Okay, this is a totally new position. So please, on your little pieces of paper, it's Steve for Steve Frisk, Dale for Dale West, Laura for Laura Richardson, or Shiloh for Shiloh Tedrow. They've all already spoken. I don't think we need to do that again. So I will now declare, any questions? Questions? I will now declare the ballot box open. We have the results of the election for a one-year term on the Select Board. There was 142 votes. Divide that by 2 is 71, so you need 72 in order for a majority. Steve Frisk received 60. Laura received 38. Dale received 32. And Shiloh received 12. So we will do it again. Okay? We have an election for a one-year term on Select Board. We have Steve Frisk, Dale West, Laura Richardson, and Shiloh Tedrow. Does anybody have any questions? I now declare the ballot box open. Okay, we got the results of the one-year Select Board position. There were 139 votes. We're tailing off here, people. Nobody's allowed to leave. I can't, right? So 139 votes, which means 70 in order to have one. Steve Frisk received 77. Dale West received 17. Laura Richardson received 39. And Shiloh Tedrow received 6. So Steve Frisk has won the one-year Select Board. Okay, moving on. Thank you for your patience with that. We appreciate it. Democracy at its ugliest. We will now entertain nominations for a one-year, three-year term as Lister, currently held by Eugene Koch. Eugene Koch has been nominated. Any other nominations for a three-year term as Lister? Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Eugene Koch for a three-year term as a selector. All those in favor, please say aye. Lister, what did I say? Selector? You can work at CNS, no? Sorry, as a lister. Sorry, I combined the two, huh? Selector, list. As a lister. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Eugene Koch has been elected. I will now entertain nominations for delinquent tax collector, a one-year term currently held by Becky Riley. Becky Riley has been nominated. Any other nominations for a one-year term as delinquent tax collector? Hearing no other nominations, and if there's no objections, I'll instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Becky Riley for a one-year term as delinquent tax collector. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. We will now entertain nominations for a one-year term as first constable, currently held by Warren Beatty. I will now entertain nominations. Warren Beatty has been nominated. Any other nominations? Rob. Oh, Steve, sorry. Any other nominations? That's right. I should not be moving that fast. We have to record your names. That's all. Any other nominations for a one-year term as constable? Hearing no other nominations, I will I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Warren Beatty as a first constable one-year term. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. I will now entertain nominations for a one-year term as second constable, currently held by Mike Cutts. Any nominations? Yes, Mike Cutts. Mike Cutts, okay. I heard a lot of Mike Cutts. Any other nominations? Oh, Andy did. You can use Andy. I did say here's somebody somewhere, but Andy Snelling. Okay, any other nominations for a one-year term as second constable? Hearing no other, come on, you can put people in jail, no? No, I'm only kidding. Any other nominations? Hearing none, I instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Mike Cutts for a one-year term as second constable. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. I will now entertain nominations for a library trustee term of 5 years, currently held by Marley Atlee. Okay, Marley's been nominated. Yes. Sandy Glazer. That was, hang on now. I got too many names running through my head. That was Kathy DeGrenier, and you said Sandy Glazer with a Z? S, sorry. Glazer with an S. Okay, and then we also had Marley, okay. Is she not here? Okay. She said that Marley has declined the nomination. We know this for sure, because you can be elected without being here. Okay. She did decline. Okay. Okay. So we have Sandy Glazer, nominated for a one-year term as a one 5-year term as library trustee. Any other nominations? If you're confused, please say so. Any other nominations? Okay, hearing no other nominations, I close the nominations. If there's no objection, I close the nominations and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for a 5-year term as library trustee for Sandy Glazer. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. I will now entertain nominations for the West River Mutual Modified Union Education District. Thank you, Joe. Okay, it's 1 3-year term. Is that Al's position now? Because I couldn't figure it out. It's Al Clausen's position now, and he's been nominated. Any other nominations for 1 3-year term as a school board representative? Hearing no other nominations, I declare, if there's no objection, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Al Clausen for a 3-year term as the WRMUED representative. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. I will now, Cemetery Commission. We have 3 positions available. 1 5-year term, 1 2 years remaining on a 5-year term, and 1 3 years remaining on a 5-year term. At first, we're going to vote on 1 5-year term that's held by Scott Nystrom. Scott Nystrom has been nominated. Any other nominations for the 5-year term on the Cemetery Commission? Hearing no other nominations, and there's no objection, I will close the nominations and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Scott Nystrom for a 5-year term on the Cemetery Commission. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. I will now entertain nominations for a 2 years remaining on a 5-year term, and that is Where'd it go? That is, where'd it go? Carly Sanderson's position, I believe. She's got 2 years remaining on a 5-year term. I will now entertain nominations. Jay Warren. Jay Warren has been nominated. Jay here? Hi, Jay. You want to just, that's Jay, right? He's waving over there in the corner. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there's no objection, I will close the nominations and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Jay Warren for 2 years remaining on a 5-year term. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. I will now entertain nominations for 3 years remaining on a 5-year term previously held by Bruce Bills. Tim, can you spell the last name? Oh, Masuko. Thank you. Sorry. I thought, yeah, I got it. Hearing and, okay. Any other nominations for 3 years remaining on a 5-year term of Cemetery Commission? Hearing no other nominations and seeing it's snowing outside. Hearing no other nominations and no objections, I will close the nominations and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Tim Masuko for a 3 years remaining on a 5-year term Cemetery Commission. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. I'm going to just suspend the rules for a moment. Charlie would like to say something about departing members on the Cemetery Commission.
Bills for their service. Bruce is right over here. I don't know if Carly's here or not. Is she here? Okay, I'd like to thank them for their service on the Cemetery Commission.
Yes, these are unpaid positions, so we do thank you for serving your town. Oh my goodness, elections are over. Great job. Okay, and let me what? Anything? Huh? Planning Commission we did away with because Planning Commission is an appointed position theoretically at the very beginning. People come up to me and say, thank you, you're doing a great job, blah. I couldn't do a good job if you guys weren't doing a good job, right? I mean, no, seriously. I mean, if you guys wanted to battle it out, I'd be slamming my gavel and we'd have a fist fight. You guys are doing a great job, which makes this very, very good. We're doing great. Okay, moving on. Article 5, to see if the town will authorize the select board to set tax rate sufficient to cover all monies raised from municipal entities for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027 to borrow money in anticipation of taxes. I will now entertain a motion. So moved, Suarez. Who said that? I'll say second over here. Who's second? Eugene. Thank you. Got it? Discussion. Seeing no discussion. Was that a stand up for discuss? Yes, discuss.
Nothing to discuss.
Oh, you were going to move the microphone. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Okay, you had it in your hand. I didn't realize. Okay, any other discussion? Seeing no discussion, there's a motion before us to see if the town will authorize the select board to set tax rate sufficient to cover all monies raised for municipal entities for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027 to borrow money in anticipation of taxes. A yes vote passes that motion. A no vote defeats it. Questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Well, there was a question. Sorry, question.
That's based off the budget that's in the report?
No, this is statutory. This is a boilerplate article that we vote.
Sounds like a blank check.
No, it's not a blank check. This is a boilerplate article that's in every year that actually, I didn't want to get into this, that's not required to even be on the warning. Things that are statutorily, by law, given to the select board do not need to be voted on by the people. So next year, this will not be there, okay? Because they are statutorily allowed to set the tax rate and to borrow money. The state has already given them that power. So you saying no really doesn't mean anything. So that I'm trying to clean up the warrant by going to classes in school and all this stuff. And that's just as one of them. I didn't want to say it today, but that's what this is. So if there's any other questions, I mean, good question, but seeing no other questions, we have a, yes, question. Selectboard, fire department, all the different, yeah. Listers, bookkeepers, yes. This okay. See, this is why you want to do this. The town approves the budget, and then they have to set the tax rate based upon all these things you're voting on. They have that statutory right in law anyway. So for us to be voting on it really doesn't achieve anything. Okay? Yes. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing no other discussion, we have a motion before us to see if the town will authorize the select board to set tax rates sufficient to cover all monies raised for municipal entities for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, and borrow money in anticipation of taxes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay, Article 6. And if I'm moving fast and you do have your hand raised and I don't see you, yell. That's okay to yell. You're not yelling at me, you're just yelling to get my attention. Article 6, to see if the town will authorize its property tax collector to receive its real property taxes quarterly, August 26, 2026, November 24, 2026, February 24, 2027, and May 26, 2027. Monthly interest will be charged at the rate of 0.5% or fraction thereof. Interest of 1% or fraction thereof, plus penalties, will commence on May 30th, 2027. Now entertain a motion. Suarez, got it? And Katie, any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Do I have to read it again? Thank you. Okay. Any other discussion? No. Hearing no discussion, we have a motion before us that I just previously read, and if you're okay, I will not. If there's no objection, I won't read it again. A yes vote passes this motion. A no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay. Article 7, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $635,526 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $441,585 will be raised in taxes. I will now entertain a motion. It's been moved and seconded. Eugene seconded it. Okay.
I would like to propose an amendment since we did change the treasurer for that article to not approve.
Wait. Yes, you need a microphone. Yes, I was about to say. No, my bad.
Okay.
Start again.
Amendment.
Not that one. I got
More here. Thank you. Okay, I'm proposing an amendment in response to the voting down of the earlier treasurer article to make sure that the general fund is reflecting of that. So I would like to change the line item for treasurer's salary from $5,000 to $35,124.70, which represents a 2.8% increase that was applied across the board.
Wait. Say that number again.
35,124.7.
Okay, thank you.
I would also like to propose increasing the benefits line from $0 to $21,000.
Okay, so wait, somebody needs a calculator then. So is that all going to be raised by taxes? That's got to be raised by taxes. So those, so the 35,124 and the 21,000 both get added to both those numbers?
Yes.
Okay, so I got to do that. Okay, does everybody understand what's occurring?
Oh, wait.
Because,
And
wait, and?
remove, change the finance office assistant line from 20,000 to 5,000.
Okay. Are you doing the math on this? Can you?
I am.
Yeah, okay.
So
Give
minus
me the final
15.
number so I can explain.
So the
Okay.
total change,
Okay, go ahead.
the increase of those two items and the decrease of one is 36,124.7. And if anybody else is out there also checking my math, that is welcome.
Okay, so what just occurred? Go ahead.
So now the bottom line, that increase of 36,000 to the 635.
Thank you.
526 should now be 671,650.7 for the total general fund budget. Then 30. And that should be to the amount raised in taxes, 477,709.7.
477,409.
709.
709.7.
Does that square with you, Craig? Say it again. Great. 477,709.7 is
Okay,
the
I'll
amount to
explain
be
in
raised
just
in
a second,
taxes.
everybody. Okay, you good, Nick? Good. Okay, so what just happened was because you voted down, and so it's not bad or good, because you voted down Article 3, which was having the bookkeeper increased and the treasurer decreased, you defeated that, but that's what that's the budget they were working off of. Because that was defeated, they need to change some of the monies in the general fund so that a full treasurer can be employed, can be paid, and the bookkeeper that they were increasing would be decreased. Does that make sense? Yes? Okay. So the new numbers, we have an amendment, and we're going to discuss this in a second, an amendment to change, to appropriate $671,650.70 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $477,709.70 is to be raised in taxes. That's the amendment. Is there a second to that amendment? Second. Steve Frisk seconded it. So it's been moved and seconded amendment. We are only going to talk about the amendment right now. If you have other questions about the general fund, once this amendment is voted on, then we'll be talking more about the general fund. It's not the end of the general fund discussion, but right now we're just talking about this amendment. Any questions on the amendment? Yes, sir.
Push the button. There you go. Greg, I don't know if those numbers include the benefits for the.
He said yes.
They do. Okay. All right.
Yep. As long as those numbers are added up correctly, you're the ones you said. Okay? Because you did mention benefits in there. Yes. Okay. Any other questions on this amendment? We'll get to the overall general fund in a moment. Okay. Yes, in the back, way back.
Liza Swen Martin. I just have a clarification. So the $21,000 in benefits was never paid to Elaine in the past, but we're now making it a new benefit?
That is not correct. We had formed the budget because we had to decide how we were going to present a budget. So we went with the original Article 3, assuming that would pass. This is how we're going to present the budget. Since we were reducing the amount for the treasurer, we were not going to be offering benefits to that treasurer since there would be a much smaller role. So now, because we have a full-time treasurer again, we're going back to paying the benefits as we have been, or offering to pay the benefits as we have been.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Okay. Hearing no other discussion, we have amendment before us to change the numbers to, do you want me to, so the amendment will change the numbers to appropriate $671,650.70 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $477,709.70 to be raised in taxes. that we're voting on the amendment. That is, if it passes, that's going to become the main motion. If it fails, we go back to the other main motion, and then we can discuss that. This is not the end. Does everybody understand? Okay, a yes vote passes the amendment. A no vote defeats it. Questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now have a motion in front of us that asks that the town vote to appropriate $671,650.70 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $477,709.70 to be raised in taxes. I open it up to general fund discussion. I'm sorry, I have a retainer in my mouth because when I was a kid, I lost my front tooth, and I'd be standing up here without a front tooth. Without this silly, but I can't talk with it. Sorry. Okay. Discussion. General fund. Yes. Please. Laura.
So I've noticed in the list of monies for certain things in the book, like the common, the gazebo fund, the fountain fund, the town hall fund. There's a whole list of things that where we're appropriating money for these things. But I'm just wondering, I haven't really seen a whole lot of that going towards where the appropriations are supposed to be going. Do they just go back into the general fund if they're not used? Where does that money go if you don't
Okay, so the general
use it?
fund, I should have said this in the beginning. The general fund are on pages 9 through 15, just so you know.
Are you asking about the general fund or the reserves?
I'm asking about the general fund. If you go through the list of monies that are being designated in the general fund,
Yeah, could you give me a page number that you're looking at, just to make sure we're looking at the same thing?
well, I wrote it down on a piece of paper, so hang in there. Okay, on page 15, there's monies for tree management, for lawn, for tree care. There's money for fountain care. There's money for
14.
Okay.
Page 14 on the common, it says
Sorry.
lawn care, tree care.
So those are new lines that we were establishing. We know that there's some tree care that needs to be done. We know that there are some issues with the lawn at the common. So those are proposed for this coming fiscal year, but they were not in previous fiscal years.
Well, actually, they were. They've been in fiscal years for the last 4 years.
They might have been in municipal land management. I think this is another piece where we're talking about trying to make it a little bit more transparent about where the monies are being spent. So things were placed in kind of this bucket municipal land management, where there was specific Taft Meadows and there was tree management and lawn care common, tree care common, but then we also had a separate common line item or bucket. So really just trying to say, if we have things for the common, let's put that under the common instead of somewhere else, but still saying that it's for the common. So that's why they look a little different. If, to your question, if something goes unspent, does it go back to the general fund? Yes, that's how it goes. It becomes either a surplus or whatever it is, or whatever, however it shakes up at the end of the year. But any unspent monies do go back into the general fund.
Because according to all of my research and all of the previous town reports, these monies have been being designated for the past 4 years, every year. And so far, I don't know whether any of that's actually gone to what it was designated for. That's my question. It's like, so it just goes into the general fund if it doesn't get used for the gazebo, or if it doesn't get used for the fountain, or if it doesn't get used for the trees, or however.
May I say something, Laura?
Sure.
If you look at page 14 under tree management, we had budgeted $35,000 and $3,500, and then in 25 we didn't spend anything because we were unsure that the fertilizing of the trees that we did was the correct approach. Then we decided we were going to budget it again, but that $3,500 that was unspent in 25 went into the bottom line and helped to create a surplus. So it's not that the money went somewhere, it just stayed there, and then the next year we decided to budget it again. And we have a plan for the common, of which you were on the committee. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, sir, in the back.
Whose mic have I got?
You just, don't press it multiple. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. We're entering into the list of the budget items. We're starting off, obviously, with the general fund. And I think this is a good opportunity to look at it overall, that if we look at all the spending that's being proposed here, it is a substantial increase. It's a little under $400,000 over last year, or roughly 27%. So this is going to be the start of, as we go through these different items, of what your tax bill is going to look like. And so this budget that we're talking about is going to substantially increase your taxes. So it's a case where we want to make sure that we're looking at all the different items as we go through them and add them up. And in response to, I think what Laura was saying is that there was a surplus in the general fund of roughly $34,000 prior year, and prior year being the year that ended last June, that was not utilized to lower taxes. There's also there was 92 and change in the highway department, which we only used $17,000 to reduce taxes, leaving another $75,000 or so. So there's about $110,000 of surpluses that have not been used for the purpose of reducing taxes. So I want to bring that point up as we go through and vote on the different items for people to consider whether they are willing to pay that level of increase in taxation. So thank you.
Moderator, may I respond to that?
Yes.
It has been recommended by the auditors and NIMRIC to keep a certain amount of surplus available, approximately 10 or so %. So to spend that down to zero just to offset taxes, while sounds nice in theory, still hurts us in the end. And ultimately, that's kind of why there is an increase in the amount to be raised in taxes this year, but actually the general fund budget did not increase by that much year over year. The reason being is because we had spent our fund balance, our surplus last year, and now we have such a small fund balance that we don't have the ability to offset the taxes. And so that's why we're trying to just make sure that we are keeping that surplus where it's being recommended, trying not to spend it down just to offset taxes when it's still just going to increase our taxes later on down the line. So I just want to clarify that point. And that's the same for the highway, although that is, I'm going to say, not the topic of this article, and we can talk about that at the next article.
Right, I want to just give an overview on that. And I would say that typically when you're creating a fund out of surplus from a prior year, it usually is designated, if you're going to keep it, as a reserve fund so it does show up. The way it's budgeted here, it does not show up and it's not visible to people looking at the budget.
Okay. Yes, Bob.
So I'd like to call your attention to the bottom of page 11. It says Planning Board, it's the Planning Commission. Many of you will remember Irene and the damage that was done to many of our roads. The Planning Commission is responsible for having up-to-date flood ordinances. That ordinance needs to be updated either this year or next year, but either way, there isn't money in the budget to do it. So many of you should understand that we will not be reimbursed if there's another event like Irene tomorrow. And that's because of the way the Select Board decided to take that funding out of their budget.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, hearing no other discussion, we have, oh, sorry, yes, sir.
We may or may not be able to answer this. $100,000 surplus or whatever. That could be taken out of reserve and put into
reducing taxes overall. Is there any, I mean, it's not the suggested way according to the auditors, but is there an estimate on what $100,000 difference would save a Townsend taxpayer?
I couldn't give you that off the top of my head. If we had $100,000 in surplus in the general fund, which we do not, that $90,000 figure is for the highway fund. Okay. If we had that for the general fund, it would reduce the amount to be raised in taxes from 400 down to 300,000. Right? That's kind of what's offsetting the actual running expenses and what we actually need to raise in taxes. Is that if we had that to apply it?
I guess I'm curious if it's a negligible amount or is it a large amount per person? I'm sure it's hard to calculate, but do we have any idea of what that
it would probably be a significant decrease.
Okay, I'm curious. But okay, but if you don't have an answer, that's sufficient.
Okay, well, this will be it.
Each $100,000, assuming that the grand list stays roughly the same, will be about 5 3/4 cents in the tax rate. So last year our tax rate was 82.8 or something like that per 100. And so each $100,000 that we do an increased spending or reduce spending will change that by about 5 3/4 cents.
Okay, so that's okay.
Of the mill rate.
Okay, discussion between members. Yes, Bob.
This goes back to something that's been said before. On my copy of the town report, I've got red circles all over the place because money comes and goes and it just disappears. And it's in areas like wages, repairs, maintenance. There's no money. Suddenly there's $2,500, $2,000. Down below we have repairs, maintenance, same item apparently, $7,500, $3,000, $7,500, $5,000. There's no explanation. Money comes and goes. I don't know where it's going to or what it's been spent on.
Okay. Any other discussion? Yes, Laura. Have you spoken yet, Laura? You have. Irv, do Irv first. Irv hasn't spoken. Irv right there. And then Laura, you'll get there. Oh, and then back over here.
This money is in reserve and stuff. If it's earmarked, then that's the only thing it can be spent on. You can't just take it out. And there was one in there that had stipulations on it, and they'd taken money out of it. Now that's illegal. According to Vermont statutes, you cannot do that without a vote of the people. So you'd have to do it at the next town meeting. And they've already spent it.
Okay, any other discussion? That was things. Have you guys come up front to speak? Microphone. Everybody, come here. Speak.
I just back to Bob's remark about FEMA payment. I need some clarification on why you're saying that if we had a flood tomorrow, you're saying we are not compliant to receive any funds?
We're talking general fund. I know we're talking general fund, and that's a fair question, but
he just stated that the select board has done something to saying that we are not qualified for FEMA tomorrow if we have a flood. I'm just confused.
What is that true or not? Yes or no?
No, that's what Bob.
No, I know.
Referring to having an up-to-date floodplain ordinance, which would be a requirement for FEMA grants, correct? Is that
right?
We're talking about the same thing, yes. So he's talking about the floodplain ordinance.
Right.
Which was...
And Bob said that it's not up to date and we won't get FEMA money.
If it does not get updated. They have been working on that over the last year and change, right, with Wyndham Regional. And then this is a bit that is carrying over into the next year that we were expecting to finish in the last year, but didn't fully get finished. Am I understanding that correctly? There was a small bit. Bob, go ahead.
I just don't think it's totally true. I don't think that's the case, and I'm just
okay. I don't want to get bogged.
We're
talking about the general fund and funding. We're not. I don't want to get bogged down on whether.
Anyways,
or not
I just got one quick clarification, if I can.
Okay.
We got lawn care for the common, $4,000. What is that for?
That's a valid question. Lawn care, $4,000. What is that for? Dad, you want to talk, bro?
Are we talking
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. In the book, if you look in the book on page 11, it's not that hard. We're on page 11, lawn care. Lawn care.
Oh, but we were just talking about what Bob was talking about.
Can I say something?
We're on the lawn care right now.
This is Connie Holt. Regarding the question about the floodplain mapping, the plan is to use the Planning Commission's reserve, which has enough money in there to cover the cost. So that was the plan. It's not that that we're not going to do it. It's where the money's going to come from. Lawn care, I can address it if other people want to. The Common Committee put a proposal together for the budget for the Selectboard, and they approved it. And it is $4,000 to, correct me if I'm not saying this correctly, but to basically do rehabilitation or regular maintenance of the lawn of the Common by soliciting volunteers and volunteer equipment, along with purchasing some feed and fertilizer. So there's a whole plan that we would spend about $4,000, which would be two fertilizations or two maintenances, one in the spring and one later in the summer. And we have gotten other entities to volunteer to donate their equipment so that we can do that. So it came out of the Common Committee's plan proposal. Yeah, maybe.
So when in past years we've had a contract with someone that took care of the trees on the Common. They were fertilized regularly. There was a schedule for that. There was a budget for that for several years. In the meantime, we had spoken with the state forester, and he came out and he looked at all of the trees on the Common, and he told us that the trees, that maybe the fertilization wasn't exactly what we needed. We needed some scaling back of the dirt around all of the trees to actually expose the highest roots, because then that helps with the tree health and its uptake of water, and taking into account the fact that it's in sort of a heavily compacted from the kids using the Common and people using the Common, and an more urban environment for those trees. So he had made some recommendations to us to think about how really like rethinking how we take care of the Common and what the needs of the Common were. And that had happened around the same time that that contract with the previous contractor kind of came up. And we had to decide, are we going to go back into this contract and possibly do fertilizing that it doesn't need, or are we going to expand our care of the Common as a whole? And that's how we ended up deciding to have more conversations about how to take care of the grass. I think Dale was also part of that conversation about needing aeration and different things like that for the grass and the compaction around the trees. And then that helped us rework a plan for the best practices for taking care of that Common space.
Okay. First time speakers? No, Laura. Second time speakers.
So I'm on the Common Committee, and I was at a meeting where we discussed this, but I was never told about a meeting where it was actually voted on. So I'm kind of curious about that. I think Liza Martin is also on the Common Committee. I don't know whether she got notified about this meeting, but I don't remember there ever being a vote. I just only remember a discussion, for one. And I mean, even if even if it was decided not to do the tree care fertilizing, the $3,000 was designated, and I don't think any of the other recommendations were done either. And so it's like we're voting every year, because this money has been voted through every year since, I've got it on a list somewhere, since 2023.
Are you making a motion to remove the money? I mean, an amendment to remove the money?
I'm just trying to find out if there's a way that we can make sure that this money is being spent for what it's being designated for.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing no other discussion, we have a motion before us to see if the town will vote to appropriate $671,650.70 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $477,709.70 is to be raised in taxes. A yes vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Article 8, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $1,114,215 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town roads, of which $736,065 is to be raised in taxes. I will now entertain a motion. So moved. Second. That's on pages 18 through 21, just so you know. Discussion? Motion maker, anybody? Discuss? Yep, yeah. Does that one work?
Okay, I just want to point out that this year is the first year that we've put the $91,000 grader payment. This is payment number 3. There will be 2 more after that, and that is included in this budget. We spent the past year talking about our budget pretty much several times a month on the highway committee. We've had members of the public on that committee, and I was on the committee. Jeremy, our road foreman's on the committee. Connie is on the committee. And we really tried to think about what the needs are of the roads and how to support that while also respecting the tax rate. So these numbers were not come at very easily. We had to really watch our budget as close as we could. We did stop some spending in the spring to make sure that we were not going over budget or anything like that. And we were basically going over everything on a regular basis, getting our sheets from the finance office and really trying to zero in on what was really happening and what that spending looked like and what the needs were. So that's how we got here.
Further discussion? Yes, sir. Yep, got it. Good, thank you.
I want to call attention, Andy Snelling, want to call attention to, on page 18, the Vermont Trans grant structures on the revenue side. There's $196,200 listed there. If one looks at the detail there, there's $180,000 that is coming in on the bridge grant for Bridge 43, I believe. It's for resurfacing the deck. That's about a $400,000 project that we have to put the money up front first. There was $200,000 put into reserve for that last town meeting. There would have to pass Article 12, at least in the amount of $200,000, to be able to fund that, to get that $180,000 back. So from a presentation perspective, we're counting on money here, $180,000, and we're not showing the $400,000 spending that's required to be eligible to get that grant of $180,000. So keep in mind, if Article 12 doesn't pass, then we're going to be out of budget here by $180,000.
Okay, other discussion? Discussion on the roads. Okay, no, oh, yes? Don't, you speak, yeah?
There was a grant raised for that project? Oh, great. How much was that grant awarded? Or how much was awarded?
The grant award was for $200,000 and there's a $20,000 match, and it's a reimbursement grant. So the money gets spent and then reimbursed.
Great. Thanks for applying for those.
Okay. Any other discussion? Yes, Bob.
I've got a few questions about actual in the 2025 budget. Under vehicle repairs, we spent $45,900 on a truck, $39,763 on another one. And then on page 18, contributions. It just says contributions. What does that mean? Did we have a town resident say, here's $22,000?
She's thinking. She hasn't come up. She's just thinking. Because it was 2 years ago, she's thinking. She believes it might have been. Wait, because they're still thinking. Hang on, they're still discussing on what it might be. Well, I guarantee you we'll get you the answer.
Grader, not the
There you go.
backhoe. The grader, trade-in. There is a line item for the grader? Yeah, I can't speak to what that 22 is then.
They're unsure what that is, and if you'd like to come to Town Hall, they'd be more than happy to get you that answer in the future. Any other questions? Yes, in the way back. We should force you to come up front.
Just wondering, we used to only crush gravel every other year, and for the last couple of years, 3 years, we keep doing 60,000 every year, and here we are again. Just curious, we get a big pile down there now, and we need another 50,000?
We did not spend one of the 60,000s. We rolled it over so that we used 120,000 last year to create a stockpile of gravel. And we believe that we will need all of that material and that we will need to have more crushed.
For what?
Say it again?
Could you explain why we'd need that quantity of gravel in 1 year?
For the one, maybe not all in 1 year, but for the roads.
That's what I'm saying. So why do we need another 50,000?
Because we felt we need the materials.
Because they felt they needed the material.
When can I make an amendment?
You want to make an amendment?
Yeah.
Okay.
To eliminate the 50,000 for crushing and pit maintenance.
Is there a second to that amendment?
Who seconded?
I can't hear. Second, Bob.
Oh, Bob, okay.
Okay, it's been moved in second to reduce the road budget by $50,000, eliminating gravel crushing.
I just want to make sure.
It's been moved and seconded. Let's discuss gravel crushing. Any discussion? Yes, sir.
Can I?
What? Yes.
Is it to eliminate the 50,000 or the 40,000?
The 40. It says 40 here.
Because 10,000 is for pit maintenance. I think that we're trying to log some of the area to create more pit to be able to get at gravel. So are you eliminating the 40 for crushing or the whole 50? The plan is to have a logger come in and eliminate some of the trees so that we can get at more dirt, which would create gravel in the future.
Okay, we'll talk about this in other business. I want people up here to speak. I don't want you in your seat in the back. It's very difficult to hear you. Okay, so you said that you just want 40. Well, there's an amendment that's been moved in second. Would you like to amend the amendment? Okay, so now we're going to amend is there a second to amend the amendment? Oh, wait, well, the mover of the amendment, you want to change it? Because then we don't have to go through this, right? Leave it at 50,000. Okay, he wants to eliminate the $50,000 budget on all gravel crushing and pit maintenance. That it's been moved and seconded already. We're discussing that. Is there more discussion on eliminating that $50,000? More discussion. Yes, sir. Wait for the mic. Thank you. I'll come up front.
I just wanted to, Lucas Farrell, ask for clarification because what I heard, Connie, is that you spent the $120,000 at one time, but that you raised $60,000 over 2 years. So you weren't actually not spending the $60,000 that was appropriated each year and raised. Is that right?
It is correct that we raised 60 in 1 year and then didn't spend over to have 120 to be able to spend in 1 year.
Correct. So if we're going to go through the line items and cut out expenses, I would just say that the last thing I want cut out is gravel, making our roads less safe. And I think there's an argument that they're already, and I've seen, over the course of this winter, roads that you could argue are not getting enough sand. So I would stop talking there.
Other discussion? Yes, sir. On the gravel crushing. Yep, okay. Microphone's coming. There you go. Sorry, thank you. I appreciate you running that around.
It's on, correct. Okay, just to clarify, this gravel crushing is for material that is used to, say, fill soft spots or regrade roads, not for sanding as part of the winter ice protection. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Careful.
Hashim?
Our road foreman does not live in town, so if we wanted him to speak, we'd have to suspend the rules, which is fine, but we haven't done that yet. Yes, Charlie. And then in the back.
What's the trick? Oh, okay. Charlie Marchant. Point of clarification, if this amendment passes, that item is reduced by X amount of dollars, whatever the amendment is, but the select board is not obligated to deduct that money from a particular item in the budget because they have a total amount of money to work with and they can use it anywhere they want. That's my understanding. So they don't have to stop getting gravel. They could use it. They could deduct it someplace else.
You have.
I know they hear the intent of the audience, but in the reality, they're dealing with a pot of money and they can spend it wherever they want.
Everybody heard that. That's correct. The select board has wide ability to use money where necessary, but has to face the voters. If the voters don't like it, they vote them out, but they do have discretion. Yes, question. Yep.
Yeah, Sarah Schulden-Fry. I'm wondering where the advice to do this specific amount of gravel crushing came from. I just want to assume that our select board didn't go out and look at the gravel pile and say, hey, it looks like there's not enough. I assume that someone who's very knowledgeable about this has recommended that this be done to preserve our roads. So I'd love to hear where that came from, that we didn't just make up that number, which I assume is the case.
Connie?
I'll go ahead and answer that. So my numbers may be off slightly, but generally in every budget, there is a yearly or every other year gravel crushing amount of money that is budgeted. How much gravel you actually get at the end of that dollar amount has varied based on inflation and the cost of the contractor's bid. But it is the road foreman's view that we need more than what we currently have in the stockpile. And so that's what the recommendation. It's not the select board, it's the road foreman who's working on the roads.
Did that answer the question? Yes? Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? Yeah, amendment maker?
Point out on page 16.
You can't, nobody can hear you.
Sorry, on page 16, just want to point out the gravel that was put down by Green Mountain Power. Considerable amount on our town roads, and we're still saying we need another additional to the stockpile we have down there. I just want to point that out.
Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? We can still talk about the budget, and we're just talking about crushing. Good, Dale. Wait, Irv. You're next, Irv. One more.
You
No,
you
wait,
can go
wait,
after
Irv.
me, Irv.
Wait 1 second, Irv. Let Dale talk, then Irv, then you. Go ahead, Dale.
Okay, I'm gonna go. I was actually on the highway budget committee, and the plan was to, basically that pile you see this next summer is gonna be spread out onto probably at least 10 to 12 roads in this town. Because good 65% of all the roads in this town could use some gravel. To the feelings of a lot of people yelling they don't like the roads. The way we maintained roads 20, 30 years ago, the pleasure cars that are being made nowadays do not like the way they used to be, and they fall apart, obviously. So we have to try to make a better surface. I know it costs money. I was on there, and that's the reason why it's cut from 60 to 50, plus another 10, is because we actually need to do some maintenance with the trees and the slope work of removing trees to gain more gravel for the future. This was like an off year of grinding, and hopefully next year after that, we would probably be crushing again. So yes, it is a bi-yearly idea, and that was some of the thinking that we were continuing with.
Irv, right.
I'll tell you something. It ain't going to be long before you're going to be spending a lot more money because they're going through that gravel like it was no end to it. And there's a lot of ledge, and I've dug test holes in that when I was road foreman, and there's a bunch of clay right up back there. So you're going to be costing a lot of money here pretty quick. And they're putting the gravel out. If you don't shape it up and keep it in shape, it's going to go down the ditches. Now you go out and look and see.
Okay. Further discussion? On the amendment. We're still coming back to the highway fund. Seeing no other discussion on the amendment, basically we have an amendment to see whether or not we want to reduce both the appropriation and raised in taxes by $50,000 by eliminating road gravel crushing, the gravel crushing line items, total. A yes vote will approve that amendment and reduce the budget by $50,000. A no vote will defeat the amendment and we go back to the original numbers. Does everybody understand? Yes, sir. He did not. It's $50,000. Everybody clear? Yes vote passes the amendment, and a no vote defeats the amendment, and we go back to original numbers. Yes? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. What? Wait, before we do paper ballots, you want to divide the House? What? Yes. What's up, Irv? Are there somebody called for a paper ballot? That means we have to ask for 7 other, and if there are, we go to a paper ballot. Are there 7 other hands that want a paper ballot? Paper ballot it is. Okay, so you either put yes, which will lower the budget by $50,000. A yes passes the amendment, which is to lower it by 50. A no keeps it the same. Make sense? Okay. I now declare the ballot box open. Yes to pass amendment, no to defeat amendment.
All right, I'll see you when you get back.
And we're still going to be discussing the rest of it, so this isn't the end. We have, wait. Yes, we have the results of the election as soon as I add it up. That's 2, carry the 1. Ready? Attention, attention. We have the results of the election on the amendment. The amendment was to reduce the town road expenditures by $50,000, eliminating the gravel crushing items. A yes vote would pass the amendment. A no vote would defeat the amendment. We have 112 votes. 39 were yes and 73 were no. The amendment fails. We are now back to the original motion to see if the town will vote to appropriate $1,114,215 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town roads, of which $736,065 is to be raised by taxes. Further discussion? Yes. Are you calling the question? Okay, the question has been called. Discussion will be cut off and we will immediately move to a vote. It requires a 2/3 majority to cut off debate. A yes vote cuts debate off, and we move right to voting. A no vote keeps discussion open. All those in favor of ending debate, please say aye. Aye. Well, was there a second? You're right. Was there? Yep. Okay, plenty of seconds. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those. We're stopping debate. That's a good question. We're stopping debate. So the question has been called, which means there will be no more discussion, and we move immediately to a vote on the motion that's on the floor. Does that make sense? No more discussion. We immediately vote on that motion. Okay? That make sense? Did I explain it? Yeah. Keep talking. Wait, he's thinking. Yeah, go ahead. That was the amendment. And the amendment failed. So now we're back to the main motion, which is the numbers that were produced in the book. We didn't have to amend them. And so now somebody said they want to call the question. So there's no more debate. If we vote yes, there's no more debate, and we vote on the main motion. Make sense? Okay, and it has been moved and seconded. There was a bunch of, who seconded it? Somebody raise their hand. I heard a whole smattering. There you go. It's been moved and seconded. It needs a 2/3 majority. All those in favor of cutting off debate and moving right to the vote, please raise your hand. Okay, if this doesn't work, and then go ahead, hands down. All those opposed, please raise your hand. That's not going to work. Okay, I'm going to need the justice of the peace to count. Sorry, we have to count hands, stand up, because I need a 2/3 majority, and that was kind of not obvious, whether or not that was 2/3. So all those in favor, okay, kind of split it up. You do this side.
I mean, I think we need to look at everyone. If I look.
Okay, well, no. Okay, you can do it any way you want. That's okay. All those in favor of cutting off debate with 2/3 majority, please raise your hand. Okay. No, we can't do about. We can't do about. Sorry, guys.
Katie, are you going to just go to the vote?
Yes, vote, raise your hand. Cut off debate. Yes, vote, raise your hand. And 36, okay? 36, 2, 72. 72. All those opposed to closing debate and want to continue discussion, please raise your hand. Huh?
She's a math teacher, right? 12.
Okay, well,
Okay, so according to my thing, there was a total votes of 84, 75% of 84, 2/3, right? 75% in that, 66. 66% would be 50 something, and we have 72 yes votes. So it passes. Okay? Okay, 0.66 times 84 equals 55, and we had 72 yeses. So debate is closed. We are now voting on the original motion, okay? So in front of us, we have a motion to see if the town will vote to appropriate $1,114,215 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town roads, of which $736,065 is to be raised by taxes. A yes vote passes it, and a no vote defeats it. All those, okay, a written ballot has been requested. Are there 7 other people that want a written ballot? I see 2 hands. A written ballot is, I see 3 hands. Okay. 5, 6, 7. Thank you very much. We will now have a written ballot. Okay? A yes vote will pass this motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. Everybody understand? Okay, the ballot box is now open. We have the results of the election to see if the town roads. A yes vote would pass the motion. A no vote would defeat the motion. There were 104 votes as we dwindle away. 72 yes and 32 no. The motion passes. We now move on to Article 9 to see if the town will vote to raise $104,382 by taxation for the running expenses of the liabilities of the library. I will entertain a motion. Eugene and Chris. We will now discuss. Yes. Wait. Give me a sec.
All right, Elizabeth Brown, one of your library trustees. I would like to make an amendment to reduce the budget request by $10,400 for a total amount of $93,969.
93,000, wait, 93?
969.
969. Wait. You want to do it, reduce it,
10,400.
And that now makes it 93,969?
Yes.
Okay.
So says my paper.
Okay, is there a second? And thank you for keeping me honest on the seconds. Yes, okay, that's okay. Thank you. But thank you for keeping me honest on the last one on the second. Okay, now we're going to discuss just the motion, the amendment. Okay, just the amendment. Well, I can move around. Just the amendment. Wow, I never did it like this. Huh? Why what? Oh, why? Good question. Valid question. Why I'm moving around?
Okay, I'm ready for that. I was ready. Karen's husband found alternate insurance, so we don't have to pay for his insurance. Okay. Thank you, Karen's husband.
Okay. So I that might need a little. Does everybody understand? No. Try. I know we're going back to the main motion, but let me. Right. So one of the things that was added this year was benefits for the librarian. And so the husband of the librarian has other insurance, so that doesn't need to be raised, so that's why she's reducing it. Now, again, I don't want to get into the library issue yet, because we got to go back to that. Did that make sense? Did I answer that question? Why? Okay. Any other? Health insurance. Any other discussion on the amendment? The amendment is to reduce it. Yes, sir.
My name is Jason Macon. So in reducing it 10,000, but I noticed the benefit health insurance added on here was $19,880 or $19,866. So are we just removing half of that for just the one individual and not for everybody?
Yes, the money that we put in there was for her, Karen, our wonderful librarian, and her husband, and now it's just for her.
We can hold it for a second. Any other discussion?
Yeah, should I say single insurance, health insurance?
Okay, seeing no other discussion on the amendment, we're going to be voting yes or no on the amendment to reduce how much the town will raise by $10,400 to $93,969. A yes vote passes the amendment, and the new number is now what we'll be voting on. A no vote defeats the amendment. Make sense? Okay, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes do have it. We now have a motion in front of us that says to see if the town will vote to raise $93,969 by taxation for the running expenses and liabilities of the library. Discussion, pages 24, 25. Any further discussion? Yes. Lower Road. You should grab one of the other ones in case you have to answer questions.
Thank you. I did some research on the Vermont Department of Libraries website and discovered that our library last year was the third most expensive library for any town of its population in the state. I also asked last year if we were going to pay more, if the librarian was going to be being paid more, given more hours and more pay, then the townspeople should get more hours available for them to use the library to make it seem like we're getting more for our money. I don't quite understand what the need to have such an expensive library for such a small town is. So I'm just putting that out there.
Other discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we have a motion before us to raise $93,969 by taxation for the running expenses of the library. A yes vote will pass that motion. A no vote will defeat that motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no?
No.
I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion passes. Article 10, to see if the town will raise $2,100 by taxation for the old cemetery fund, which is on page 26. I will entertain. Thank you, Craig.
Second.
Craig. Kathy. Katie. Okay, discussion. Any discussion on the old cemetery fund, $2,100? Seeing no discussion, we have a motion before us to see if the town will raise $2,100 by taxation for the old cemetery fund. A yes vote passes. A no vote defeats. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion passes. Article 11.
So moved.
I used to do that. Whatever. To see if the town will vote to create a highway surplus fund to carry over highway surplus funds to address large highway projects and save money for future highway expenses. Connie has moved it. Is there a second? Katie has seconded. Connie, you got something to say as a motion maker?
Yes, I'd just like to.
Huh? What? Okay, hang on. The Passover is a Vermont tradition. It's not in law, and it's not in Robert's rules, but Vermont has a tradition of possibly passing over. Okay? So right now, and there's different times you can pass over, which mean different things. We have already made the motion, and we have seconded the motion but we have not started debate. So that means this is an objection to consideration of the question. A second is not required, it is not debatable, and we need a 2/3 vote. Okay? So there will be a 2/3 vote right now. A yes vote passes over this, and we don't discuss it, and we just move on. We can't even ask why. Just goes away. Just goes away. Doesn't exist. A no vote will then, we go back to discussing it, and we do not pass over it. Does that make sense? A yes vote, we pass over this and we don't discuss it. A no, no longer an article, gone. As if, thank you, Gene, as it never existed, as if it never existed. A no vote, we go back and we discuss it. And the yeses have to be 2/3. Everybody understand? A yes vote, we pass over. A no vote, we move on. We go back. Yes vote, we go on. I'm sorry. A yes vote will pass over. A no vote, we will go back and discuss. Does that make sense? Okay. All those in favor of passing over, please raise your hand. Okay, we're gonna, hands down, that's the pass over. All those to continue discussion, please raise your hand. Well, I don't think that's 2/3. 2/3, there was not 2/3 yeses. Justice of the pieces? Would you agree? It's your job to vote. Your job to count. All those in favor of passing over, there needs to be 2/3 of you. Please raise your hand. Okay, you want to count? That'd be the best way. And I'll help if you want me. Okay, split the room again. You guys in the back. Mitch, pick a side. Which side you want to go on? That side, that's fine. Just stand over there. Then we're going to have to split you with one of your chainsaws. Okay, just stand over there. Okay, we'll split over here. Okay, we're going to need 2/3. So how many yes votes? 44 yes votes. Okay. All those in favor of not passing over and discussing. $37 no. Okay, so I don't even have to do that. There's not there were 44 yeses and 37 noes. So no matter what, 44, that's not 2/3, that wouldn't be 2/3, right? Math people, right? Okay, good. Okay, so the motion to pass over has failed. We will now discuss the motion. Connie.
So I just wanted to give you a little bit of background on where this article came from. The Highway Committee made a proposal to the Selectboard to incorporate it into the articles, primarily for two reasons. One, we have tried to put together a 4-year plan on vehicle needs and have a concern about the funds to raise in order to replace trucks and equipment that need to be replaced in the next 4 to 5 years. And you'll see on page 17 that there are some challenges to that. And so we can come and continue to make articles to raise money for the Highway Reserve, and we will do that as we need to. But the idea is that if there are surpluses in the highway, can we capture some of that money, not necessarily all of it, depending on what the auditor's recommendations are, and what the select board's thoughts are. But if we can capture some of that surplus money, if there is some, and put it in a reserve, it will ease the burden of the special articles that would need to be brought in front of you for highway equipment needs, thereby reducing the impact on the taxes. Because what we heard after last year's highway special articles is that these special articles are the thing that drives up the tax rate the most. It's not necessarily the general fund, but it's the special articles that are driving up the tax rate. And so the idea is if there are surpluses to capture in the highway department, to use them to reduce what we have to ask for in special articles, and thereby hopefully lessening the impact on the tax rate.
Further discussion. Let's go with Dare first, and then we'll go to Laura. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to amend Article 12 to reduce the amount to $200,000 to be.
Wait. We're not on. Wait, I'm confused. Again, my hands. We're not there yet. We're on 9. We're still creating a highway surplus fund. I mean 11. Sorry. Dyslexia. Oops, that's okay.
I'll shuttle around.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's okay. He just jumped ahead. I'm excited too. I want to get out of here. That's okay. We're on Article 11. Thank you. Laura first, and then in the back. Yep.
So we had this exact article last year in our report. So I'm just wondering, does this have to be done every year?
No, it's not.
And if so, why are we repeating it? I mean, if it's not, why are we repeating this article again? Same number, everything.
Okay, are you on Article 11? Or are you on Article 12?
If I can clarify.
I'm sorry, what?
The article you're referring to from last year?
That's a bad microphone. Yeah, there you go.
The article you're referring to from last year, we had split up into 2 articles, one to establish the highway equipment reserve and infrastructure reserve, and one to fund it. So the article you're referring to was establishing the equipment and infrastructure reserve. What we're talking about right now is a reserve for surplus funds. It has nothing to do with the equipment and infrastructure, which will be voted on in Article 12.
Right. Okay, so I was a little bit confused.
Article 13 was not for putting it into a surplus reserve. It was for putting it into that other reserve, the equipment reserve.
Right, so I was confused about this too, because I actually wrote down, did this exist already? This is a different reserve. It's very closely worded. One says surplus fund, and the other one was last year was what was it called? Blah, 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 blah. It was a little bit different name. Reserve fund versus the surplus fund. Right. Okay, actually, it's right below us. It says the Highway Reserve Fund on the next article. That's the one that was created last year. This is a new fund, a new reserve fund that they want to create called the Surplus Fund. So I get your question, right? That answer it? Okay, then we got Tammy.
I think that
Do we? Okay, so that's a valid question. Do we understand the difference between the two? Did they answer that? Again. Go ahead.
The Highway Reserve Fund is what we set up for infrastructure and equipment. The Highway Surplus Fund is a spot to put surplus funds not specific for infrastructure and equipment. So this was something I believe, Andy, you brought up earlier in discussion of surpluses, and if they don't sit in a reserve, then they're not really tracked. I think that was the point that you were making earlier. So this is a reserve fund specifically for placing surpluses.
Okay, any other further discussion on Article 11? To see if we're going to create this fund. Yes, sir. Wait, microphone. Sorry.
Sorry, just a simple question. In the Highway Department budget, Highway Foreman's report,
At the top of the page, this is page, I'm sorry, 16, I believe. There's a $92,000 surplus at the end of fiscal year 2025. Does that show in the budget somewhere? That 92,000 does? I didn't see where it was in the budget, in the highway fund budget.
I believe it does show up in the budget. The select board voted to, I think it's on, the select board voted to use $17,000 of that surplus to offset taxes and to keep the remaining 60 and change in the budget.
Did that answer the question?
No, because I still can't find 92. But it should be on the revenue page as a surplus. 18? Okay.
It's at the
Okay,
top called use to
17,
fund
yeah.
balance.
The use of fund balance.
Use of fund balance.
Okay, any other further discussion? Yes, sir. Microphone should be right behind you. No. Microphone comes forward. He's, there you go.
Easy. Peter Hoyt, West Townsend. Where's this money parked?
Where is this money parked?
Where you have the surplus, it's going to go someplace. Where is it parked? I mean, are you earning money with this?
So if there is the 90, I'm sorry, I didn't see who asked the question, so I'm not, oh, sorry.
Hi.
If there's $92,000 fund balance and 17 of it has been decided to use it to spend down what we have to raise in taxes, then, I'm sorry, I don't have the math off the top.
75.
75 is kept in the highway budget for unforeseen circumstances. So it's in the highway fund.
So the money exists, right?
Yes.
Where's it sitting?
It's sitting in the highway fund. It's called the 200s.
Is it in a bank account or are you making 4% on it? I guess that's my question.
The treasurer would have to answer that.
Are you making money on it? Making nothing? Okay. I'm just curious. Well, money market funds on, was it 70,000? That's $2,500 roughly, right in the town's pocket, just to invest it. That's all I'm saying. And you get the money the next day. So that was just my.
As to on the type of
I don't want to get into it that far. I just want to make sure we're getting the bang for our buck. That's all.
Again, I'm not the treasurer. I don't know, but I don't know if we're allowed to take the 100s and the 200s and put it somewhere. I mean, that's a question for Elaine on the type of accounting system.
They're not in any type of CD. It's just the running expenses of the town. The general fund is the 100s, the garage is the 200s.
I got that.
When there's a surplus or deficit, then it's noted in the town report and
If it's 75,000 is sitting.
determination whether they're going to use it to fund down or 70,000.
Gotcha, but the money's sitting somewhere, right? And where's it sitting, and are we making interest on it?
It's sitting at M&T Bank in a bank account. So that's a good question.
Making nothing, right?
Well, we get some money, like for
Are you getting 4%?
$100
Are you getting 4%? I guess that's my question.
Okay, the answer is no. Any other discussion? Your point taken. Any other discussion? See, yes. No, it's okay. Speak up now or forever hold your peace.
I worry about creating additional surplus funds if there is sort of general anxiety and opposition to, or I should say, concern about transparency of where that money's sitting. It seems to take away from when special projects or trucks and equipment are needed. We talk about them at town meeting day. We vote for them knowingly based on the context of the budget for that year. But when we start to create surplus funds for the highway department, then you sort of remove a little bit of that town, taxpayer immediacy of sort of voting for what's needed at that time. So just given the general context and some questions that have been coming up as a pattern, I would vote against this. Thank you.
Further discussion? I'll get it. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Well, Eamon, you want to say something?
I'm happy to run
Where does the money going to go if we vote this down? Into the general fund?
Where does the money go if it's voted down? I mean, the money doesn't disappear.
Chris Groats Cook. Well, I don't know. Go first.
Us?
Yeah.
So the question is, where does the money go if we don't establish this fund? It stays as it is in surplus. We're not doing anything with the money. This is establishing a fund, but we're not saying that we're going to move the $75,000 in there necessarily today.
This is more of a philosophical question. Is it generally established that reserve funds will be put someplace, put in a bank somehow so that they make a whole bunch of money in interest until we are ready to use them? And something that's just sitting in the budget is in a bank account where we can get at it quickly, which means we aren't going to get as much interest. Is that the definition of a reserve fund?
Not the definition of a reserve fund. I will defer to Elaine. I don't think that means we can't do that. But a reserve fund does not necessarily mean it's in an interest-bearing high-yield account. Yeah, if it could be put into a CD, right? But we don't necessarily. You want a mic?
They could be put in a CD, but.
And I don't like talking with the same.
Everyone needs to hear it.
Okay, we have 5 CDs currently with the town that get different percentages, 3.83 or 3.13. I don't have them all in my brain to tell you what each one gets. And every year I reach out to various banks to see, in the past, I've reached out to see if we could get better deals. And the M&T and 802 Credit Union are the 2 that we're using, and we do very well with them. So setting up a reserve is supposedly putting money aside for future something. That's what, to me, what reserve means. So every year you put 20,000 in, like the fire department did, for X amount, and then they said, okay, we're going to buy a truck, and then they pulled the money out, closed the CD, and we're waiting for a truck to come now. So, 100s and 200s is separate. Yes, we get a little bit of interest every month, but you don't run around shopping, or at least I don't, for different banks to get better deals. We've done very well with M&T and 802, and that's what we have stayed with. Now, maybe the new girl would like to shop around and find something better. That's on her, if you guys choose that. So, but again, the money that's in these accounts is for future, not put it 20,000 and then within 6 months after the new budget opens, take that money out. The reserve is to be set aside for future, is my understanding.
Yeah. It'll be your second time. Hang on. Any other first-time talkers? Way in the back. See all these people want to talk. Thank you for coming down.
Okay,
And you can pass right there when you're done.
great. So I think we're getting confused with surplus and savings. If we have Frank McDougal, if we have a surplus, that means we were overtaxed, and we should take that money and spend down our taxes. If you have a savings account, then you save the money and you put it in for what you want later. I don't have a surplus at my house, I have a savings account. I don't overspend because I don't overtax myself. So I think a surplus and a savings account are two different things. So why are we overtaxed, or why is that money not going to pay down the taxes? Those are my questions.
Can you answer that question? And
That's a good question as to why we have $92,000 surplus in the highway fund. We brought in more money than we anticipated. I would say that's fundamentally the reason why we have 92,000. We did not anticipate to have 92,000. We were riding our expenses really hard because we were actually concerned we were going to end up with a deficit, but we ended up with 92 because of the grants and FEMA money.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Amy. I guess my question is the $400,000. Is this in addition to the?
We're not there yet.
Okay. Sorry. So we're just essentially talking about creating a reserve fund,
A surplus fund.
a surplus fund, even though, okay. And it's going to be different than the reserve fund.
Yes.
And both are going towards the highway department, correct? For, keeping our roads and all of that good stuff. However, they're separate funds, and they're going to go to different parts of the highway department, essentially? Or are we creating a reserve even though we already have the $200,000 spoken for?
We're not. Okay, you can answer that.
Okay, I'm sorry if I'm
that's okay.
confusing.
No, you're good. You're good. I shouldn't be answering it.
They are separate funds because, and I'm not an expert on this, but they're separate funds because they're coming from separate sources and maybe different purposes. But they are for the needs of the highway department. And in particular, we have some pretty hefty needs coming up in the area of trucks and bridges. And so the idea is, although this is a separate fund, primarily because of how it's funded, it is for the purpose of the needs of the highway department, which is trucks and bridges for the foreseeable future.
Can I follow up with another? It begs the question, what are the sources? Where is the funding coming from?
From the surplus versus special articles.
Okay, from the surplus fund that we are essentially going to vote to decide if we want to have that available. And then the second funding, it was you had just said it, I didn't hear what you said.
Special articles have funded that.
And that's as we're coming up on all of that stuff, and they'll be much more specific. Okay, but essentially, it's just to create the reserve fund.
Not a reserve fund.
It is
the surplus fund. And then will we talk about how it can be accessed? Is there any kind of specifics about what it should be used for other than just the general idea of transportation?
I think fundamentally that's the select board's decision. I know that the highway committee has tried to put out a 4-year plan on bridge repair and replacements and on trucks that are going to need to be replaced. I can't say that something else won't come up, but that is what we're looking at in the next 4 to 5 years.
And there are no other reserve funds already in place, like when you talked about the additional money that has to be, 8 to 10% that needs to be put aside of the original budget. None of that can actually go towards any way of the highway funding.
The running, I'm not going to sure I get the terminology right, but the running balance or the operating fund balance in the 200s, of which we had a $92,000 surplus, but that can be used for budgetary needs The select board then decides if there's some major expenses, whether or not to pull from the reserves if it falls within the scope of the reserves. And I think Irv said this earlier, that reserves do have a purpose. They're not just a general account just sitting there.
Right, and you said it's for bridges or any type of truck or vehicle maintenance or
I think the wording
purchase.
is for the needs of the highway department. I'm just saying, currently, the most urgent needs are 2 trucks and at least 2 bridges to start with.
Thank you for bearing with me.
Okay, hang on. Okay, we're still talking about just setting up a highway surplus fund for the surplus highway funds from last year. Just to set up the fund. Yeah, up front first, and then we'll go to the back. Okay, where'd mine? Did I split it up there?
All right, Al Howman. I just have an amendment I'd like to propose to kind of poke this money in the right pocket. My concept of what you're trying to do is we've got a bunch of envelopes that sit in a drawer with various money assigned to various projects. Some of it is for future expenses for trucks and vehicles and whatever the highway department needs or bridges. And then we have this other fund, which is surplus money that we have and haven't spent, but needs to go and be put aside, hopefully in an account that makes us some interest. And my proposed amendment is that this money be placed in some kind of an interest-bearing account. Now, that can be up to the select board or the treasurer as to how they want to do that. And that it's available, the concept is that it's available if we need it for highway expenses in the future, but that it's making some money for us. Am I being?
No, I understand what you're saying. I just don't know if that's, do we?
My amendment is just to add that it goes in an interest-bearing account.
To put it in an interest-bearing account. But that's, my savings account at 0.02% is an interest-bearing account, although it happens to be 0.02%, right? The amendment is the same thing, but to put the money in an interest-bearing account. Okay, and then the other issue is you have to have the money available when you need it, and if you put it in a six-month CD, the money might not be available when you need it.
Might not be as liquid, correct.
But that's
to the treasurer and the select board to decide where they put it.
Whatever, yes, what? I'm sorry. There's an amendment on the floor. Is there a second?
Dies.
Is there a second? You can't discuss it yet. So there's a second. Excuse me? You can't amend the amendment. Wait, no, we don't have a second, so there is no amendment on the floor. Huh? I'm sorry, what? Okay, what was that over there? Yeah, don't worry about the Second Amendment yet. We're still on the First Amendment to place it in an interest-bearing account, to add those words. There was a second. Who seconded it? Connie seconded it. Now we're just discussing whether or not putting it in the interest-bearing account, then we'll be voting on that. Somebody wanted to make an amendment to the amendment. Yes, sir. Sean.
I'll accept that without.
Okay, so now we have, and there was a friendly amendment, so we don't necessarily need to vote on the amendment to the amendment. We now have an amendment, yes? Not yet, we're not there yet, hang on. We have a amendment to the amendment to change it to say, and be placed in a money market account. Is there a second for that? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We now have an amendment on the floor to add, place it in a money market account. Discussion. Yeah? You want to say something? Not about the fund, please, about the money market.
About the money market. The whole thing's a snake pit. Money markets are not FDIC insured, but they hold NAV of $1 per share. I've never seen one go below that. Right now, you can get one probably at 3.8%. You put the money in tomorrow. You could take it out the day after. It just had to be a wire transfer. It's right there. There's no fees for it. I don't know if you're aware of this stuff. To keep your money locally with M&T or Peoples. It's like a misnomer because Peoples, Bridgeport, Connecticut. M&T is Ohio, I think. People's Bank, which was M&T, was Bridgeport, Connecticut. Okay, that's what I'm saying. The last bank we had, the real big one, was Chittenden, which was Vermont-based and Vermont National. So what I'm saying is just think about keeping it local. Are you keeping it local, or are you trying to do that at your own detriment? Quite honestly, I mean, 2%, 0.2% versus 3.7. I can get you that tomorrow in a money market. So that's all I'm saying.
We're discussing the amendment to add and to be placed in a money market. To be placed in a money market. Any other discussion on that amendment? Yes.
Historically, there was a problem there's a communication gap between the treasurer and the select board as to where the treasurer was putting the money. And I would prefer that the select board and the treasurer work together on this and communicate so that the town makes as much money as we possibly can, but has money available when we need it, which might not be legislated as such, might be more a matter of we the people say to you, please get along.
Okay. We're not going to discuss that. You want to speak?
Yeah. Isn't it normally the treasurer who decides where to put money and moves money in and out of accounts according to, among other things, the interest rate they can get on it? Isn't that something that the treasurer normally does?
Oh, yep. Come on down. There you go. Oh. Cheater.
So basically you're saying we're anticipating surplus already, so we're going to create account. So if we're anticipating surplus, why aren't we reducing budgets? It's our money. Why would I give you more money to put in a savings account to make money?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. You don't have one? Huh? Oh, this amendment is the money market. He said. Oh, we have an amendment on the floor to discuss whether or not to put it in a money market account. Sorry, you can ask that question in a minute, but as moderator, there's a reason. Okay? Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? And then we'll get back to the original motion. Yes, sir.
First of all, I can only use the cemetery as an example because we have funds that we invest. You're not telling us where to invest them. It's elected officials, of which there are 5 of us. We vote to invest our resources in certain funds, and then we instruct the treasurer to do that. I don't think this amendment's in proper order because I don't think you get to tell the treasurer or the select board how to invest the money. If you want to create the fund, that's a different story, but I think it's up to the select board and ultimately the treasurer who are elected to make those decisions. You wouldn't be telling the cemetery commission what to do with its money.
Wait. I'm not here to make legal decisions. That's why I haven't spoken up.
Can I pass over or vote to pass over the amendment?
No. You want to pass over it, or you want to call the question? Okay. Is there any? You need a 2/3 vote to close debate on the amendment. No, you can still. You want to just pass over? Wait. We already did a passover on this once, didn't we? Yeah. No. Sorry. I mean, yeah. I guess theoretically you can try again. Want to try it again to pass over it? Well, somebody's been asked, hang on, is there a second for that? Wait, let me go back to my little cheat sheet. After debate is started is called postpone indefinitely. A second is required. Okay, second to pass over. It may go into the main motion, so now we're going to debate. We have an amendment on the floor. We have a main motion on the floor. We're not talking about those now. We are now going to debate on whether or not we want to pass over this whole thing. Okay? I'm sorry. Okay. Do you want to vote on the amendment?
No, I want to call a question on the amendment.
I'm not sure there's such a thing as passing over an amendment. These are passover warned articles. We have an amendment on the floor. Okay. Okay. Are we ready for the amendment question? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe 2/3 majority want to vote on the amendment. Okay. The vote on the amendment, the vote, a yes vote, hang on, let me get back to where I need to be. A yes vote, a yes vote will say that the town will create a highway surplus fund to be placed in a money market. Hot damn.
We're out of here.
So the amendment will change the main motion, which we're not voting on right now, to say to create a surplus fund to be placed in a money market to carry over highway surplus funds to address large highway projects and save money for future highway expenses. A no vote goes back and just drops the money market statement. Does that make sense? Yes vote adds the money market. No vote defeats that. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. We got it. Yeah, louder is, I modulate for that. Okay, we're going to have to divide the House. All those this is just a majority vote. We don't need 2/3. All those in favor of adding the terms money market, please raise your hand. I'll try to do it quick. 25 people want to add the amendment. All those against the amendment, please raise your hand. Doesn't matter. Just needs to be majority, and the noes have it. So the amendment fails, but we're still back to the original motion to see if the town will vote to create a highway surplus fund to carry over highway surplus funds to address large highway projects and save money for future highway expenses. Further discussion? Yes, sir.
Point of order.
Yes.
Okay, are we voting on is there a base amendment?
That's what I just said. I just read it. No, we didn't have amendment to amendment. We had an amendment on the floor to add the words money market, right?
My original proposed amendment was interest-bearing account.
Okay, interest-bearing.
Amendment to the amendment was added.
Yeah, but you accepted it as a friendly amendment, and so that became the amendment. Okay, so, and that just failed, so we're back to the original motion. Further discussion on the original motion? That's up to you if you want to call the question. Oh, wait, I don't understand, but whose hand was up first? Connie's was.
I just wanted to make sure that Chad's question, if I understood it, is answered, because
Chad did have a question. Yeah. That was at the appropriate time. She'll answer it now. Ask your question again. And then the question will be called.
I can't remember for sure, but I was basically saying if we're anticipating a surplus,
Why isn't it put toward reducing the taxes? That's what you asked, right? And
So
Connie has the answer.
I have a feeling that this question was sort of asked before. You may have been out of the room. So we did not anticipate having $92,000 surplus. We actually were concerned that we were going to have a deficit. But we captured a lot of grant money and FEMA money came in. So now we have this surplus. So it's not that we feel that we are over budgeting or over or underspending. Like it's that this money, we ended up with a surplus, which is wonderful. The primary reason is we wrote our budget really tight and made sure we were monitoring it every single week. And we had some unexpected grant and FEMA money come in that gave us additional revenue.
But just to be clear, so you're going to take that 90,000, whatever it is, and hold on to it in case you need it later on this fiscal year, correct? Why wouldn't you just put it towards our fiscal year 27 taxes? Why would we let you guys, I'm just curious. I don't understand why you think you need to put that money aside in case you need it. And maybe I'm wrong.
Well, the reason, again, if I'm repeating myself, I apologize. The needs over the next 4 or 5 years, in our opinion, cost more than we will be able to raise in revenue. And so if there is reserves or surplus, excuse me, the auditors have said that we need to keep some in the fund balance. The select board voted to use some of that surplus to spend down taxes. But there's also this need that is staring us in the face that we don't have the funds for in terms of bridges and trucks. And so that is the reason, if there is some surplus money to capture, where would we put it? The article is to put it in a surplus reserve fund.
Okay. No, so, just on this question, I'm sorry, the question's been called.
Oh, okay.
So, well, I'm sorry, what? The question has been called, so there should be no more discussion if we have a 2/3 vote. The person had their hand raised and said, called the question, but Chad's question was still on the floor per se, so we let him answer, and then the question was called. So now there's a 2/3 majority is needed to end debate and vote on this. If that 2/3 fails, we'll continue to discuss. That's all. Okay. All those in favor of ending debate on this and voting, please raise your hand. Okay, hands down. Hopefully I don't have to count. All those opposed and want to continue to debate, please raise their hand. I believe that's 2/3, right? Would everybody agree? I don't want to just, okay, agreed? So the question has been called. We now have a vote in front of us that asks whether the town will create a highway surplus fund to carry over highway surplus funds to address large highway projects and save money for future highway expenses. A yes vote passes that motion. A no vote defeats that motion. Any questions? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, not only was that confusing, somebody said aye when it was supposed to be no, but that's okay. That's okay. Okay, paper ballot. Any 6 other people for a paper ballot? You want to divide the house? Paper ballot. Wait, raise your hands again if you want paper ballot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I didn't see those up there. Paper ballot. So a yes vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats it. Any questions? I now declare the ballot box open. Good job. Thank you for being patient with me, everybody. You're doing fabulous. Seriously. Good job. Okay, we have the result of the motion that was on the floor, Article 11, to see if the town will vote to create a highway surplus fund to carry highway surplus funds to address large highway projects and save money for future highway expenses. There were, got to add, 79. People are leaving. 79. 35 yes, 44 no. There is no highway surplus fund. The motion fails. Moving on, Article 12. To see if the town will vote to raise by taxation and appropriation $400,000 to the Highway Reserve Fund with the following allocation: $200,000 to be used towards funding highway infrastructure and $200,000 to be used toward funding future leasing, leasing and repair of highway equipment. So moved. Second. Got Craig second. Katie was the motion maker. Katie, you want to speak? Wait, you can't speak without speaking. There you go.
Okay. I want to point out the first part of this with the $200,000 to be used towards funding highway infrastructure.
One sec. Page 16 and 17. I'm sorry. Go right ahead. Page 16 and 17.
Last year, there was a similar allocation in the article, in a very similar article. That's because we received a grant award, has not been paid yet because it's a reimbursement, for $200,000 with a $20,000 we would owe $20,000 of that, and we would get $180,000 back. And the bridge itself, after the RFP went out, came back at, I want to say, $404,000. So we were pretty close with the understanding of how much that was going to cost. That's Bridge 43. So we were hoping, and I believe that we explained this last year, that last year we would raise the first part of that bridge. This year we would raise the second, and then we'd be eligible for that reimbursement from that grant. The second part of this allocation, you can look on page 17 to see the multi-year truck replacement plan, the different lifespans of our equipment. And I also want to point out that right now we also have a grant for a separate bridge, Bridge 41, and that is for an engineering study for a much larger bridge project that would be next on the list. The engineering study is fine. It's about $18,000, I believe, but that bridge, is it a full replacement, Jeremy, on Bridge 41? That Bridge 41 full replacement is going to be closer to your, I don't want you to quote me on this, but your $1 million range. It's a much larger project than this current $400,000 for Bridge 43. So in our scope of where we saw the highway going and what the absolute needs of the highway are in our infrastructure, we are trying to show you how we're trying to raise this money in a reasonable way over a certain amount of time, knowing that our truck expenses are going up and up and up. Our ability to get a truck the year we can even fund a truck is getting much harder with those truck costs going through the roof and our infrastructure costs going through the roof. So that's where we were coming from when we wrote this.
Okay, further discussion? Yes, sir. Do you have a microphone? I got one right here.
I think we've caught back up where I tried to make this before. I'd like to make an amendment to modify the Article 12 from $400,000 to $200,000 to be for the infrastructure of Bridge 43. And I think that part is important because we need to do that to be able to get the bridge completed, get the reimbursement that we've already basically budgeted for in the highway department. So we've already really accounted for that. As far as the trucks, yes, we are going to need trucks, and everybody likes to have a new vehicle. But they are heavy trucks. We don't put a lot of mileage on them. With proper maintenance, I think they can last considerably more than the 10 years that's being projected here. So yes, they are expensive when they come up. And yes, we do need to keep our vehicles running, but I think maintenance is a far better approach than thinking that we need to replace our trucks every 10 years. So with that, I would make the motion that we reduce the amount to $200,000.
Second. Okay, been moved and seconded. Bob, you get that? Okay. Let's talk about the amendment to reduce the amount to $200,000. Discussion on that? Yes.
So I went through the budget on the highway department, and in one of the sections on page 20, they talk about the expenses for the trucks. And in almost every one of these trucks, there's a section that says supplies and parts, outside repairs, supplies, parts. When you add all of this up, it comes to $82,000 that's already been factored into the budget for helping to maintain these trucks. Just, I mean, unless I'm reading this wrong, I mean, y'all can look at it.
Okay, further discussion? Yes. In the way back.
Caitlin Mays. Okay, so my understanding of our truck situation is that because of supply chain issues during COVID, et cetera, being able to do even maintenance on the trucks is getting parts and doing upkeep on that has become extremely difficult. And that has pushed our truck situation into back burner. And then when something goes bad, it's going to take a lot of time and a lot of money to actually be able to do anything to fix those trucks. And we live in a rural community, and our roads are our livelihoods, and I don't want myself or my neighbors to be in danger. And if we're going to nickel and dime something, not the roads, please. Not the trucks, please. Like, that. This is silly. I'm done.
Okay. Further discussion? Yep. Oh, okay. There, and then Eugene, and then Gene.
Add, I think part of the rationale for keeping a, let's just say, reasonable schedule for when we're replacing our trucks and moving our fleet and updating is also in terms of resale value, trade-in value. If we are running our trucks into the ground until we can't do it anymore, until we don't feel safe driving them, which is what has happened, then we then have no leverage to recoup some of that cost too and get a new, better vehicle and have some trade-in there. So I just want to also throw that into the mix.
Okay, Gene, go ahead, Gene. No, sorry.
Is this $200,000 for particular vehicles that you're planning to order, let's say, in this calendar or fiscal year?
So I think if you look at the highway report on page 17, it kind of outlines the next two trucks.
If you look at page 17, it kind of outlines the next two trucks. Sorry, I don't know if they heard you.
It's sort of, the plan is to outline, to replace trucks. And it's the 1 ton, and it's the, and the international, which I don't know how many wheels that is. That's 6-wheel.
Okay. Before Irv, there was a hand.
Yes,
way
I'm
up.
sorry. Then the idea would be to purchase as soon as possible, and to, and maybe Jeremy, if we allow him to speak, can speak a little bit more to that. But the idea would be to purchase the 1 ton and to start saving for the, it's being proposed for a 10-wheel dump truck.
Okay.
All set?
Yep.
Yeah. So, in Nick's reference to the truck running on the ground, nobody dares drive and shouldn't have to drive. That particular vehicle is not one that goes out and maintains our roads. That's our trash truck. I would be extremely, extremely disappointed if we had a highway piece of equipment that was run into the ground without the proper maintenance, without the proper oil changes and all the others. I get it, they're computer driven these days, yes, and you can't work on them in the shop. But damn it, you can do your best to use the truck appropriately for its job and maintain it. I have no idea if there's any records of maintenance on these rigs. I mean, the grader was a classic example. All of a sudden, that thing's just running into the ground. Nobody can drive it. It's junk. Get rid of it, right? We still never got our answer for how much money it was going to cost to fix it, just so we actually knew as taxpayers. We went and leased a new one, and now we're paying for that. And I get it. They do need equipment. But I'd like to see some sort of maintenance or these trucks maintained properly. If in fact that they're not, because that's kind of what we're getting. And last piece is you guys as a select board go forward, I'd really like you to think about a road commissioner, to establish a road commissioner that would oversee some of the town's highway, take the burden off you, get it out there so people have an opportunity to be asked what their abilities are in being a road commissioner, and help the highway department oversee some of the stuff that they're doing and need to be done.
Okay, we're discussing an amendment to the motion to have $200,000 for infrastructure on Bridge 43. That's the amendment we're discussing. Irv had something to say. Yeah, I'll give you some leeway, Irv. Go ahead.
All right. They've already got money in the highway budget for equipment, but they're not keeping a direct expense for each piece of equipment. They just lump some in fuel and all that stuff, and you've got no idea what it costs for each on the truck.
Okay, yeah. Any further discussion on the amendment? Bob, you want to go? And then up front. Wait, no, Bob, and then.
Talking about equipment maintenance, I know many of you in the room, but I don't know everyone. I'm semi-retired, and one of the jobs that I do is I work for an insurance company to visit municipalities. Most municipalities these days have something called telematics on their vehicles. Telematics is a GPS-based system, and it lets you know how the vehicle is being operated, what the maintenance records are. It gives you all kinds of data on what's going on with that vehicle. I've mentioned it before to the select board and didn't get anywhere, but it's a point that I'm trying to make is you can learn all kinds of information about your vehicles and how they're operated, whether or not someone is speeding, whether or not they're sitting in one place for 2 hours, whether or not the oil's been changed this month as it should be. You can learn a whole lot. The cost benefit, according to the people that I talk to, is there. It's something that they appreciate, knowing how the vehicle is being operated.
Next, his hand was up first, and then we'll go back.
Bob Trier. I have questions about the whole funding operation for future trucks. I don't know anybody that can afford to buy a new vehicle for cash. Everybody takes out a loan and they pay it out over time. The second thing is that you are asking today's taxpayers to pay for tomorrow's taxpayers for the use of all of these vehicles. I think you need to either get a bond issue to float these or take out loans on each vehicle as they needed, and then have those be paid off by the taxpayers who are using it in the future years. Some of these vehicles have 10-year, 15-year use. It should be paid off over those 10 or 15 years, not on the burden of today's taxpayers. Thank you.
Right back there. I got it, wait. Call the question. Okay, she had the floor, she called the question. And the question is just the amendment. Okay? We have, okay, first of all, there has to be seconded. So it's been moved and I'm sorry, what? Moved and seconded. Gene did. Gene, you seconded? Yeah, Gene, Craig, yes. Your name again? Caitlin made a motion to call the question. Gene? Gene, good, perfect, good enough. Okay? You okay with the second, Gene? I don't want to go over Gene. Okay. So right, we're on the amendment. Thank you. We're on the amendment. The question's been called. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of closing the debate on the amendment, not the main motion, but the amendment to change it from the $400,000, this is going to be, the amendment is now going to be, the main motion, if it passes, would be to see if the town would vote to raise by taxation and appropriate $200,000 to the Highway Reserve Fund for infrastructure on Bridge 43. That's what we're going to vote on to see whether or not that becomes the main motion. Does that make sense? That's what he said. That's what he said. That's what he said. Bridge 43, which, okay? So, all those, a yes vote passes the amendment, a no vote, and we go back to the original motion. Okay, we're not voting on the main motion yet. There'll be another vote. But do we want to change it? Does everybody understand? No. What? The main motion would be, if this passes, the main motion would be the town has voted to raise, the main motion would be, will the town vote to raise by taxation and appropriate $200,000 to the Highway Reserve Fund for Infrastructure Bridge 43? If you vote yes, that's the main motion. And no truck. That's the main motion, and then we'll vote again on that after discussion. Yes, that's okay. Please keep asking. Yes. Okay, yes, Gene, more clarifying. Yes.
We understand that this motion, this amendment.
Yes.
Would eliminate.
Yes. 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 Yes, it's going to eliminate the $200,000 for the second part. The number 2 will be gone. Number 2 would be gone. Wait, he had something in there. Yes,
can I continue? I was going to ask the moderator to ask the maker of that motion if the wording of specifying Bridge 43 can be done.
We're voting on the amendment. No, we're voting to end debate so we can vote on the amendment. Right. We're just voting to end debate. We didn't have the 2/3 vote yet. I'm getting confused too. Right. Okay. So this is just to vote to end debate. Thank you. Okay? So, all those in favor of ending debate and immediately voting on the amendment, please say aye. Opposed, no? It has to be 2/3, and so that's difficult. All those in favor of closing debate on the amendment, please raise your hand. Okay, it's 2/3, so it's going to be really hard. Okay, hands down, let's just see if we can do it. All those in favor of continuing the debate on the amendment, please raise your hand. Okay, so certainly would everybody agree that the debate is now closed. We are now going to vote, thank you. We're now going to vote on the amendment. Okay, all those in favor of changing the main motion to say, to see if the town will raise by taxation $200,000 to the Highway Reserve Fund for Infrastructure Bridge 43, a yes vote passes that amendment, and that becomes the main motion, or a no vote defeats it, and we go back to the original language. Yes changes it, no original language. It's been asked for a paper ballot. Does everybody understand? Okay? It's been asked for a paper ballot. Do we have 7 hands? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's the 7. Okay, so this is not for the main motion. This is just for the amendment. A yes vote makes the amendment the main motion, and when you sit back down, we're going to discuss that main motion again. Does everybody understand? Okay, yes vote passes the amendment, no vote defeats the amendment. And then we'll go back to and then we continue to discuss. I got blank stares. Does everybody get it? Any better way I can explain it? I now declare the ballot box open. We have the results of the election on the amendment. The amendment was to see if the town will vote to raise $200,000 for infrastructure for Bridge 43. There were 77 votes, 44 yes, 33 no. We now have a new motion on the floor that says to see if the town will vote to raise by taxation and appropriate $200,000 to the Highway Reserve Fund for Infrastructure Bridge 43. Further discussion? The amendment passed. The amendment passed. Yes. Yeah, it should have a microphone.
I'd like to propose a new amendment for adding $160,000 for the future down payment or payments towards highway equipment.
You want to use that same language, funding future purchases, leasing, or you want your own language? Sorry.
For future highway equipment.
For future highway equipment. Did you second it? Okay. Okay. We're still discussing this.
And can I ask a question?
Oh, wait. So who would like? Yeah, you can ask a question.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
I'm just curious how the select board arrived at the $200,000 number, and if $160,000 would be adequate for any future purchase of any highway equipment.
Okay, that's the question. Would it be best? Would it be best to have the highway foreman respond
Yes.
to that? Yes. Everybody. Okay. So that needs a. Yes.
Can we?
Yes. No, he made an motion for $160,000 for future highway equipment, which is not the same as what it was before. That you took 200,000 out and then back in. I don't know why that's allowed, and it's not even the same verbiage. He's saying that for the future highway equipment fund. We can keep going around forever. Welcome to democracy. You guys have the floor.
Can we suspend the rules to let
yes. That's what's next. Hang on. I'm sorry. Okay. We have an amendment on the floor to add $160,000 for future highway equipment to be added to the main motion that says $200,000 for infrastructure bridge 43. They would like the town road foreman to respond to that amendment. He is not a town resident. Is there any objection to having him speak? Yes, there is an objection. Therefore, we have to have a vote for 2/3 majority to allow him to speak. Okay? Okay, our own road foreman cannot speak. Okay? So all those in favor, it's a 2/3 majority. All those in favor of allowing him to speak, please raise your hand. Okay, again, it's going to be 2/3, so it may be difficult. Down. All those not in favor of having him speak. I think we're going to have to count. Justice of the pieces, come on up. Oh, you saw it? It didn't seem to be at a 33, at a 2/3. Well, I don't know if there's 77. All those in favor of letting the town highway foreman speak, please raise your hand. $35 and $23. Okay, all those against having the highway foreman speak. $10. Okay, so it was a 68. That's why I didn't want to do it. It's not. I just want to make sure. So 10 was against, 58 were for. Again, 2/3 is a little bit more difficult than the majority, but I think that's more than 2/3. Yes. Okay, so he is allowed to speak. Would you like to speak to the amendment, sir? Okay. Okay. Yeah, we want to hear it. Or 58 people want to hear it.
All right, so just a little perspective on costs, what has come up. You know, the last truck we bought was a six-wheeler, cost us $189,000. That same truck today is $279,000. So I'm all for whatever loans we can get, but there's still down payments that are involved. And if you don't have that money, we ran into this problem with the grader. We didn't have money to, when we went and applied for the municipal loan, we still needed to come up with $160,000 down payment. We didn't have that. So that's why we ended up leasing. We went round and around the select board, everybody, you know, it's not a matter of being able to purchase trucks, you know, cash anymore. You need to have a huge down payment on most of this equipment because let's face it, nothing's cheap anymore. And as far as maintenance costs go, that's the same thing. Everybody's, you know, why is your maintenance cost so high? Well, I don't know if you've been to a grocery store lately, but everything's tripled, doubled. You know, it's out of my control. I can only do what I can to control costs, but you know, the fact of the matter is everything is way more expensive than it used to be. And, you know, I don't understand why people are so against, you know, trying to plan a little bit for the future. I'm not saying you got to pay for it all now. We're just trying to make it a little easier for future expenses.
Okay, there was a hand in the back, way in the back.
Thank you. I just have a question, Liza Martin. Why is it that the select board assistant addressed all the road department answers questions, and now at the end of everything, they finally defer to the head of the road department? Why wasn't he answering all the questions?
No. First of all, we're talking about the amendment, and nobody asked for him to speak. It's not their job to ask him to speak. It's okay. It's okay.
Food for thought.
But okay, food for thought. Next, any other discussion on the amendment? Lucas. Yep.
And I'm sorry to go back, but we voted down the $75,000 surplus, or the surplus fund.
Right.
That 75,000 is still.
No. We didn't. We just voted down creating a surplus fund. The surplus money is still there. It's just not going to be put in a surplus fund, I assume, right? Right.
Yes.
Right.
So
the surplus is still there.
But that money could go to.
That's right. That's not. I don't think that's not part of this discussion.
It should be in our minds when we come up with the $200,000 or the $160,000, whatever money we are. Okay.
Okay. No, we got Connie will answer. Connie will answer. Go ahead.
So my understanding is that the auditor has told us to keep 10 to 15% of our operating costs in a surplus for unexpected expenses.
Okay.
So to take that money out, the board has decided at a couple of select board meetings ago, the board decided to keep it in there for unexpected expenses. So unless there was a decision to move it somewhere, but there's no place to move it, that's why we wanted the surplus fund. So currently that money is going to sit in the highway fund. I think it could be used for repairs as repairs come up, because that's, you know, something that may happen.
Okay, we're still talking about the amendment. Yes, sir, in the back. Yeah, microphone back there. Let's pass it back. Thank you, sir.
Hi there, Danny McNamara. I just want to reflect. I've heard people share in this room a desire for the select board to adhere to the auditor's requests. And then I'm also hearing the select board saying that a major part of what they need to do to adhere to the auditor's request is not be operating on a shoestring budget. And so I'm just feeling a disconnect, and I think it's a part of this amendment. The select board is telling us we're listening to the auditor. We're trying to establish more funds so that we cannot be operating right in the margin. And I just want to reflect that as a citizen.
Thank you. Jean? Quickly. That's okay. Wait. Who?
Me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Hi. I also want to talk to the the philosophy of raising this money for the trucks in particular. It's more of an attempt to spread that cost out over a couple of years instead of taking the hit all at once. Because obviously, when we take that hit all at once of $300,000, it hits our tax rate. If we're able to say, we need to replace this truck in the next couple of years and this one in the next couple of years in order to get some trade-in value on that and also get some longevity out of our equipment, then we can say, for right now, the way that the buying of the trucks happens, as we've learned with the fire truck, is you order it, but you don't see it for a couple of years down the line. So our philosophy was that if we started to put this money into reserve over the next few years, we would be ready to put that order in for the first truck. It comes in a few years later, and by then we've spread that cost over a few years, not hitting that tax rate so big in 1 year, saying, give us $300,000 or something like that. I won't go back into that surplus one that we already talked about, but that was also that part of that philosophy of trying to spread these costs over several years instead of gouging all in 1 year when we have something that we need to replace. And that one thing that we might need to replace we're not going to get it for a few years until after that.
Well, Katie has pretty much said something about what I was going to say. You know, there's an old saying, when work needs to be done, you can pay me now or you can pay me later. And the idea behind putting is simply to put some money aside, because these prices keep going up. And a truck that's $279,000 this year is going to be $400,000, in 2 years? So the point is to put some money aside now so that we won't have to levy that much tax when we have to actually spend the money. It's just that simple.
Okay. I'm going to go there and then there.
Alicia Stratford. A 2026 Ram 5500 one-ton truck is $83,000. Page 17. As of right now, if we were to replace that truck, it's $83,000. The International 7600, which is the other one that they're flagging for 27, stopped being produced in 2018. These numbers need to be revisited. That's all.
Okay. Wait, there was first here? No, no, because he's been recognized. At least for every article, we probably should reassess that. But for this one, he's allowed, so he can continue to. Wait. Thank you for bringing that around. You understand the question, Jeremy?
No, I don't.
Because nor do I. Sir? No, there was no question, so you can't respond. Well, do you have a question for Jeremy? Sorry.
So if we were to replace the one-ton, she asked me how much the trucks would actually cost today. So I have a quote here from Claremont Ford on a brand new one-ton with full equipment set up like a big truck, plow, wing, four-season body, which is more safer and less wear and tear as far as what we're doing with these trucks. I mean, this truck, brand new from the lot, is $169,000 set up. So, like I said earlier, the single axle dump truck, six-wheeler, the same truck that the last truck we bought was a 2022 Western Star. That truck we paid $187,000 in 2022. That same truck today is $286,000. So I mean, those costs have gone through the roof in the last 5 years, 4 years, 3 years. And a lot of that has to do with emissions, which adds about 50 grand to each truck these days. All these new emission standards are becoming more and more difficult to deal with as far as, new trucking technology, computers, all that. It's just, in my opinion, it's gotten way out of hand, but I don't see anything that we can do to prevent it. I'd love to see them go back to the old time trucks where you can do all the work yourself, but it's just not the way it is. So.
No, you don't have the floor. Wait, there was other hand? Okay. Drag way in the back. Do you have a microphone? Of course not. Is there one back there? No?
So, just one quick question. You said you're putting a wing on a 1 ton? Yeah, so it's not really necessary. But anyways, this motion is given $200,000 that we need to put towards Bridge 43, correct? We're going to get that reimbursed by the state, 168,000, whatever you said. So so you're basically going to have 180 plus this 160 for equipment? Well, I mean, basically the reimbursement's going to cover what you need for.
Reimbursement is going to cover what we spend on the bridge. So we have to spend upfront the $404,000 for the bridge.
Yep. Which we put 200,000
5% match.
200,000 last year.
Correct.
Another 200,000 this year. We're going to get that 180 back.
180 back. So we will have spent 220 on the bridge. 180 back is paying us back for that. It's not going back into the reserve account. It's paying us.
It's
in the
not
budget.
getting it. If we're giving you the money, you're going to have it.
So Chad, this is what Andy's referring to, is that the 180 is in the budget. So it's not free floating 180. It was basically used to help bring down the cost of the highway budget. And we had that discussion at one of the meetings. I think it was how do we account for the grant funds? And there was a decision made that we can use it to help alleviate the budget. So it's not free floating, or I shouldn't say it's not.
We're gonna pay the contractor 400,000, correct? State's gonna reimburse us 180,000 of that. That's our money we're getting back. I'm confused.
And it's in the budget.
Right.
It's been used as revenue for the budget.
Oh, nice. Gotcha.
Okay, further discussion. I saw other hands right there. Yep, that's a hand.
So in the case of like a catastrophic equipment failure, what does that scenario look like if we do not vote to raise this $160,000 on this amendment? Like what does that scenario look like for us as taxpayers, for you as a select board, if what equipment fails, whatever expensive equipment? What is the scramble? What does this look like?
If we have an unforeseen need to replace equipment and we don't have money for it, we have to deficit spend it. Deficit spend it. And we might have to have a special town meeting even, who knows, right? But we would have to come up with that money. We are able to borrow. We're able to deficit spend. That's not exactly how we want to be operating. And that's also why we do want to keep some money in a surplus, if we have it, in a fund balance, if unexpected things come up to eat up that cost, right? To kind of be that cushion. But if we're using it on this and then something else happens, we can't use it for that. So that's just how we end up in deficits.
Has that ever happened before, where we had an emergency spending situation?
I'm sure.
With the grader.
Right, the grader, the Hurricane
When the
Irene,
grader
they're
went
saying
down.
there's been plenty of times that they borrowed money. Tom Martin. Okay, good? Nope, got a question, statement over here?
I do want to point out, we also have a spare truck as well. It's an older truck, but we do have a spare. So if one of the frontline trucks goes down, we do have an immediate backup. So that helps some. And I assume that if we were to be buying new trucks, we'd rotate out the spare and take one of the existing trucks and now make it the spare. don't know if that's the way it would go, but that's my assumption.
Okay, we have an amendment. Yes.
If we appropriate this $200,000, it can be put into an account that earns interest. If we have to borrow money because of a catastrophic failure, then we have to pay interest. Earning is better than paying. I think everybody will agree to that. Might be the only thing we agree.
Okay. Any other further discussion on the amendment? We still have the discussion on the amendment. Wait, the microphone's coming right behind you. There you go.
I just have a question as to whether or not you looked for multiple bids on these trucks and whether or not the state has some kind of buying program that's available.
Those bids were obtained to try to give some kind of rough estimates for the type of trucks that we would be looking at. It's not the only bids, and we haven't delved into, the state, if they have any kind of programs. It was more about trying to get some idea of what we were looking at for planning.
On the state programs, there are municipal equipment loan fund programs. They are limited to a certain cap, and it's gone up, but the last I looked was about 150, might be about $180,000 now. That can go up in emergency circumstances. Right now, we're not in emergency circumstance, so I'm not going to talk about that. But if we still need more than 180,000, whatever the cap is, that's also stuff that we have to come up with on our own. So just to kind of bring that up, and it would be limited, I believe it is one award per fiscal year.
Okay, we're still talking about the amendment. Yes, sir?
Al Howman, I'd like to call the question, please.
Okay, before we do the two-thirds vote, is there any other discussion?
Well, Jeremy,
What?
Jeremy had.
Okay, wait, no, the question has been asked. What?
Jeremy.
Jeremy was.
Go ahead. Because we're a municipality, the question's been called. Because we're in a municipality, we get the best. He was just answering that last question, then the question was called. Okay, there is a gentleman with his hands up that wants more discussion, so we're going to have a two-thirds vote on whether or not we're closing debate on just the amendment. Okay, we can continue to discuss and amend, but this amendment, which will add, so the main motion will then read, if passed, to see if the town will vote to raise by taxation 300, who's got the microphone?
I do.
Turn that puppy off. Thank you, sir. That's okay. To see if the town will vote to raise by taxation $360,000 to the Highway Reserve Fund with the following allocation: $200,000 for infrastructure Bridge 43 and $160,000 for future highway equipment. That's what the main motion will read if the amendment passes. If the amendment fails, the motion will read to see if the town will vote to raise by taxation and appropriate $200,000 for infrastructure on Bridge 43. Yes? No, I'm explaining what that would be. Yeah, thank you. But we're still going to have a two-thirds debate. Was there a second on the closing of debate? Second, okay. But there was a gentleman, I would just do it, but the gentleman wanted to continue discussing. So no. All those in favor of closing the debate on the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Okay, opposed? Okay, I believe there's two-thirds there to close debate. Okay, now we'll have the vote to see whether or not the amendment passes. Do I need to repeat anything? A yes vote passes the amendment. A no vote defeats it. Do I need to repeat? Sorry. My job is to make sure you understand. Okay. Yes vote passes. No vote defeats. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Divide the House first, unless somebody called paper. As soon as somebody says paper ballot, I have to ask for 7 hands. As soon as the word is, We're having another paper ballot. Okay, so this is again just on the amendment. A yes vote passes the amendment. A no vote defeats the amendment. Any questions? The ballot box is open. And I'd just like to make the comment, lunch was served, dinner will not. Okay, we have the results of the amendment. There were 76 votes. Yes were 40, no were 36. The amendment passes. Was that yes? 40? Wait, I'll tell you in a second. Was I correct in that, Alenka? It was 40 yes, 36 no. So the amendment passes. Did you get that? I'll read it in a second. Did you get that, Connie, now? Okay. Okay, so the main motion we are now discussing reads, will the town vote to raise by taxation and appropriate $360,000 to the Highway Reserve Fund with the following allocation: $200,000 for infrastructure Bridge 43 and $160,000 for future highway equipment. Period. Further discussion on the main motion. Okay. I don't have to do the 2/3 vote if there's no objection. Is there any objection?
Call the question on the main motion.
Is there any objection? Okay, hearing no objection, we're not going to go through the vote. The discussion is closed. We now have a motion in front of us to vote upon. The motion reads, to see if the town will vote to raise by taxation and appropriate $360,000 to the Highway Reserve Fund with the following allocation: $200,000 to be used towards funding highway infrastructure Bridge 43 and $160,000 for future highway equipment. A yes vote passes that motion. A no vote defeats it. Any other questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 6, 7, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 38. I see 38 yeses. Let's just start there and see what happens. All those opposed, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 38 to 30 yes. I believe the ayes have it. Okay, the ayes do have it. The motion passes. Okay, and just so you know, I counted 38 to 30, just so you know. So that's...
Mr. Moderator.
Where are we at? Raise your hand. Yes, sir.
All right. Al Harmon, I'd like to suspend the rules and skip ahead to Article 18, please, and then come back and do the other ones afterwards.
Which one is
And I understand we need to vote on that.
Which one is 18? 18 is the transfer station.
Correct.
Is that
Correct.
one? Okay, so it's been to suspend the rules again. It's a 2/3 vote. We're just going to we would just rearrange the order and move right to Article 18, coming back and then starting again where we left off. That would require a 2/3 vote. I don't believe is there a second? There's a second. I don't think we're going to discuss it. let's have a 2/3 vote on moving the compactor discussion to now. All those in favor of doing that, please raise your hand because it's supposed to be division of the House. Okay, it's got to be 2/3. Oh boy. And all those opposed? I don't know. I'm bad with 2/3. Count it because it's hard to count. Okay, I mean, I can sit here all day. Okay, all those in favor of changing the order, please raise your hand. Change the order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See that case? One vote. 3, 4, 5, 6. What did you have?
Did you get Kurt and Anita? Okay. Okay. I 13 from last time.
Okay, all those opposed to changing the order? We're not going to be able to do this. We're not going to do that. I'm sorry, I don't know.
11.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's not a matter of benefit. It's a matter of what you want. It's been proposed. I'm having a hard time counting. Okay, let's do it this way. All of those who want to change, stand up, because that way it's much easier to count than hand.
Are you standing, John? I mean, I know you're standing, but... So,
43 yes? Okay, please sit. Thank you for standing. I appreciate it. All those opposed, please stand. Again, 2/3. Not the majority.
Mitch, you're screwing with me.
That's why it's difficult for me to say.
Clearly, it's a yes.
How do you know how many people? Really? Come on. How do you know how many people? It doesn't matter. Somebody might not decide to vote. Yeah, so that's not 2/3.
Oh, 40.
Sorry, what is it?
40 to...
That's not 2/3, right? So there's 40 yes and 24 no. That's not 2/3. We continue down the path of the I'm not math. I'm moderator. I know. Thank you for doing the math. Okay. 2/3 of people did not want to change the rules. So we're now continuing down our path of the regular order. Okay? So now we're going to move to Article, thank you, 13, to see if the town will vote to raise $15,000 by taxation and place in the Fire Department Reserve Fund for vehicle repair as requested by the town auditor and Selectboard. Moved Craig, second was Lucas. Discussion. No discussion? Okay, well, somebody.
This is for repairs that it needs right now.
This is for repairs that needs right now? Question, Glenn?
Would you like me to answer that?
Yeah. He's back there. Do we have a microphone back there for him? Oh, thank you. Your check will be in the mail.
Can you hear me? So yeah, we were asked to, instead of putting in the $14,000-$15,000 every year into our regular budget for maintenance, they wanted it separated so we weren't raising it by taxation every year. So the thought behind this is you raise the $15,000, it goes into this reserve fund, it only gets spent on vehicle maintenance repairs. What's used out of that each year then gets replenished.
Yep. No, it's already been created. No, you are creating the fund too, aren't you? Yes, you are creating the fund.
Correct.
Yes, you are creating the fund and depending.
If you vote to put that money back in the following
future,
year.
We're not talking
Correct.
about the future, but yes. But yes, we are creating the fund because it does say, and placed in a fire department reserve fund, not in the, right? So that to me means we're creating it. Yes.
Comment. So Glenn, I just want to clarify, this is for kind of major unforeseen expenses. There is still kind of routine maintenance. There is still a smaller line item in there for smaller routine maintenance that you might expect in the regular year, but this is for kind of saving for those bigger expenses. Is that correct?
My understanding was it can be done either way. If this year I think I put $5,000 in case this doesn't pass, there's something to be able to repair the trucks. That's a discussion that we can certainly have between the department and the select board on how they want to see that. If you want to keep up the 5,000 and then the 15,000 for the reserve fund is only for unexpected. I'm open to any of that, but we were just going off the recommendations made.
Further discussion? Did I see somebody? Yeah, Irv had his hand up. Yep.
I'm not sure what numbers they're looking at, but correct, okay, but those numbers you're looking at in the annual report are 8 or 9 months old now. Those are not accurate numbers as of today. As of today, there's right around $4,000 left in that particular line item. And I can tell you the top portion, which is the fire department, not vehicles, that one is actually negative numbers due to an increase by the mutual aid dues for dispatching services.
Okay, further discussion? Yes.
Hi, it's Amy again. So the $8,800 that we see here for fire vehicles, that's already for the usual maintenance. And then we're asking for an additional $15,000 to put in a reserve fund for any major issues that come up.
Please point me to some page numbers you're referring to.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. I'm on page 14, where it's just fire vehicle totals or.
Okay, now I see where you're at. So you're $8,800. Right. That's
already allotted for vehicle maintenance, for any type of maintenance.
No, they're broken down. You have repair and maintenance fire trucks is $300. Okay? You have the insurances, $3,000. You have any supplies at $500, and then you have equipment for fire trucks, $5,000, which totals $8,800.
But only $300 for repairs?
Because hence we were asked to break out the maintenance cost instead of going, it could cost us $15,000 this year. We don't know what's going to break next. They wanted it separated out of the budget.
He said you're going to get a new truck. You're not going to have a lot of maintenance on that.
You serious?
Whatever. Okay. That was yes. Warren.
Thank you.
There's a microphone right next, one person down. There you go.
The article I best understood it is because The fire department brought the annual budget to the select board every year. And after the auditor's reports, they advised the fire department to not carry the maintenance on an unforeseen problem and have it broken out. So we strip our budget, they stripped the budget, I'm not on the budget committee, for the bare bones, $8,800. Our newest truck is 24 years old. 24 years old, okay? And we got 85s, we got 79s. I mean, we got a 53 Jeep in there, so anyway, long story short, none of our equipment is new when it comes to that. I lost my train of thought because you got me sidetracked. Where was I going? Right, so, well, normally you would have the 15,000 would be in the budget, and if it didn't get spent, it went back. So, but, yeah. There was something I was going to say, maybe it'll come to me, maybe I'll get a shot at it.
Okay. Any other discussion? You might not get a shot. Yes, in the back, right behind you. Sorry, right up there.
I'd just like to comment. I'm really having a hard time believing anybody would nickel and dime the fire department. Just wait till the day when you need them and you've nickel and dimed them to death and you're standing in your house with it burning down around you and your pet's dying. And then revisit this conversation.
Any other discussion? Oh, yep, go ahead. I'm glad.
So vehicle maintenance, repair fire trucks, right? If we go to a fire scene, we draw water from an unknown water source, we take a stone to the pump, we blow a pump. That $15,000 is not going to make a dent in it. It's $40,000 to $60,000, $70,000 to repair the pump so that fire apparatus is in service again. So $15,000 is a small dime, and it's probably not going to cover the major catastrophes, but it'll cover our basic maintenance and hopefully get us through the year to show up your houses.
Is there any further discussion? That doesn't matter. Let me do it. Is there any other discussion? See, there's no further discussion, so we don't have to call the question. That's all. I'm just trying to make this as quick as possible, trying to follow the rules. Okay, so there's no further discussion. To see if the town will vote to raise $15,000 by taxation and place in the fire department reserve fund for vehicle repairs requested by the town auditor and select board. A yes vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 14. To see if the town will vote to raise $20,000 by taxation to be placed in the fire truck capital fund toward a future pumper. Craig? Second. Second, Gene. Discussion. Gene?
Is $20,000 enough to keep up with the increase in prices?
Is what? So whatever. I'm going to just answer. So this is kind of an every year request, right? Am I correct about that? I know. Hang on. Because he's shaking his head, and so I'm going to answer because you're not facing him. This is kind of a request every year, but no, it's not, is what he's saying. Okay? But he's just shaking his head no. But this is a request every year. If you'd like to make an amendment. Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing no other discussion, there's a motion before us to see if the town will vote to raise $20,000 by taxation to be placed in the fire truck capital fund toward a future pumper. A yes vote passes that motion. A no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 15. To see if the town will vote to raise $4,000 through taxation to be placed into the fire pond reserve to be used for future hydrant projects and repairs to existing hydrants. Thank you. Sorry, I'm having trouble talking. Craig? Good? Nick? Okay, discussion, yes. Somebody have something to say? I heard the word discussion. Any discussion? Discussion on this? It's been moved and seconded. Okay, seeing no discussion, there's a motion before us to see if the town will vote to raise $4,000 through taxation to be placed in the fire pond reserve to be used for future hydrant projects and repairs to existing hydrants. A yes vote passes the motion, a no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 16. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $25,000 by taxation to be placed in Town Hall and Opera House Capital Preservation Fund to be used exclusively for ongoing structural, mechanical, and historical preservation work on the Town Hall and Opera House building, specifically excluding routine maintenance, day-to-day operational expenses, or any other costs currently funded under existing Town Hall budget line items, with expenditures from said fund to be approved by the Selectboard. It's been moved and seconded. Yes. Pass over? Okay. It's been moved to pass over this article. Is there a second to that? Oh, wait. Let me see where we're at. It's been moved and seconded and restated, right? I restated it. Yeah, okay, so wait, okay. So it's been moved, seconded, and restated. Before restated. After motion is seconded and restated, but before debate, is objection to consideration of the question. A second is not required. It is not debatable, but needs a 2/3 vote. Okay? So we have to have a 2/3 vote to pass over. It's been wanting to pass over this article. We got to divide the House generally. So I'm sorry. No, paper ballot can go anywhere. I need 7 hands. Are there 7? It's been requested a paper ballot. 7 hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I got 5. 6, 7. Okay, no, I got it. Okay, so a paper ballot. So we're looking to pass over this article. So a yes vote, we pass over this, and it never occurred. A no vote, we go back and we start discussing.
Right, so you don't go back, this article goes away.
If you vote yes and a yes happens, it goes away. If you vote no, we go back and we discuss it. Yes to pass over, no not to pass over. Questions? Ballot box is open. We have the results of the vote. And I think I did make a mistake there because I don't think I restated it because I remember reading it once and I think I would have remembered reading that whole thing twice. So it just needed a majority vote, not a 2/3 vote, but it didn't matter anyway because yes was 31 and no was 40. So Passover failed any way you want to look at it. Okay? 31 yes to pass over. 40 no not to pass over. Okay? So my error on the 2/3, however, it didn't even get a majority. So we are discussing this. We now have a motion that's been moved and seconded, but not restated by me yet. I'm not restating that whole thing. So right now, consider it restated. Okay? Yes, ma'am. Okay, now there's discussion. Go ahead.
I'd like to propose an amendment to remove $25,000 from this article.
No, I will rule that out of order. That is a negative motion that makes the main motion invalid, and you can't do that. You just vote no. You can't make an amendment that takes away the motion. Yes.
Is there any funds already available for Townsend Town Hall and Opera House maintenance or ADU accessibility and any grants that have been already gotten or in the near future?
So on page 22, there's a table summarizing our current certificates of deposit and reserve funds. At the bottom of the CD or reserve chunk at the top there is the Town Hall Reserve Fund. It states that at the end of fiscal year 25, there was $39,019. There has been also a reimbursement that came in since that fiscal year ended. 4,700. So the current number in that reserve account is 43,719. So there is already a reserve account that exists for the town hall.
I'm going to start, this here, then we'll go back over there. Laura, I'm going to come around. Wait, microphone, I'm going to have to run it. Where'd it go? Yes, you do. I got one here. There's one here. They can't hear you. They can't hear you.
Thank you.
Just press the button. Try this one.
Go ahead. No, you're good. You're good. There you go. Go ahead.
Okay, so since I checked out the town hall monies that were voted to be used for the town hall from 23, 24, and 25. 10,000 in 23, 5,000 in 24, 7,500 in 25. And you're saying we have this reserve fund, yet the town hall is basically falling down around our ears, which is why we're all here today. So I'm
That's okay. Go ahead. You're doing fine.
So basically, I mean, we're all here because we can't use the town hall because it just isn't, there's a lot of stuff going on over there that needs to be addressed and it's not being addressed. And I don't know why, if we have this money, but these people that asked for this money asked for it because they've been volunteering their time and energy to try to fix the town hall in any way they can. And they felt that if they had this money available that was only to be used for specific reasons, they could address things like the bell tower and the water leaking in through the foundation and other rotting wood and things that just aren't being addressed and haven't been addressed for probably decades. Personally, I don't know about all of you, but I would love to be able to have our meetings over there again. I really think that that's what it's for. It's kind of sad that we all have to be here instead.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go back and forth because I can kind of tell who's for and who's against. And so we're going to come over here for somebody to speak, and then we'll come back over here for somebody to speak. Oh, wait, and somebody would like to respond to that.
To respond to that, in the last 2 years, our grant writer has secured grants to do some work on the slate roof, replace or repair there and kind of prevent any leaks that were coming in. We did just recently authorize monies to repair the clock tower. So it's not that there is no work being done on the town hall. Some of these things in order to bring back, and we did also just get the ADA doors installed. That was at the behest of the Planning Commission. So we also appreciate that effort there. To the point of having town meeting there, upstairs, there's not ADA compliant. There's no kind of ADA way to get up to the stairs, to the second floor to do that. That is also no small task. That would require some significant renovation. So it's more than just $40,000 to do that. So I just do want to clarify that it's not because no work is being done, but we don't yet have the capital to really tackle that huge project.
Okay, and then we're going, yes, ma'am, there, and then back over here.
Yeah, Helen Plotkin. I'd like to know what the Town Hall Opera House Capital Preservation Fund is. I see that it's capitalized, and so that makes me think it's a thing. And I know that somebody previously mentioned these people, so that's a question.
So this would create a new fund. There's already a fund for the Town Hall created. This would create a new fund called the Town Hall and Opera House Capital Preservation Fund, a new fund, and then fund it with $25,000.
And why does there need to be? Why do they want to have a separate fund?
Who's the maker of the motion? I think they live in Florida. No, that's not. Who's the maker of the motion? Yes. Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. The reality is that Town Hall has some issues, one of which is water intrusion. I moved to Townsend more than 25 years ago, And in 2007, I was on the Planning Commission. I've been in the basement there for at least 24 times, and up until recently, it was as dry as a bone. And when I say recently, about a year ago, there was water intrusion. It's because of drainage. Anyone who owns a house or structure knows that water intrusion is something you work on ASAP. You don't ignore it. It's being ignored. This group wants, I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
This group wants that work to be done, and there's $25,000 will go towards that. There are also some other issues with Town Hall in terms of it not being handled or maintained properly, and that's what this group is all about.
Okay.
And it is a gentleman who lives
Okay.
in Florida.
Don't go there.
Okay,
Don't go there.
I won't go there.
Don't go there. Okay, and hang on one second. I've made a huge mistake here. We're going back to this side next, and then we'll come back over here. Wait, one sec. Hang on. I made a major mistake here, and I'm trying to figure this out here. Hang on, everybody. We had a motion to pass over this article that we then voted on and failed. But we never made the motion to turn the article into a motion and have that seconded. Do you understand what I'm saying? So we can't even be discussing it right now because I goofed. Okay? My head is everywhere.
So moved.
Oh, you're right. The first one. I'm so glad you're here, Nick. There was, I'm wrong. The first thing we did was move and seconded it. Sorry, my bad. I apologize. Okay, so Bob answered. No, we're going to go to this side because Bob's was an answer to that. So we're going to come over here to Andy first. No, Andy first.
I want to go back and speak to the point of that there is an existing fund. There is the Town Hall Reserve Fund, which doesn't state it here, but was specifically for ADA-related items. That was passed as being the priority. And there was $39,000 July 1st, plus there was another $4,700 that came back in for a grant back against the engineering work. But we recently have spent approximately $18,000 on the door operators. The part of that same project is to continue with a new ramp and new railings, which is going to be around $14,000. And then to do the restrooms and make those ADA is going to probably be another $10,000, $12,000. So the money that is currently in the Town Hall Reserve Fund that was appropriated 2 years ago is basically going to be spent already. So back to the point of why adding a new fund is for different items. We've already basically earmarked the items that's covering.
Yeah, okay. Response, and then over to this side.
To the point of the reserve, I will read you the article as it was. The original article creating the reserve was to raise $50,000 to be held in a reserve account for the repair and renovation of Town Hall. This includes prompt compliance with ADA. That does not mean that it was an ADA reserve. It is a reserve for repair and renovation, including ADA. Now, if there is money already planned for that reserve, we can continue funding it. It does not just get used up. As long as we choose to bring it up and vote on it and approve it, it can continue to be funded for the future, and we can continue to plan additional projects to be used out of this already existing reserve account.
Okay. Yes, right there, and then up there. No, didn't die. Hang on.
Okay, so I'll make an amendment then to suggest that this $25,000 goes into the reserve we already have. It doesn't need to be earmarked, right?
You can't. I'm going to rule that out of order because that's too far. That's not germane to what we have here. I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to move that $25,000 into the, and I get that. And
Okay.
I knew this was going to come up, but we can't do that.
You can't do that.
You can't
okay.
do that.
So can I continue?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So I don't feel comfortable with the idea of a volunteer organization having earmarked funds, especially if it's headed by a non-resident and you can't vote on this and wants to raise our taxes for a redundant reserve that we already have and earmarked it for their pet project. I don't feel.
Be careful what you say. That's not appropriate. We're not
Okay.
a project. That's okay. That's okay. You're doing
Excuse
fine. No,
my
that's okay.
language.
No, you're fine.
So it's like I'm fine with the town hall being taken care of. That's great. But that is under the purview of our elected officials that we all just reelected into their positions. And we have elected them to do that job, to spend that money that's already there. And we've been back and forth, nickel and diming super important things like for our highway. And you want to just like up our taxes over a beautification volunteer committee? Like, I don't think so. Like, this is.
Okay. Over here. Do I? Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Lucas. I appreciate you doing that.
I'd like to address all of that briefly, not necessarily in any order. The $25,000 was proposed for specific additional projects which have been more recently discovered with Town Hall, not the things that have been ongoing, the things we've been aware of. We have been out of ADA compliance for about 35 years. Goes all the way back to Tis Garfield, right, Bob? Bob, I believe, was the one who spearheaded the $50,000, which everybody at that point in time, until he did a wonderful presentation and explained, no, you're not automatically voting in $50,000 every year. It would have to be brought back up, or a new article, I guess, and voted upon for that particular year. Yeah, I'm on the Planning Commission. We've been trying to address ADA before somebody who needs ADA compliancy in this building comes down the road and sues our backsides off. So that's what the Planning Commission has been doing. We have spent 2 years just trying to get the door openers because members of the Selectboard don't like things which don't apply. Now, Sherwood told us he'd sooner see the building taken down, but he acknowledged the fact that it was probably $1 million project. You keep dragging this out and not voting in a little 25,000 here or a little 50,000 there for us to do it in order of importance, it is going to come down. Plus, we've already going to have spent the money. So don't be unreasonable. Be broad-minded. Let's take care of what needs to be taken care of now and then go on to the next step. Next step is the ramps. Right after that is the bathrooms. But the 39,000 is going to be long gone before we finish the bathrooms. So don't nickel and dime to 25,000, because if we do, the other stuff's going to fall in on us while we're making new bathrooms.
Okay, other side. Further discussion? Yes, in the blue. Right.
Hi, I'm Allie Dracoli. When I was on the select board in 2020, there were some levels of grants that came up about the ADA. I'd like to maybe consider having an article specifically for addressing that, or ask our grant writer to find a grant to help with the ADA. We have systems in place to repair things already in our town. We can find grants. It feels arbitrary, this number, and I'm not sure how this really is relevant, and I'd rather save that 25 for, all of us to just have lower taxes.
Further discussion? Wait, let me come over to the opposite side. Don't see anything there right now. Let her speak. Wait, you've already spoken once. Eugene, you go first. I don't have a microphone. Oh, good, right there. And then you're speaking for your second time, so let him go first.
The plan that was submitted that we talked about last year said that the total cost of bringing this town hall up to ADA includes an elevator and the bathrooms and a bunch of other stuff, and it's over $1 million. Given that we're probably not looking to spend that kind of money all at once. Probably makes sense to just do these things that we can do, one at a time. So $25,000, for some of these improvements that will gradually bring us up to ADA makes sense.
Okay. Okay, I don't want to add. Charlie, yes. Thank you.
First of all, being the president of the Historical Society, I support the concept of historic preservation. There's a little bit of semantics here in that possibly there ends up being two different funds. I trust the select board could figure out how to make that into one fund. But the key to this article is the select board has to approve everything that's done. So it's not something that's being done by a particular group of people. The select board is approving the projects. This building has been let go by a number of people down the road over the years, and even to the point of a proposal to build a whole new town hall. Well, I'm in favor of the preservation of the existing one, and $25,000 is not going to cover it. I think we all know that. But there are plenty of projects that need to be done, and I suggest that we vote in favor of this to get some of those projects done.
Okay, so, no, please hold your applause. That's not what this is about. However, the only thing I would like to maybe correct in that statement is, does the select board have the power to combine? Charlie had said that the select board could combine the two. No? Okay. 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 I heard him say that the select board could figure out a way to combine, and I don't know if that's true. That's all. Other than that, that's all. Right? Yeah, okay. You can't combine them, but okay. You can't combine them, but that other than that, Laura, yeah, let's do Laura, and then we'll go to the back.
Yeah, he is.
It's been a long time.
Yeah. That's good.
So, I think a few years ago, someone that in town actually worked on getting a grant to get the lift fixed on the stairs in the town hall, and got the grant, and it was never utilized for the purpose in which it was raised. So, there has to be follow through. You can have the money, you can have the grants, but you also have to have follow through, people that really want to get this done and that are willing to go that extra step.
Okay, wait, and that was your second time speaking
Yes,
to this?
it is.
Okay, sorry, I didn't realize that. She's done. First time speaker. Yeah.
Can I make an amendment to combine the existing?
No, it's already been tried. Yes, you can't do that. You can't. Yes. Wait, your second time too. Hang on. Any other first-time speakers? Hearing none, go right ahead.
I'll keep it going.
What? Oh, you're a first-time speaker? Okay. Let him speak first, and then you can go. Yep.
On this topic, first time, yes.
Yes.
With the article, I think there's maybe opposition to how it was written, who it was written for. I can agree with the needs for the projects to happen and the way the 50,000 was delegated and will go to be delegated. I think the group is worried that right now with the water coming in for the infrastructure, if you keep waiting and waiting, then you potentially have a larger problem before you get to even the ADA bathrooms and the other stuff. So, well, I don't really care for the way the article was written and how it was formatted. I think that's what they're trying to get. That money now so they can fix the water remediation problem so they don't keep losing structural damage. And then it can continue as they've been continuing with projects that they have dictated, laid out. And it says in the article, the expenditures from the said fund to be approved by the select board. So as these guys were asking for that water remediation, the select board say, yep, you guys can do that. So that was it.
Okay. Wait, there was second. Yep, second, right there. She's been waiting.
Hello?
Name?
Helen.
Yep, second.
I just have the sense that there's something, this is my first town meeting. And I have the sense that there's something going on in this, that article that is not above board. People keep saying this group, these people, don't talk about that. And I'd love to have whatever the issue is out on the table so that I know what I'm voting for.
Okay. Okay. Any other discussion? Andy, and then back up, Chad. I don't think you've spoken yet, but go ahead. Andy, this is number 2.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll try to speak to that without getting into too much detail. Anybody can write an article. Any group can ask that it be on the agenda for the town meeting. The particular article that we're referring to now was asked to be placed on the agenda by a group called the Friends of the Town Hall and Opera House, who is a local group that has done a lot of work, volunteer on cosmetic type items on the town hall, has done a lot of the decoration work. So I happen to be one of the founding members of that group. This is not related to that group, the founders of the Friends of the Town Hall. But they did, in the process of doing that, we saw that there were lots of things that needed work, that were more structural, that were beyond what volunteers could do. For instance, we've mentioned water infiltration. All of the window wells along this side of the town hall, that over there, are all broken, every one of them. And water is coming into the basement through those. If you go up in the bell tower, you'll see that there's water coming through there that is rotting the roof above the bell tower and the fascia areas. Those are pretty significant expenditures to get those repaired. There is an entire list of things, those are 2 of them, that need to be done structurally. They're not cosmetic issues. They are real structural issues that need to be addressed. The group called them out, presented a list to the select board, and requested this article. The select board said they would put the article up for discussion and possible vote here. Any of the work that gets done, any of the approvals on getting done, as it says in the article, is all by the select board. It's just basically saying, okay, here are the things that need to be done. We need to set up some money and start chipping away at them if we're going to continue to have the town hall utilized as a community space and as the home of our local government. So from a historic preservation, gosh, I love the town hall, and I think it's a great place to be. It really is part of the character of our town, and it would be awful if we had to go and build a new town hall. That's, we'd lose the character of the whole town in doing that. So, thank you.
Further discussion, come to this side. Second speakers, you'll be up next. You've already spoken once. Okay, go ahead.
So I'm worried about the verbiage of the article. I'm taking from it, the way that that's read, that it's implied that this volunteer group, which you just said, the work that needs to be done, it's not under the skill level of volunteers, right? Does that verbiage in there indicate that they would be the ones doing the work on this?
I don't see that.
Okay.
Anybody else see that? I don't see that.
So they would be sourcing I don't understand why they're a part of this.
So what this article would do, if it's passed, is create a new reserve fund, place $25,000 in it that is specifically for ongoing structural, mechanical, and historical preservation.
Okay,
Where does the select board would be the ones determining how and when the money is spent.
Okay, so the name of the group comes in to just name the fund?
No, the fund. I'm not worried about the name of the fund. I mean, nothing.
It doesn't.
Nothing.
Okay.
Not really. I mean, right. I mean, whatever. Yeah, they might have written the article, but that doesn't mean anything, and I don't know if they did.
Okay.
They didn't write the article, I'm being told. I don't have the faintest idea. But you asked me, how does this group come into it? I don't know.
Okay.
Yep, that's all. Chad was asking. Chad.
So,
and then Irv.
I don't know why we're getting hung up on what group is what for volunteers. We got a volunteer fire department. Nobody's questioning that. It's no different. This money is going to town infrastructure and approved by the select board.
I think, right. Well, I think some of the conundrum is there's already an existing one, and so why create another one? But that's all. That's all. Hang on. What did you have to say? Because somebody was going to call the question. Okay, hang on. One more, Irv, and then you. One more, and then Irv.
I'll try to. I guess I feel. I know I'm new to the town too, so I'm a bit of an outsider. But Danny McNamara. I just want to try a little bit to answer your question, Helen, and I'm going to do my best to stay germane to the topic. So if I dwell out of it, stop me. But some of the reason that I think there's a no is that for me, it's not that that I'm against funding repairs to the town hall. It's not that I think that long-term maintenance shouldn't be accomplished. I think that these things are extremely important. And I respect a lot of the work that people have put into, volunteers, time that has happened to try and work towards the town. Respect that gratefully and want to vote for yes, put money into long-term support. In this particular instance, some of the concerns are around some of the potential long-term or even next couple of years consequences to the culture of how Townsend addresses these problems. And there's been some concerns about techniques, strategies, and staying in the lane of how decisions get made, how people's character gets respected who are serving our government, how certain...
Keep going. Let's talk about the article.
So the article, I think what the subtext of what you're picking up is that it is not that those of us are saying, no, don't repair the town hall. It's more specific questions around the implications of dedicating that money to this particular group and
that's not to the group.
That's not to the group, just to the fund.
No. I'm just saying it's not being dedicated to the group.
It's being dedicated to the Town Hall and Opera House Capital Preservation Fund.
And the select board has control over that, so it's a select board.
It's going to be a town administered fund.
Correct.
And the select board chooses every single line item.
Absolutely. There's no other way to do it. No outside group has control over our monies.
Yeah, okay.
Does that answer stuff? I mean, am I correct in that statement, everybody? Okay. Any other? Okay, Irv wanted to make a statement. Irv, wait. Okay. Irv wants to call the question. But before I do that, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Is there any state or federal historical preservation grant money that can be pursued?
Okay, well, the answer is yes, because we already had to call the question. The answer is yes, and my bet is that they're aware and they're researching. You can nod, yes? Yeah? Okay, they're aware, they're trying. Okay, again, I don't want to say our select board is the best. I don't want to say it's the worst. They're working. Okay, I assume they're working to the best of their ability to make our life as good as possible. Okay, Irv called the question. Irv called the question. No, you didn't. Irv had his hand up before his hand was up. Okay, I have an argument here. Gene, go right ahead.
Was asked before, can we fix the lift? The answer is the lift was grandfathered in until it broke. It is no longer grandfathered in, and the whole package of renovations has to be done before the building will again be ADA compliant. That includes the elevator and the bathrooms and all the rest.
Thank you. From now on, if I say somebody's hand was up prior to yours, no matter who it is, it's the moderator's decision. Please respect the moderator. Thank you. Irv called the question. Okay? It's been moved and seconded to call the question. We can have a 2/3 vote, but is there any other discussion? And we don't have to do the 2/3 vote. Oh, is there any objection? Is there any objection to closing the discussion? Hearing no objection, we will now take a vote. We don't have to do the vote on the closing of the question. We will now take a vote. It's been moved and seconded to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $25,000 by taxation to be placed in the Town Hall and Opera House Capital Preservation Fund to be used exclusively for ongoing structural, mechanical, and historical preservation work on Town Hall and Opera House building, specifically excluding routine maintenance, day-to-day operation expenses, or any other costs currently funded under existing Town Hall budget line items, with expenditures from said fund to be approved by the Selectboard. A yes vote passes that article. No. A yes vote passes that motion. A no vote defeats the motion. Any questions? No? Somebody saying something? No? No, we've already ended discussion. This is the main motion, right? Everybody understand? A yes vote passes this, and we're not talking about it. This is the main motion. Yes vote passes it, no vote defeats it. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Don't yell because it doesn't matter. All opposed? Okay, I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay, moving on. So that passes. No applause. Come on. Why do you want to piss off somebody else? Just move on. Okay. Article, or unless you were clapping for me. Article, no, please, I didn't say that. Article 17. 17? Help me out. 17. To see if the town will vote to raise $20,015 by taxation for the support of social services as recommended by the Social Services Committee. That's on page 28 and 29. Okay, second, we got Craig and Lucas as good. Discussion. Lucas. Discussion. Hearing no discussion on the Social Services Committee, we have a motion before us to see if the town will vote to raise $20,015 by taxation for the support of social services as recommended by the Social Services Committee. A yes vote passes that motion. A no vote defeats that motion. Understand? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Yes.
Thank you. People want to change to the format. Please talk to me at the end of the meeting.
So the Social Services Screening Committee is saying if you want to change the format, the information is presented, please come up and talk to Chris after the meeting or contact her at some point in time before the next book is put together, right? Okay. Okay. Article 18. This is my last page. Article 18. To see if the town will vote to raise $65,000 through taxation for the purpose of purchasing a trash compacting system for trash collecting at the transfer station. I will now entertain a motion. Nick's motion. Second, Craig will use. Sorry, thank you. Okay, let's discuss. Yes. Wait. Oh,
I have the floor.
Wait. Motion maker gets to discuss first. You're right. Go right ahead.
So as any of you that go to the transfer station know, we have been out of commission from our trash compacting truck. It was in really poor shape, and we are currently using a dumpster that's being picked up by Casella every so often. The dumpster is not a great solution. It is open. It's accumulating snow. It's accumulating weight, which we get charged for. So this would be the proposal that we're thinking of is for a compacting dumpster that would be hauled away, but it would still be covered in compacting our trash. It would just be a different solution. We wouldn't be driving it. And yeah, we hope that this is a way forward for improving the way that we manage trash in town.
Okay. You done? Good. Little explanation there. Any further discussion? Yes. Okay. Yep. I call on you first. And yep. Go right ahead, Laura. Your microphone's coming.
So I looked at the numbers for this, and I've seen the system. I think it's the same system in Jamaica, and there's one in Bellas Falls, and both systems have a roof over the electrical components of this setup. I think that's kind of necessary because it's electrical, and it's not included in this total. So I just wondered why.
Who could answer that? Something about covering some electrical equipment? Oh. Wait, the electrician says, hang on, go ahead, the microphone right there so everybody can hear you.
I said the electrical equipment in question and the controlling would be all NEMA 3, which is weatherproof control. So the electrician, being electrocuted is not what you're thinking. Covering the attendant while he's operating it would be the benefit there.
Okay. Irv's got his hand up. Why don't you head up to Irv there?
I don't believe the Selectboard has looked into this all the way, because if they come, so much a pull, but if they come up here and pull that box, they're not going to bring it back for the same price. It's going to be two charges instead of one, because if you come up and back, then you got to bring it back up, and then you go back.
Yeah, Connie answer that.
Irv brings up a very good point, which is the flyer that was passed out. The figure of $4,290 was a one-way hauling fee, and he points out that if we only have one dumpster, they got to bring it back up, which means two hauling fees. So again, this is rough estimates. This is off the top of my head. That would imply that the $4,290 would be doubled to $8,000, let's say 500. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the mic was picking it up. So it would imply that on this flyer that was passed out, that the hauling fee for the dumpster, if we stay with just one dumpster, you have to double it because it's down and back. So the $4,290 becomes basically $8,500. It's still a saving in terms of the difference between hauling and the compactor system and the compactor truck. But he is correct that the hauling fee would probably double.
Yeah, but also, the price is not going to stay the same next year. Because we're dealing with that same thing through the landfill, and Casella's prices change up to 4 or 5%. But not only that, since 1978, we've had 3 trucks. We run them 14 years. Then we got a new one in 92. We run that another 14 years. And this last truck was not new, but they've had it probably 20 years or close to it. But what did they give you? Anybody give you a price on replacing the wiring?
Replacing the what? Oh, the wiring on the truck?
Yeah.
That's not the only thing that's bad.
Well, the rats chewed it up. That's what's happened to the truck. If you don't keep rat poison out there, they're going to be doing the same thing with the highway trucks.
Okay. Okay. Bring it up here, and then we're going to, do I have one up here? Connie, you can speak, Connie. Go ahead. You're asking a question.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the select board is proposing this for two reasons. One, for safety to the employees, to not put them in a situation where they're driving a truck that is infested with rats, and two, for cost purposes.
Okay, wait, no. Oh, you have the microphone up there. Let her speak first. Go ahead.
Wondering if it wouldn't be Liza Martin, most economical for the town to own 2 dumpsters so that that delivery and pickup doesn't happen twice. And as an aside, we have a neighbor who has a small dumpster on her property from Casella, and she doesn't generate enough trash, but it's still more economical than going another route with Casella. So she tells us to bring us her trash, and we pay her in eggs. Neighbors should think about going in on a small dumpster if all this is too overwhelming. But there again, the 2 dumpsters seems to be a lot better than $65,000 for a compactor.
I'm just tossing my trash on Lucas's lawn. He'll figure it out. Yes, go right ahead, sir.
Sir, my God. You've got a lot of elements here. Is a compactor any good on the truck itself? Not the compactor is shot, the truck shot, right? Okay, how about the compactor? What I'm getting at, you've got a spare truck down there, 6-wheeler, right? What would it take to take the compactor off that, put it on the old truck, take that money, put it toward a new truck? Because switching boxes is not a big deal. What do you got, the PTO and you've got the hydraulics. It's probably all there is to it. And you're right back where you started. Has anybody looked into that? That's all I'm saying.
Anybody look into it?
That's a lot of money.
Out of the truck?
Not been looked into. It still does not address the issue of safety for employees driving in a truck that would be infested.
I'm saying you're using the old truck, which is roadworthy, right? The town truck we have, which is the spare. You're going to get rid of the old one, the old Freightliner. It's a Sterling, it's a Freightliner. Get rid of it, take the box off it, put it on the spare truck for the town. I imagine you could probably still keep a wing and a plow on it if you needed it for that.
Right, but the concern is rat infestation.
No, what he's saying is switch the truck. Pull the back off the dead truck that's been infested and put it on a different truck.
Right, and then how long will it take for that truck to be infested?
Right.
That's the concern. That's why.
That has to do with the right.
So you don't want trucks anymore.
That was one of the reasons that we proposed this method, is to do away with employees having to sit in and drive in rat-infested trucks.
I've done it.
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay. Good.
Just a thought. That's all it was.
Okay. And what I was going to say to that is, in that case, if that's what you want, you just vote down the motion, because we can't amend to a different truck kind of thing. Okay. Yes. Andy's in the back.
We have a lot of options on looking at how we do our trash removal collectively as a town. The current trash compactor truck failed inspection. The reason it failed inspection was that the front fenders and the attachment on the front fenders are rusted, so that would need to be repaired. There were some electrical wiring issues where they had been chewed, and it was missing some plastic knobs. The bigger issue that was brought up was that it does have rats in it because you're hauling garbage. And we were leaving the garbage there, and the rats were getting in, and we didn't have an exterminator coming in or poison or whatever to keep the rats down, or power washing and cleaning it on a regular basis to keep it clean. The truck still, engine works, transmission works, hydraulics work. So we still have a good usable frame of a truck and compactor. Now, if we want to decide that we can't keep it clean and keep it rat-free, because we're not willing to go through the maintenance and routine to keep it clean, that's an issue, and we can go to a different system. which is what is being proposed, there's no guarantee that that will not have rats in that compactor as well. You still have to make sure that you do have extermination and keeping the rats down and getting it hauled away on a more frequent basis. So that's a choice that we need to make here of which approach we want to take. But we have other options as well. And I just want to make clear that we can continue with the option we have for much less money.
Further discussion? See, oh, yep, Laura, second talk. Okay.
Maybe I wasn't clear about my question. If we are going to have to build this roof, how much is it going to cost?
I don't think they're planning on building a roof. I think Warren just answered it and said that the electrical system will be waterproof when they build it. So the electrical system does not need to be covered. The only person that needs to be covered, if you wanted to, is the attendant, but we don't really care. No, I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. Wait. Irv was first, and then we'll go to the back of the room. I'm sorry. And these are second talks. Irv, you're second and you're done. You're second. Go ahead, Irv.
But also, the compactor, unless they have it covered, you're going to have rain, snow, freezing, and all that stuff. So that's another thing you're going to have to do something
Right.
about it.
I think the compactor that they're purchasing is covered. It's a tube that compact. It's the same kind of green thing that's there now, but it's covered with a compactor.
Yeah, but when that compactor comes back to put stuff in, you're going to get rain and snow in it.
Okay. You're second. Somebody wanted to speak first. I never saw that hand over here. And then to the back. Do you have a microphone right there?
Thank you. Hi, Alicia Stratford. This is just a question for clarity because I am not an expert on trash removal. At the beginning of this breakdown, it does specify that it's $165 to haul and then $210 to tip. Does that tipping cost go away with this other, or is it just not factored in?
It's factored in. That tipping cost is essentially, it's $200 per ton.
Because at the bottom, it's saying the $165 hauling fee, and that's like, if it's also $210, isn't that really to $375?
Hang on, they're trying to figure out what you're saying.
So it is $165 to pick it up, bring it to the dump, and then $210 to empty it, and then what, another $165 to bring it back?
So I believe that I was looking at differences. We have tipping is there for any system that we use, that we're taking it to Casella or a company like that. There's a tipping fee, whether there's a current trash compacting truck, whether there's a current dumpster. So
You gotta talk to them. So it's on. Just speak into it.
yeah. So my recollection is that I wasn't looking at what currently already exists. It's the difference.
What she's saying, Alicia, is that that cost is there equivalent. So it would just
So
cancels out.
if you bought a
she's looking
truck,
at
there would be a
differences.
tipping fee.
And if we
With
didn't,
the
if we bought a
dumpster, there's a
dumpster, it would
tipping
still be
fee.
a tipping fee.
It's equitable. Okay.
And remember, this
They would just
isn't
cancel
tipping
each
as
other
in
out
here's
the difference.
No. I picked up on that much.
It took me a second. Well, good. I'm glad you did because it took me a second. Yes, we'll get you a microphone. Thank you, Lucas. I'll be up to mow the grass later. Thank you for your help.
Liza Martin, I believe Nick at the beginning tried to point out that with the open dumpsters, then when we get snow and there's snow in there, we're paying for that weight too. And I think that's where all these other conversations about roofs and covers and things came in. I think we can go simple, but perhaps there needs to be a canopy of some sort to keep the snow from building up and adding weight, which is in trash that's being hauled away. Wasn't that correct? You tried to point that out?
Did you take that into consideration? No, not the current. The current
you're-
one we are because it's snowing in it right now.
You're
Right.
suggesting if we put a roof over the current system and it's still an open top, correct?
Oh,
That's what you're
okay.
saying.
Okay. Okay, in the way back, right behind you. Oh wait, wait. There's still more response, and then you can have the floor in a second. Go ahead, Connie. Now it's not on. Just no. Everybody thinks they can be heard. You can't be heard.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The reason we are proposing a compacting.
Hold it close. Don't be afraid.
The reason we are proposing a compacting dumpster is to lessen the amount of hauls and tips.
Yeah. So if we had a compacting system, when that green thing right now gets filled up, it's filled. But we had a compactor, and then we can continue to fill.
But
So-
the weight factor in?
Yes. Well, the weight will be more, but the amount of trips you have to make will be less.
Yes. You got it.
Okay. Okay. Irv, you already spoke twice. Hang on one second. What do you already spoke twice. Go ahead, sir, in the back. Come on,
It's simple, man.
So the recycle bins over there, dumpsters have tops on them. So it's not like you can't just put the top on it to keep the weather out. That's one thing. But that doesn't matter because it's not going to compact it. But my question is, for the $65,000 for that compactor, I'm paying $4 a bag to get rid of my garbage. How much does it cost this town to get rid of that $4 bag of garbage that I'm dropping off there? And aren't we paying enough?
How much is there a breakdown that you could say that we pay $4 per bag? How much does it cost? I mean, there's maintenance involved. It's not just the tipping fees and the hauling fees. It's also trying to pay for the maintenance, I would think. Does $4 cover getting rid of all the trash?
No.
Okay. If we look at page 13, you can see the waste recycling compactor total. So the total expenses on that system, $98,584. If you go back a couple pages to page 9 on our revenue, we can see our trash bag sales actual for FY20 for fiscal year 25 is about 40,000. We're projecting about 40,000. So 40,000 is what we anticipate getting in revenue from trash bag sales, offsetting the 98,000 that it costs to run the system overall. So it does not pay for it, but that's also partially why we proposed, and it passed last year, to increase, to try to help offset that more.
Okay. You wanted to say something, Irv? Hang on.
What it's going to cost for electric and all that stuff to run that compactor.
Okay. There's nothing on the list that discusses electricity and how much it's going to talk on maintenance for that. Nothing to say? Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing no other discussion, we have a motion before us to see if the town will vote to raise $65,000 through taxation for the purpose of purchasing a trash compacting system for trash collection at the transfer station. A yes vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats the motion. Questions? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, it should be easier. 1, 2, this is in favor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 31, 32. I counted correctly. All those opposed, please raise your hand.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17.
So I believe the ayes have it, and the motion passes. Moving on to Article 19. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Selectboard to acquire land by gifts or purchase for municipal forests to promote reforestation, water conservation, and good forestry practices. We got Nick and Craig. Toss them in. Discussion? What? Did you want to say something? No, I got it. Well, the question's been called, so I'm just trying to be nice to you. What?
Jason Macon here. I just wanted to know if this had anything to do with Act 59 that is going along with Vermont.
This is a boilerplate. This is a boilerplate. It's in every year.
Okay.
It's one of those articles that may be disappearing depending on what the state statute is, because the select board has the ability to buy, purchase, and report and do that anyway. But I don't know. I got to check into that. But this is a boilerplate. This is in there every year. And a couple years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, we had a long discussion about this. If you don't remember, right? Okay, the question's been called, but any other discussion real quick? Seeing no other discussion, so we don't have to do that 2/3 vote. Okay, all those in favor of the town, authorizing the town and the select board to acquire land or gift, by gift or purchase for municipal forest and promote reforestation, water conservation, and good forestry practices. A yes vote passes it, a no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Holy cow. Article 20, to see if the town will vote to set the first Tuesday in March 2027 as the date for the 2027 Town of Townshend annual meeting. Okay, you got some people? Discussion.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay, hang on. Hang on. Okay, so just so we know, it was mentioned at pre-town meeting about moving town meeting to Saturday, to making an amendment right now to move town meeting to Saturday. I told them that I would rule that out of order, and I'm sticking to my guns. And I just want to, if you want to move the town meeting, I think that's absolutely fine. But I think that's something that the whole town knows may be done, so it should be warned. Okay, and then we can have an official discussion on whether or not we want to move town meeting. I don't think that's appropriate to be done by amendment. There's tradition, there's precedent, and institutional forbearance. Okay? So that I just wanted to bring that up, and I'm not against moving it. If somebody wants to present that in the warning for next year, please do. So, any other the question's been called? No discussion? Sorry, I wanted to just put that in there because I didn't know if the person that wanted to do that is still here. All those in favor of setting the first Tuesday in March 2027 as the date for the annual town meeting, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Article 21. Any other non-binding business? Any other business that become before this group? Seeing no other business to become before the group, I want to thank everybody for attending the 2026 Townsend Town Meeting. There's no further business to properly become before the town meeting. I declare the 2026 town meeting adjourned. A hearty thank you to all those who participated. Thank you for putting up with me. And we'll see you next year. And with all elected officials, newly elected or anybody elected, please come up front. Come up front because you got to be voted. You got to be sworn in.